Dr. Eugene Lipoff is with the Stella Center, which specializes in treating post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. He says some people working in healthcare are exhibiting symptoms of PTSD because of the constant psychological toll COVID-19 is taking on them.
It's very similar to being in a war zone, and that actually leads to fight and flight system being kicked on. And if it stays on, then you get symptoms of PTSD.
How to combat it? Dr. Lipoff suggests several steps.
Number one, you need to get some sleep, meaning turn off the devices, but if you can, get outside, walk, get some natural light, walk for at least 30 minutes.
And finally, he says, healthcare workers need to remember to take care of themselves with the same passion they often show for their patients. In Washington, I'm Maya Rodriguez.
As President Trump gets ready to leave the White House, the Census Bureau director says he's on his way out too. Stephen Dillingham faced scrutiny amid Trump's push to include the citizenship question on the census last year. Dillingham was accused of pandering to the president's desires. He says he's considered retiring for quite some time and would otherwise be honored to serve during President-elect Biden's term.
Now, 12 National Guard members have been removed from the security mission at the inauguration. Army officials said all 12 were found to have ties to right-wing militia groups or posted extremist views on social media. But officials told the Associated Press they did not pose a threat to the president-elect. Following the insurrection at the Capitol, defense leaders said they were concerned about the potential for an attack at the inauguration by military members. Authorities are vetting all of the roughly 25,000 troops assigned to the event. For Newsy, I'm Gage Jackson.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Adam El-Rashidi in Washington, D.C. It's Wednesday, January 20th. Here are Newsy's top headlines. Inauguration Day is finally here. Joseph R. Biden Jr. will be sworn in as the 46th President of the United States. Kamala Harris will also make history as the nation's first female vice president. Now, security around Washington is tight, especially on the Capitol grounds and the National Mall. Checkpoints have been set up to make sure anyone who doesn't need to be downtown isn't. And about 25,000 National Guard troops are on hand to support law enforcement. Federal officials have warned them to watch for right-wing extremists and militia groups posing as Guard troops. However, defense officials say they've found no intelligence so far that would indicate an insider threat. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump will not attend the inauguration, nor will he greet the Bidens when they arrive at the White House. Instead, the outgoing president will hold a farewell ceremony at Joint Base Andrews, where he'll deliver remarks. He'll then take his final Air Force One trip to his private Mar-a-Lago club in Florida. It's customary for outgoing presidents to attend their successor's inauguration to symbolize the peaceful transfer of power. President Trump will not be the first to snub the event, but he will be the first to do so since 1869. President Trump is using his final hours in office to grant clemency to more than 140 people, including former White House aide Steve Bannon. Notably, President Trump did not move to pardon himself, his family, or Rudy Giuliani, his private lawyer. Bannon, who co-founded the right-wing website Breitbart, helped craft the Trump campaign in 2016. He was charged last year with swindling thousands of people out of money to pay for the president's border wall. In a statement this morning, the White House called Bannon an important leader in the conservative movement. Others receiving pardons and commutations today include rapper Lil Wayne and former Detroit Mayor Kwame Kilpatrick. Newsy will be covering the presidential inauguration throughout the day, so stay tuned. For now, though, check out some of the other top stories we're following. Good morning, everyone. I'm Adam El-Rashidi in Washington, D.C. It's Wednesday, January 20th. Here are Newsy's top headlines. Inauguration Day is finally here. Joseph R. Biden Jr. will be sworn in as the 46th President of the United States. Kamala Harris will also make history as the nation's first female vice president. Now, security around Washington is tight, especially on the Capitol grounds and the National Mall. Checkpoints have been set up to make sure anyone who doesn't need to be downtown isn't. And about 25,000 National Guard troops are on hand to support law enforcement. Federal officials have warned them to watch for right-wing extremists and militia groups posing as Guard troops. However, defense officials say they've found no intelligence so far that would indicate an insider threat. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump will not attend the inauguration, nor will he greet the Bidens when they arrive at the White House. Instead, the outgoing president will hold a farewell ceremony at Joint Base Andrews, where he'll deliver remarks. He'll then take his final Air Force One trip to his private Mar-a-Lago club in Florida. It's customary for outgoing presidents to attend their successor's inauguration to symbolize the peaceful transfer of power. President Trump will not be the first to snub the event, but he will be the first to do so since 1869. President Trump is using his final hours in office to grant clemency to more than 140 people, including former White House aide Steve Bannon. Notably, President Trump did not move to pardon himself, his family, or Rudy Giuliani, his private lawyer. Bannon, who co-founded the right-wing website Breitbart, helped craft the Trump campaign in 2016. He was charged last year with swindling thousands of people out of money to pay for the president's border wall. In a statement this morning, the White House called Bannon an important leader in the conservative movement. Others receiving pardons and commutations today include rapper Lil Wayne and former Detroit Mayor Kwame Kilpatrick. Newsy will be covering the presidential inauguration throughout the day, so stay tuned. For now, though, check out some of the other top stories we're following.
To see is a lot of commitment to the pomp and circumstance while paring it down, making it socially distanced, and keeping security as high as possible. Washington, D.C. is in a state of emergency right now, given the violent riots on the Capitol 2 weeks ago. So what we're going to see is that Biden will still take the oath of office shortly after noon, as is dictated by the Constitution. Kamala Harris will take the oath shortly before him. He will then give his first speech as President of the United States. All of this will be televised to us Americans sitting safely at home. We will not be one of 200,000 people, as we would normally have in that crowd. Instead, you're going to have about 1,000 onlookers, as well as members of Congress, members of the Supreme Court. And then Biden will get in a limo and drive to the White House. He will not be, as Jimmy Carter started the tradition of, walking down Pennsylvania Avenue along with the parade commemorating, both a celebration of a new president being elected and commemorating this democratic tradition of a peaceful transition of power. There won't be any balls. Usually a president will attend anywhere between 2 and 15 inaugural balls. That will not be happening this year. Instead, there will be a televised event hosted by Tom Hanks celebrating America. We will see some performances from Lady Gaga, from Jennifer Lopez, from Garth Brooks. There will be celebration, there will be pomp, but it will be in a quiet Washington, D.C.
When you say 2 to 15, that reminds me, Hannah, in Michelle Obama's book, she said, "My feet hurt so bad I could not take another step that night." So we saw, remember the conventions this last summer, the DNC, when it came time for the roll call. And the roll call, that's the snooziest part. That's when everyone, the people there doing the election, they're excited. Everyone in America is like, could you hurry up? And the Democrats, they did something completely different. They shot to all these places around the nation, all these different types of people as well. And I'm wondering, you said 1,000 people can be back there on those stands today. That's not nearly as many people as want to be involved. The inaugural committee, are they trying to make sure that people feel included?
Yeah, I think you're actually going to see something very similar to the way that the DNC handled their convention. You're going to see, through bringing in people from all over the country during this televised event tonight, Biden is, he's calling his inauguration America United. That's the theme. So certainly he's going to find his way to make that happen, along with the committee, of course, by making the American people feel that they are still a part of this tradition that is for them. The whole reason that we have this whole show that goes on is to say to people, this is what we do in this country. We have someone in power for 4 to 8 years, and then that power transfers. And you really want the American people seeing that celebration, seeing that affirmation, and feeling that they can actually take a little pleasure and joy in it as well. Even if they don't necessarily celebrate the newly elected president, they can celebrate the institution itself. So I think that this is why the committee wants to draw as many people in as possible and make it a party, if a socially distanced one.
So Hannah, for so long, the questions of how the Inauguration Committee would be able to pull something like this off, I mean, even remotely close to what we're used to seeing for Inauguration Day, and a question that kind of popped into my mind was, if it's so scaled down, like we're talking about, and there are those safety concerns just weeks after the rioters scaled the inauguration stage, why even have this ceremony in this setting instead of maybe a more secure, private ceremony to be streamed online, something like that?
I think that it's exactly what I've been saying. It is the fact that what the ceremony represents, because none of this is dictated by the Constitution. The only thing dictated by the Constitution is that we have an oath of office and that it happens shortly after noon on January 20th. But the reason that we are, despite a deadly pandemic, despite the security threats in Washington, going forward with this event is because, in terms of Joe Biden, it shows that he is going to kick off things with a sense of unity, with a sense of celebration, with an outward-looking sense toward the American people, and saying, just because we are in these dire straits in many ways in this nation does not mean that this tradition that we have adhered to since George Washington's inauguration, with the exception of some partial term presidents, is going to fall by the wayside. I think that it's actually quite important that we see it continue to happen, and that we are affirming, especially because you're not having the outgoing president himself affirming this peaceful transition in the way that we normally would see. This inauguration is that much more important because this is sort of the stand-in for that explicit peaceful transition, passing of the baton from one president to the president-elect.
Hannah, Inauguration Day, it's not just about speeches, as you say. It's not just about glitzy balls and being fancy. Maybe it's not such a popular thing to say all the time, but I mean, I am so proud to be an American. And, I don't know, the patriotism is very in vogue if you look at the polls, but especially on days like this, looking at our Capitol, seeing the American flag flying, knowing that we do have a next chapter ahead. And it doesn't matter if it's an R or a D, but knowing that we are all American, it makes you proud. It just makes you proud. And I wonder what a day like this, what the bigger significance is, whether it is the visuals or whether it is the unity. What is it?
I think we've been talking a lot about the fact that Joe Biden has this, bipartisan group of Congresspeople that will be gathering with him on the steps. That does represent a sort of unity that I think that we in many ways desperately need in this country. The pomp and circumstance, George Washington, after his inauguration, the streets were so congested with celebration, the man had to get out of his carriage and walk back to the presidential mansion. We, as a nation, decided that we would celebrate this transition of democratic power. It is a prime tenet of our democracy, right? So if we are, having parades and fireworks and crowding the streets and cheering, or if we are simply watching other people do that on our behalf. This is our tradition. This is the way that we celebrate what it is that makes us a democracy. We affirm it. And you say you feel like a patriot watching these things. You are proud to be an American. And it's easy to forget that in moments of political turmoil. So if we can come back to these
By the way, Hannah, can I say this real quick? That it also includes, there are free speech zones around here. And that includes people who can dissent, which also makes you proud to be an American, to know that on a day like this, someone coming in, that they feel it is very important that people can dissent and say, I don't like you, but they can do it peacefully.
Yeah, no, and it is, even though you may not have people who are dissenting as close as they normally would be to the National Mall, you're exactly right. It is vital that you have people disagreeing, while at the same time, ideally doing that peacefully, because we understand that this transition is something that's going to happen whether or not we like it.
Definitely. So just to kind of reset for our viewers at home, if they're just kind of tuning in, President Trump is no longer in Washington, D.C. as the inauguration is set to take place in just a couple of hours now. So in the big picture, does it really matter that the outgoing president won't be there today? I mean, it's not like this is the first time that this has happened.
It's not the first time that this has happened, but it is the first time in over 150 years that this has happened. So I would say, yes, it absolutely matters, because in modern America, in our modern government, our modern democracy, it has been vital that we see, for example, the president-elect go to the White House before the inauguration, sit down with members of Congress and with the sitting president, have a coffee, have a talk, and see that you have these two individuals, especially when you have huge political divides in the country, to see perhaps your favorite candidate in the room with someone else's favorite candidate, shaking hands, speaking to one another, and then you see the sitting president go with the president-elect and watch him be inaugurated, he or she be inaugurated. I think that that is actually a very vital thing for us as Americans to witness. It's significant that President Trump will not be there. It says something to his base and to the country in general. And it's also significant that Vice President Pence will be there, that he is sort of a stand-in to bridge that gap, to in some way represent that, yes, in fact, this peaceful transition will happen, if not the way that we want it to happen.
Right. Definitely not very typical from what we're seeing usually. All right, Hannah McCarthy, thank you for joining us today. We're going to be right back after this.
Thank you.
Up on the news needs to work with your schedule, and Newsy has you covered. Download our streaming app for Roku and Amazon Fire TV to get up to speed with the biggest stories of the day. Newsy, be informed, not influenced.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children has helped more than 1.3 million kids just like me, regardless of their family's ability to pay.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball.
Because of people like you, I can run.
I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go to loveshriners.org right now and give just 63 cents a day, you're helping kids just like me.
Like me. Like me.
When you give today, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of the love you gave to a kid just like me.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
We are a tax-slaying force.
We do taxes right.
And we file them for free.
We're talking zip, zero.
Zilch, nada. No surprises, no hidden fees.
Just the biggest refund possible, guaranteed.
For most of the year, we're everyday people.
But right now, we're all tax slayers, and taxes don't stand a chance. TaxSlayer. It's your refund. Go get it.
No time to read? The Blinkist app gives you the key ideas from the world's best nonfiction books in just 15 minutes. And with audio, you can listen and learn on the go. Fit reading into your life with Blinkist. Visit Blinkist.com or download the Blinkist app now.
All right, welcome back. I'm Alex Livingston. Just moments ago, we saw President Trump take off from Joint Base Andrews for the final time on Air Force One to begin his post-presidential life. President-elect Biden is attending church this morning with members of congressional leadership. Now, here's a live look at the Capitol in Washington, D.C. this morning. Biden will be sworn in on the west front of the Capitol at around noon. Months of preparation have gone into getting ready for this day, and today's events will have a bit of a different feel. The National Guard deployed 25,000 members to help secure the city today, and the FBI vetted each and every one of them. We learned 12 Guard members were removed from inauguration duties, 2 of them because of threats they made toward political figures. Now remember, this is in response to the riot at the Capitol 2 weeks ago today, when supporters of President Trump stormed the building. Now yesterday, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell blamed Trump for that violence.
The mob was fed lies. They were provoked by the president and other powerful people. And they tried to use fear and violence to stop a specific proceeding of the first branch of the federal government, which they did not like.
Has been a loyal supporter of President Trump, but distanced himself from the president recently. So Chance got to speak with former FBI Director James Comey about what worries him about today.
It worries me that we have thousands of Americans who have been radicalized, convinced that their election has been stolen from them and they need to act and act violently on behalf of this distorted view of reality, and that they have access to firearms and they're all over the country. And so what we saw explode on Capitol Hill is a very real threat. Now, I think we can lock it down and have locked it down in a good way for the inauguration. That's depressing in a way that we have to do that, but we can make the space safe, although that doesn't make the threat go away.
So Colin Howell is back with us this morning. The president-elect is also entering office with a slight Democratic majority. We've been talking about that for the last few weeks once the newest senators are sworn in. So when exactly will they be sworn in, and just how much of an impact will that slim majority have on what the Biden administration can get done?
Alex, we expect those senators to be sworn in later this afternoon after the inaugural ceremonies have finished and Joe Biden has officially become the new president. That can happen today because Georgia just yesterday certified the results of that runoff for those 2 candidates. Now, once they are sworn in, you are correct, this is going to give Democrats in the Senate a very slim majority. That does have a significant impact, particularly on the makeup of committee assignments in the Senate, and that can, in the short term, mean a lot going forward in terms of confirmation hearings and votes for Joe Biden's cabinet nominees. This Also means that Senator Chuck Schumer, who is the incoming majority leader, is going to have sort of overall authority and final say on what bills do get brought to the floor. He's going to have a lot more control and power over the floor activities in the Senate. But in terms of passing sort of more sweeping legislation, things like immigration reform or healthcare reform, that is still going to be very tricky. And that's because there is still this issue of the filibuster in the Senate. Right now, it takes 60 votes to pass major legislation. So not only would you have to convince 10 Republicans to sign on to any major legislation, but you'd have to get every single Democrat to vote yes as well. And on some of these more, kind of sweeping overhauls, that is going to be a tricky feat to accomplish. And so I think because of that, Alex, we could, in this session of the Senate, see some renewed debate over whether or not to get rid of the filibuster.
Kellen, it seems like right now there are these two issues running in parallel. One is that Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell have to come to a power sharing agreement, which they haven't done yet, which would just set up that, the Senate can run, here's how many people are on committees, and then that would allow for an impeachment trial to go through. And then on that other hand, we have the impeachment trial. Can it run parallel to everything right now? What do we know about the timing?
Well, Chance, that's a big question right now on the timing, and that's a question that's sort of falling at the feet of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. We're waiting to see when she will transmit those articles of impeachment from the House over to the Senate, because that is what will kick off this formal process so that the trial can begin. Now, there's talk that she may choose to do that later in the week. If she does do that, that could potentially set us up to see a trial begin as early as next week. But there's some other questions that need to be answered too, mainly for how many hours a day will the senators meet, and when will this trial be taking place? What the standard rule typically is that they meet 6 days a week with the trial beginning at 1 p.m. and while they are in an impeachment trial, they cannot be working on any other business, which of course is a tricky situation right now as we have a new administration coming in and some very important cabinet positions need to be filled, particularly in areas of national security. So what we're hearing now, Chance, is that the incoming majority leader Chuck Schumer is having conversations with Republican leaders to try to figure out if they can come to an agreement to change the rules so that they can sort of split their time and be able to spend kind of half of their time working on these things that need to get done, like cabinet confirmations, and then spend the other half of the time working on an impeachment trial.
So, Kellen, I want to take a step back and kind of look back 2 weeks ago. The riot at the Capitol, that heightened the deep divisions that were already becoming visible in our country. So do you expect any healing of those divisions? I know President-elect Joe Biden, that's his cornerstone that he's kind of cemented himself to, is unity. Can that happen?
Well, Alex, I think this is one of those questions that time is really going to tell. I think once, Joe Biden is sworn in, he obviously is bringing with him this sort of cornerstone of his message of healing and bringing everyone together, and you're going to hear a lot of that from him today in his speech. I think lawmakers are ready to begin working on that, but you have to keep in mind, and we saw this today when when President Trump departed from Joint Base Andrews, there are still a lot of people who support him, and there are still a lot of people, including members of Congress, who believe that there was fraud in this election, and that's something it's not going to go away overnight. So this is going to take some time, and I think we're just going to have to wait and see, if those divisions will sort of heal over the next few weeks and months, or if we're going to see more of a push from some of those Trump loyalists in Congress to really fight back against the incoming Biden administration as much as possible.
All right, Kellen Howell, thank you.
Elect Joe Biden will be sworn in as the next president of the United States at noon Eastern, completing that transfer of power. But as President Trump prepares to leave office, he's also facing a number of legal challenges and that impeachment trial Kellen was just outlining. Law professor Kimberly Whaley joins me now to talk about all things legal with this administration as one departs and one comes in. Now, I guess we're talking about President Trump as a private citizen as well as, formerly the chief executive, Kimberly. So from the sexual assault lawsuits to tax fraud investigations in New York, President Trump, he's facing several legal battles. One of the biggest being a criminal investigation in New York into the real estate empire, the Trump organization. What sort of case can be processed as a private citizen versus as president?
Well, anything is on the table except for actions he took as president, because there is something called sovereign immunity for actions taken as president. So, for example, he couldn't be sued for his response to the coronavirus pandemic because he took that action as president. But with respect to a number of the investigations, the activity reaches back before his term in office, and it's his actions with his finances, tax questions, and as you indicate, sexual abuse allegations. None of that is going to be affected at all by the fact that he was previously president. And we learned this morning, there's always three hours to go, that he's not going to issue a self-pardon. So that even puts federal offenses, federal crimes on the table, assuming, which is a big assumption, that the Biden administration would spend political capital prosecuting an ex-president at the federal level, which I think is highly unlikely.
So are we talking about civil cases primarily, or are there some criminal dangers in here also? Because, you know, I know one of the allegations is that he would inflate the worth of some of his properties as he wanted to get loans, and he would deflate it as he was paying taxes, and he's been accused of maybe tax fraud. Is something like that criminal or civil?
Well, there can be both criminal and civil penalties associated with that kind of thing. But as you indicate, a civil lawsuit involves basically paying money or an injunction to stop or not, or to do something or not do something. Criminal actions have to come from the government, and they can put you in jail. That's the big difference. And, you know, we've historically...
Is that on the table?
Pardon? Yeah, I think it is.
Is that on the table?
Yeah.
Really?
As far as we understand, coming out of both the state of New York and the Manhattan DA's office, there are criminal investigations pending. And remember, you know, Al Capone was brought down not on some massive RICO scandal, but on these kind of papered indiscretions. When I say papered, when it comes to things like, you know, bank and tax fraud, there still is a knowledge element that has to be demonstrated. But these things are sort of recorded through computer transactions and documents in a way that say obstruction of justice, which is really more of a point of view kind of crime, harder to prove that way. So I think Donald Trump is in some hot water when it comes to both civil and criminal liability at the state level. As I said, at the federal level, I think it's very unlikely that Joe Biden is going to use his political capital in that regard. But I should add one wrinkle, and that is we don't really know what happened on January 6th. We don't understand what led to that massive law enforcement and national security meltdown, and we're hearing more and more there could have been some complicity inside the government, and I think that has to unfold before we could close the book, even on federal charges against someone like Donald Trump or people within his orbit.
So I want to turn now to the impeachment trial, which could begin any day now. With the president out of office, what could a conviction mean?
So two things. Impeachment doesn't have any criminal implications at all. It takes 2/3 of the Senate to actually convict. Two things that could happen: removal, and he's gone. But they could also issue basically a ban on him running for office, which I think many people think would be important for 2024, as he's indicated possibly that he'd run again, and he certainly indicated he's not going anywhere. Some believe they could also basically take away his goodies post office in terms of a pension, $200,000 a year, a security detail, etc. But I think legally that's a little bit ambiguous.
So without that conviction, then, I mean, obviously, could he be blocked from running again in 2024?
Right. He would need the conviction, which is 2/3 of the Senate. We need to see 17 Republicans join. After that, the sentencing phase, that is banning him from running, only takes 50% of a bare majority. So they'd have to get over the conviction threshold. The sentencing threshold historically could be done without any Republican buy-in, but they'd still have to get that conviction.
And is that likely that they would get those 17 Republican members?
At this point, it doesn't look like it. It does not look like publicly enough have turned over to get to that threshold. But again, we don't know what can happen between now and a conviction in terms of additional information about that January 6th insurrection. I think that's a huge unknown. We also don't know how much the Russians obtained in the 8+ months that they were hacking our systems under the nose of Donald Trump. I just think there's a lot up in the air, and the Republican Party right now has to decide, are they going to go with the Trump train, or are they going to go back to the Republican base ideals like Mitch McConnell has indicated? And I think that it's still unclear where their political futures lie. So I think, frankly, it's a little premature. Their numbers aren't there, but anything could happen.
All right, Kimberly Whaley, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, let's get back to Alex Miller. She's on Capitol Hill this morning looking bundled up, as we talked about earlier. It's a bit cold out there, so glad to see you bundled at least. Well, Alex, how are things, getting going at the Capitol? What's the scene like there?
Yeah, Alex, you'd think that the sun coming up would help us stay a little bit warmer, but it is definitely not the case. It is so cold out this morning. But people are starting to file in behind me. I don't know if you can see the chairs, but they are socially distanced. Normally, the risers behind me would be jam-packed with members of Congress. They would each be able to have at least one guest. This time around, they only get to have one guest. And then even the spaces down below on the ground, those are also socially distanced, two seats at a time, and then that is for that person and their guest only. They are taking a lot of precautions right now, obviously in the midst of the pandemic, but also for safety reasons. It was just 2 weeks ago today that at the very place that I am standing right now, insurrectionists broke into the Capitol and beat police officers with flags and caused a lot of damage and, frankly, a lot of anxiety here for people who work on Capitol Hill, who live in the D.C. area. And so there have been a lot of precautions put into place. Normally, there is always a barrier and a lot of security to get into an inauguration. I've covered 2 of these and we see them. But the barrier has been moved much further. You could see members of the National Guards at local parks yesterday, just scouring the area, making sure that they were doing all their due diligence. And so by the time you get here today, hopefully you have gone through multiple layers of security. Most people have gone through some sort of background check, a COVID test. And so they are trying to make sure that everything is as safe and, frankly, as healthy as possible. And just if you can hear the microphone behind me, we've been hearing, Alex, some details about past inaugurations, what history reflects on inauguration, talking about George Washington and how he believed that it's actually the second inauguration that was the most important to show the peaceful transition of power. Obviously, we're not seeing that this time around in the same form that we have seen in recent years because President Trump will not be here. Now, the vice president will be here, and that is essentially all we're going to get in terms of the symbol of seeing the previous administration move to the next administration. We're also hearing some videos played. I heard Senator Amy Klobuchar's voice. I heard Speaker Pelosi's voice. It's unclear if these are videos that we're going to see during the actual inauguration itself or if they're really just there to kind of hype up the crowd, for lack of a better phrase.
And you got to have some hype men on these days. Hey, Alex, let people know what they're going to be seeing because as this plays out, I think a timeline is helpful. They want this to run like clockwork. Yeah. So 9:30 a.m. Eastern, that would be now. The Marine Band is going to be going to the bandstand. There's this 15-minute walk. Then just a short time later, we're going to see the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They're arriving in a motorcade. We expect them to be greeting people there. And then also the Chief of Staff, General Mike Milley, entering through the Capitol's north door. And then shortly after that, we'll start seeing the former heads of state. We'll see former Vice President Quayle arriving, and then former President Bush and Mrs. Bush, Laura Bush, arriving for today. And so that's when things really start rolling along. And I was just scrolling through Twitter a second ago, and I saw that Joe Biden, president-elect, he's at church, so I think he must have, I don't know how you do that. You can schedule a tweet that said, it's a new day in America. And I think, he's trying to invoke there Ronald Reagan, it's morning in America again. And that's, a slogan that he used in 1984, really trying to make people feel like, okay, there's hope on the horizon. And when we face so much with the economy, with COVID, with divisions, we know that everyone's looking for the sun, no matter where you stand politically. So what do we expect in the president-elect's inaugural address? Do we know?
Well, we know that he's going to talk about unity. Look, frankly, this is something that most presidents talk about in their inaugural address. But this is something that Joe Biden ran on. I mean, I was in Iowa back in February of 2019 during the caucuses, and he was speaking to a small group of people. Same thing in New Hampshire when he was losing in both of those states, talking about unity. This is a message that he has been preaching since he was in small rooms of 30 or 40 people. He wasn't getting the big crowds, but this is really at the heart of his message. He says this is why he ran. Remember, his slogan was the battle for the soul of America. And so I think that the tweet that we just saw, which very well may be the last tweet that he gives as president-elect, is meant to give people hope and optimism. And I think that's what we're going to be able to expect from his speech as a whole, trying to give people a window into what they hope the next 4 years will look like, especially, I think what you just said about it not being a partisan issue. People are hurting economically, people are hurting because of the pandemic, people are looking for change to see their lives, frankly, just go back to normal.
Yeah, and we see the Marine Corps band arriving there, so we're going to be hearing some good music behind you very, very soon.
Yeah.
When you say unity, it makes me think, most therapists will tell you love is a verb. You really have to put it into action. And I think maybe we should coin the term unity as a verb. That's really going to have to be put into action. You cannot just say it and spell it out. You have to live it. You've covered Washington for years now. We've covered it together. Today, does it feel different in some way?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the people here, frankly, are the ones that are hopeful for a different future than the one that they had when they woke up this morning. And so the people here are extremely hopeful. I think, like you said, unity is something that I feel we are constantly working to achieve. It's something that, is going to have to continue to be a work in progress. And I think that you're seeing, people on both sides of the aisle, frankly, not everybody, but many reflecting on this and realizing that it's something that needs to happen because of what we saw 2 weeks ago. I mean, when you think about the fact that the minority leader, Kevin McCarthy, and the majority leader, Mitch McConnell, chose instead to go to church with President-elect Biden today rather than to see President Trump off today, you can tell that there is an understanding that there needs to be a break in some way for some of these Republicans. But frankly, it's a different, both of these men have refused to acknowledge the election results for quite some time. So it'll be interesting to see how a President Biden works with them when they spend so much time, even Minority Leader McCarthy, up until the very last moment, objecting to the results. How he works with them and whether he, works to unify with them as he has said, or whether he really starts to hit some rough patches with them early on when he's trying to get some of his agenda items done as fast as possible. Look, the Democrats have the House and the Senate. They know that their time could be limited. They know they've got a slim majority in the House and a slim majority in the Senate, and so they may try to pass some of these agenda items pretty quickly, as opposed to getting some of the more unified items done aside from COVID relief.
All right, Alex Miller, thank you. We'll be checking in again in just a bit. Well, guys, we are just getting started. We have a big day ahead. And a reminder, in case you needed reminding, we will be with you every step of the way, providing context and facts. You're not going to see any spin or pundits here. We're talking to everyday Americans and experts about what comes next in Washington. Plus, Joe Biden will be on his way to the Capitol soon. Hours from now, he'll be sworn in as the 46th President of the United States. A historic day in Washington and for the country. We'll be right back.
Like what you're seeing from Newsy? Maybe you have a suggestion. Well, we want to hear from you. You can get in touch with us at feedback@newsy.com anytime. Newsy, be informed, not influenced.
Experian Boost has helped millions of people. How can it help you?
Whoa! 46 points! I just boosted 15 points with Experian Boost. This is incredible.
Boost your credit scores instantly, free, only at Experian.com/boost.
You are not a brand, a job title, or a social media bio.
Whatever set notion you have about what you're supposed to be doing, forget it. You're a complex human being. You can pursue every talent, every passion that no one, not even you, saw coming. The world is full of surprises, but so are you. Skillshare.
I have about 80,000 photos on my phone.
I ripped it open. I just screamed. I literally was like, so gorgeous.
With Keepsake, click on the picture that you want, and then you can see what it'll look like in different frames.
There's a lot of work that goes into framing a photograph. Keepsake simplifies the whole process. That's not bad to print from your phone.
I'm just so happy to see all my memories around me.
Kids grow so fast, and so it's hard for me to spend money on something when I know they might grow out of it in 6 months. But because of Poshmark, I'm able to buy and sell and keep their closets fresh.
Get $5 off your first order. Download the free Poshmark app now and use offer code LOVEPOSH.
Forget the waiting room of a doctor's office. With PlushCare, the waiting room is this big. From your phone, you can book an appointment with the top doctor in minutes. We take most major insurances, and you pick up your prescription when ready. Download PlushCare today.
Non-attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. This drug remains approved by the FDA. If you or a loved one regularly took Zantac and were later diagnosed with cancer, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. A number of pharmacies have suspended the sale of Zantac and other ranitidine products after the FDA announced the discovery of unacceptable levels of NDMA, a known cancer-causing impurity. Potential cancers associated with exposure to NDMA include bladder cancer, colon cancer, kidney cancer, stomach cancer, liver cancer, pancreatic cancer, along with many more. If you or a loved one regularly took Zantac and were later diagnosed with cancer, call right now. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call now. Do not stop taking a prescribed medication without first consulting with your doctor. Discontinuing a prescribed medication without your doctor's advice can result in injury or death.
Call 1-800-845-8930.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Alex Livingston. I want to give you another live look at the Capitol in Washington, D.C. this morning. Moments from now, former President George W. Bush is set to arrive at the Capitol. Now, shortly after that, former President Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton will arrive as well. And then, of course, President-elect Biden will arrive before he takes the oath. Just about 30 minutes ago, President Trump spoke before departing to Florida, his final time on Air Force One.
I just want to say you are amazing people. This is a great, great country. It is my greatest honor and privilege to have been your president.
Well, overlooking the Capitol is where our Chance Seales will be all day. Chance, good morning. It's been fun hanging out with you. We only do this for big events, but I think we should do it more often.
Hey, you know, well, okay, I'd like to get more than 3 hours sleep more often, but these are the big days when you kind of go, wow, we are in the middle of history. And, you know, I think I mentioned the other day I saw a tweet, someone said, I would love to live one day that wasn't going to go down in history books.
Oh, my gosh.
But as for right now, every day seems to be in the history books, and this is certainly one of them. President Trump out there, when he gave his remarks, you and I were discussing this, that, you know, it was somewhat improvised, but also according to the points that he's been talking about for a long time. You know, I want to help you on your taxes. I want to help this country financially. I want to get us on the right track. And he says, in his view, that he did it.
Yeah, and we've been talking about it all morning. The inauguration is going to look a lot different this year. And I mean, just the transfer of power in itself, you know, where Trump was seen with giving that final speech, leaving on Air Force One, that has been very different. But there's still a lot of anticipation and excitement in the air, as there is for every inauguration, Chance.
Right now, I'm just checking out over my shoulder because things are in motion now that we have the Marine Corps band there on the stage ready to go, and they are now playing some promotional videos or videos to kind of, set the scene for the crowd on hand. Now, the crowd's only about 1,000 people because they're trying to be very, very cautious. But for those who are there, they're trying to, again, set the mood. And I can tell you, just removed from that one block, this area that usually has cars flying by and tourists walking everywhere, I'm seeing lots of National Guardsmen. Some are on a break in between guarding things. They have their shield over them. Others are on the perimeter. So a very active area right now, and that's because things are ramping up. Just in about 2 hours from now, this is happening.
So we're talking about security. That's a huge topic with this Inauguration Day. But overall, with this Biden administration coming in, a big topic, a huge topic, is Biden unveiling his plans for tackling the pandemic over the past few months. So including during an address to the nation last week. So Kellen Howell is back with us. Kellen, how does the Biden administration's COVID plan differ from the Trump administration's?
Well, Alex, the Trump administration really wanted to focus the power dealing with the pandemic, and they really wanted the federal government to serve more as sort of a backup for supply chains, and really the federal government was giving states guidance, but the ultimate power in terms of the response and the authority lie with the states. And some experts say that this has really led to a very confusing patchwork of guidance and various different levels of restrictions, and that's also what experts say has led to these different levels of spikes that we've seen across the country. On the other side of things, the Biden administration is really planning to sort of flip that on its head and get most of the power or the responding power for the pandemic in the hands of the federal government. Joe Biden wants the federal government to be the lead authority when it comes to getting supplies out, getting vaccines distributed, and really ramping up testing and contact tracing. And he's been telling his supporters that their top goal is to have a very clear and concise national strategy. Listen to what he's been saying to his supporters.
Our plan is as clear as it is bold. Get more people vaccinated for free. Create more places for them to get vaccinated. Mobilize more medical teams to get the shots in people's arms. Increase supply and get it out the door as soon as possible.
Now, legally, though, there's some questions over how much control the federal government really does have in terms of its response to the pandemic. It could just be as simple as a change of messaging and a stronger sort of national strategy, Alex. But there are questions that remain about the legality of forcing states to do things. A clear example of this is the idea of a national mask mandate. Now, incoming President Joe Biden has said that he will ask all governors and all to put in place some kind of mask mandate, but really it's up to the states and the governors to decide whether or not they're going to do that.
So, Kellen, we know that Joe Biden, he is, I believe, still at church right now, along with several of the congressional leaders and others who will be incoming with him the next 4 years. At the Capitol, we showed just a second ago, when the black SUVs start arriving, that's when things start to get in motion, and we are seeing some people starting to arrive, beginning with the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So as that happens, we'll bring it to you live here on Newsy. But in the meantime, Joe Biden has said, it's not just the economy or COVID. COVID at this point is driving or dragging down the economy, Kellen. So when you talk about vaccine rollout, where are we right now in that current status?
Chance, experts say we are not where we need to be. The latest figures from the CDC show that about 13.5 million people have received at least one dose of the vaccine. But the more telling figure is how many people have gotten their second dose, because the two vaccines we have approved right now, they take 2 doses before any kind of immunity will kick in. And that number right now, Chance, stands at just a little bit over 2 million, which is far less than what the Trump administration had promised by this time. They had said that we would expect to have have about 20 million people being fully vaccinated by this time. So we're just at a fraction of that amount right now. On top of all of this, the Department of Health and Human Services last week announced that they were going to be releasing the stockpile of vaccine that they had in reserve. But state governors and officials say that that's a misleading promise on the part of the president, because there was no such reserve or stockpile. At least that's what these governors are saying. They say that the Trump administration has been pulling directly off the manufacturing lines. And again, you know, during this sort of tricky transition time, there's a lot of focus on how this strategy is going to switch from one administration to the other. And I think we're going to see that play out, particularly with how vaccines are allocated. Just last week, the Department of Health and Human Services said they were changing their strategy for allocating those vaccines. They were urging states to start giving them to people age 65 and over, and said that they were going to be distributing them to states based on their population of people in that age bracket, which is different than what they had been doing before. They were giving states a 2-week period to get their data and reporting in order. But the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Alex Azar, said that they did not consult with anybody on the Biden administration's team before making that decision. So I think we're going to have to see how a Biden administration comes in and handles that, and whether or not they're going to completely shake up that sort of method of distribution.
Right. So, Kellen, now just to tell you what we're seeing more and more people start to file into those chairs that you can see are obviously social distance, because this is a very different inauguration than what we're used to because of the pandemic. So when we talk about vaccine rollouts, Kellen, over the last couple of months or so, we've talked about the fact that things aren't where they are supposed to be. We're nowhere close to that. And coming into this Biden administration, we know that he's vowed to get 100 million shots into Americans' arms over the next 100 days. A lot of people are wondering, is that even realistic? How does he plan to do that and pivot from this point where we aren't where we're supposed to be?
Alex, Biden has a huge emphasis on production of vaccine in his plan. So, you know, in order to get to that figure, we're going to see this major ramp up of production. And there's talk that he may even be considering invoking the Defense Production Act to sort of, you know, put the weight of the federal government behind that and really use that act to prioritize the production, manufacturing, and distribution to an even higher degree of those vaccines. And we know that the incoming president has rolled out this huge economic relief plan, and that includes some measures that they say will help in getting out more of those vaccines as well. Part of this is putting a lot of dollars behind, you know, sort of federal testing sites and really ramping up the ability to test and do contact tracing as well, and also hiring about 100,000 public health workers to help in terms of working at those sites and being able to distribute those vaccines, these testing sites and vaccine distribution centers that would be established by the federal government.
All right, Kellen Howell, thank you. Well, as Chance mentioned earlier, once you see the black SUVs, that means things are getting going. Right now, we're not too sure who is inside of those SUVs, but we know that things are getting rolling, and we will be expecting President-elect Biden to take the oath of office in just a couple of hours now. Until then, I want to take a step back for a moment and take a walk down inauguration memory lane. The first inauguration took place on April 30th, 1789 with George Washington. Biden, at the age of 78, he's now the oldest president to be inaugurated. President Donald Trump will be the first outgoing president in over 150 years to not attend his successor's inauguration. John Adams, John Quincy Adams, Andrew Johnson, and Gerald Ford also didn't go to the inaugurations of their successors. The first televised inauguration was Harry Truman's in 1949. And man, how things have changed since then on a lot of fronts. Well, Nathaniel Reed is on the ground right now. Nate, good morning. First, what is the security presence like around you? I mean, the last couple of weeks, you have seen firsthand just how things have changed. So what are you seeing now this morning?
Well, this is the first day I haven't actually been able to make it inside the Capitol complex just because of the vast amount of security that's there, keeping us regulars from actually going in the building. So if you take a look behind me, you can in fact see the Capitol Dome, a place I'd be on a normal Wednesday. But as you can also see, 7-foot non-scalable fencing, that razor wire keeping folks from entering. As you can see, there's also some construction behind that that's unrelated to the current security operations, but a lot of security personnel, a lot of National Guardsmen, 22,000 100,000 of them have been deployed here to D.C. As you can see, Jersey barricades, keeping cars from driving on these streets. You were just talking about SUVs showing up with a lot of dignitaries. We're seeing a lot of those SUVs right here pulling in through the multiple security checkpoints. There are 3 or 4 security checkpoints just to get to where we are standing right now if you're taking a vehicle. And so certainly this is a very high security area. Of course, we're just right outside of that Capitol complex, as you can see over there. But for right now, it does feel pretty safe, and certainly all of these streets quiet. These would be bustling streets filled with cars, people driving to work. There are 700,000 people who live here in D.C. I am one of them, in addition to the folks who work and are politicians here. But at the same time, a lot of downtown D.C. this morning entirely shut down due to the inauguration.
Feeling very safe. That is the exact thing that all of America wants to hear this morning. Now, I'm with you. I have a bird's eye view up here. I haven't seen anything that is, concerning, but I did have on the former FBI director, James Comey, with me yesterday, Nate, and he told me he's very concerned, not only in the nation's capital, but also in state capitals around the nation. Any signs of protest or unrest?
Well, I mean, you get the occasional single person who is protesting. I mean, right now there's a guy who likes to walk around with a sign that says Jesus saves, who's here pretty much every single day on the Hill. And so certainly today is not a aberration from the normal. Chance, we're actually just a couple hundred feet from you, just on the ground, a little bit below the rooftops of the city. But at the same time, things are pretty locked down here. There are a couple of designated protest points. We saw one earlier. They told us they only expected about 5 people to be at that protest point. So certainly security is very tight here. There are only so many people who are allowed to actually protest in the streets of D.C. due to the increased security presence around the city.
So right now, just to kind of reset, we are waiting for former President George W. Bush. He's supposed to be arriving in just a couple of minutes to attend this inauguration. So Nate, now I want to turn to the Senate. The balance of power is about to shift to the Democrats. So how will that help Biden administration's legislative agenda? We know that there's a lot that he wants to do. How is that going to look?
Well, everyone knows the swearing in today is at 12 o'clock noon. That's a tradition that's in fact in the Constitution, an amendment to the Constitution. But at the same time, just across that fence over in the Capitol building at 4:30 p.m. today, it's expected that Jon Ossoff, Raphael Warnock, the 2 senators-elect, Democratic senators-elect from Georgia, are going to take their oath of office, along with Alex Padilla. He, of course, is the former California Secretary of State who is going to be assuming Kamala Harris's Senate seat for the final 2 years of her term. That alone is going to shift the balance of power in Washington in favor of the Democrats. 50 Democratic senators, 50 Republican senators at that point, with Kamala Harris as vice president and the ceremonial president of the Senate breaking any ties. And so certainly that allows Democrats to get floor votes on a lot of the things they've been hoping to talk about for years that have been blocked by Republican Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. That includes health care, that includes those $2,000 stimulus checks. A lot of those things were expected to hear legislation come to the floor of the Senate to try and come for an up or down vote. Biden, of course, is going to work very closely with those moderates, those Susan Collinses, those Lisa Murkowskis, who are typically toward the center of the ideological spectrum, to try and pass his agenda. The reason being, legislation in the Senate still needs that 60-vote threshold in order to pass. So just with a simple majority, they actually cannot pass a lot of legislation. They can, however, confirm judges to federal courts across the U.S., as well as judges to the Supreme Court of the United States, with just a simple majority. And so certainly we'll see how that all shakes up in the first 100 days of Biden's administration. I have to mention, though, the Senate, they're not going to be getting on these priorities immediately. They still have an impeachment trial into soon-to-be former President Donald J. Trump to take up, the second impeachment trial they've taken up, and certainly that is going to take up a fair amount of the Senate's time. The shortest of those trials, just 21 days, the longest 89 days, and so it could be a good amount of the first 100 days that we're just focused on an impeachment trial.
And right now on your screen, we're looking live as President-elect Joe Biden, along with Kamala Harris, the Vice President-elect, and leaders from Congress, including Chuck Schumer and some others, Mitch McConnell there as well, joined Joe Biden at his church, and they went to Mass. He is only the second Catholic president of the United States ever. Only the second. So again, some history making today in ways that are kind of unexpected, I think, for a lot of people. So once they leave here, again, they'll go about their business of collecting. They will make their way over to the Capitol once some of these, higher ranking dignitaries and, as they're called here, formers, former VP, former president get there, they have these little hideaways that they can go and they can sit and they can wait before they go and present themselves. But it looks like House Speaker Nancy Pelosi there also leaving the church, which isn't too far from here. So while we see this and we see them, again, migrate together over to the Capitol, Nate, I don't want to drag us into the depths of nerdland, but I want to ask you really quick. And again, I don't want to, elongate this much more, but Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell, they have not agreed on a power sharing agreement. In other words, the Senate can't really function and figure out, how many votes are required to pass things and doing tie breaking until they just, do this deal. Are they closer to doing that?
Well, the power sharing agreement is all just in recognition of the fact that there'll be 50 Democratic senators and 50 Republican senators. So on a daily basis, it's actually going to be pretty much an even split up there on the Hill, with the exception of course, votes that Kamala Harris would have to come from the White House, from the Eisenhower Executive Office building across the street to break a tie. And so certainly the reason they want to get this power sharing agreement into place is to just try and figure out how the daily business of the Senate is going to be taken up with that such a unique 50-50 split, 50 Republicans, 50 Democrats. I have to say, though, this negotiation, I'd say it almost became a fight yesterday. It spilled over into public view with spokespeople for both Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell telling the press, I got an email very late last night with a statement from the press secretary to Mitch McConnell, specifically saying that they are hoping that Chuck Schumer does not try and demolish that legislative filibuster requiring that 60-vote threshold on legislation. And so certainly that is something we're expected to hear more from in the coming days. And of course, they're going, it seems like very likely they're going to start this new Senate with everyone finally in place at 4:30 p.m. today without this power sharing resolution figured out. And certainly very striking images to see Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell together, not holding hands, but at the same church service, of course, with their former Senate colleague, Vice President, soon to be President Joe Biden.
Nate Reed on Capitol Hill, thank you. So we are looking at a live motorcade, Alex, out there right now as, again, it's always a bit of a guessing game. And, this year's even harder to identify some of the officials because of these masks.
Yes, I know. I mean, and that's not the only thing that's different about this. I mean, from the amount of people there, we're talking about seeing thousands and thousands and thousands of people at inaugurations for past presidents. And this is very different. As Alex Miller has been showing us, that, the chairs there are all spaced out to a social distance from everyone. We're not seeing the massive crowds on the street where parades would be or where Biden would walk to the White House or anything like that. So that's very different. But one thing that is the same that we've seen every single inauguration is this sense of hope as that sun rose this morning, symbolizing that new beginning, that page being turned. And I think that a lot of people do feel that sense of hope right now as they're watching, even leading up to today, kind of the dawning of a new day, if you will. We know that President Trump is on his way to Florida now. He left this morning, not participating in any of the Inauguration Day festivities or normal traditions. Vice President Pence is, however. So you see this kind of attempt at maybe mending some of the divisions that we've seen, over the last 4 years, and probably more heightened in the last couple of months since the November election. And as we're talking about with the church, he invited members of the Republican members of Congress, and that is something that we probably will see a lot of, as he has said that he wants to really reach across the aisle. So Chance, you are my eyes right now, my eyes and ears. So what are you seeing right now?
Well, if you could see me, I'm turned around and very cautiously looking over this very high balcony, but just a large caravan just went by. Yeah. It looks like perhaps the pool for former President Barack Obama. You mentioned that word hope. He hope and change, his motto. He said that's what we're bringing to the nation. And I know he just wished Joe Biden good luck. Yeah. He told him he was proud of him on Twitter, and he'll be joining him here today In the background, you can hear the band. They are all fired up. They are playing in the halls underneath the Capitol. Many of the members of Congress and their guests, they are holed up in there waiting to go out. It's kind of like Noah's Ark. I think they're doing it 2 by 2 by 2. Everybody has to take their turn.
Yeah.
And so as we await some of the former presidents, again, we are planning to see former President Bush and Obama, and they're going to be exiting their cars here pretty soon. So again, it's not just as if it's off to the races once they step out.
Right.
It takes a moment for them to do their own thing inside and have their own little formalities that are hidden from view, and we only find out about in books written 4 to 8 years later.
Right. No, I know. It's going to be very interesting, as we've been talking about all morning, just how different this is going to be today, just to kind of see what that actually looks like. I mean, this is virtual. It's something that we're not used to. And I believe we have Michelle Obama right there, former First Lady, walking. And there's her husband, former President Barack Obama. And Barack Obama has been, you know, such a huge supporter. We saw during the tail end of the presidential campaign where Barack Obama was traveling in support of President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. And he has really seen the hard work that President-elect Biden has done. I mean, just in his 8 years in the White House. So he's seen him as a senator, and then as a vice president, and now as a president.
Sure. And now Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, the former Secretary of State, they're next in line. And so as we see these roll in, again, we roll into a new chapter in American history. Boy, does that band sound good or what?
They do. I was going to say, they're getting down there.
Every time I take a pause, I think, can we just wait and listen to this? You know, it's really a beautiful day out here. Yeah. There is a breeze blowing. It's crisp, it is clear, there are a few clouds in the sky, but every time the sun breaks through, it is a nice break for everybody. And as for right now, things are going according to plan. Everyone's mentioning, oh, this isn't like normal. It's not like normal, but as for right now, things are safe. Yeah. As for right now, they are on schedule. And as for right now, everyone is here to show a united front and say, let's figuratively hold hands and walk into the future of our country together, regardless of party or ideology. You see, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton exiting the vehicle, and former President Bill Clinton probably going to make his way around that other side. Yeah. Yes, they are. And you know, kind of, they're an exemplar of being able to put divisions to the side. It's not too long ago that in 2007, 2008, they were bitter competitors, right. Sometimes even enemies on the campaign trail. Bill Clinton said things that really hurt Obama's feelings. Hillary Clinton's campaign put out stuff he didn't like. And what did they do? He said, for the good of our country and for the good of our mission, I think we should actually be a team. And they've put that aside, and now they've become very close friends. And I think everyone can agree that that's what we hope many, many people in Washington and many, many people in our hometowns can do. If they can do it, hopefully others can do it.
For sure. I mean, I think that we all play a huge role in this too, just as we move through our daily lives. So I want to get to Andrew Rafferty now. Do we have him? Is he okay? Okay. Hey, good morning.
I think Andrew's here. Hey, guys.
Hey. So let's take a step back for a minute. In just a few hours, the United States will have its 46th president. So can you explain the significance of this moment?
Yeah, 46th president, 59th time we've done this through an inauguration. Every time it goes through this process, it is, in fact, historic. And certainly today will be historic for a lot of the reasons you guys have been outlining throughout the morning. But just taking a step back, this is an incoming administration that faces tremendous challenges and faces a country that is largely divided. We know that polling shows a majority of Americans feel that the country is on the wrong track right now. And so he comes in here, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, with the hope of 80 million plus votes, that something different can happen, because there hasn't been a whole lot that Americans have felt hopeful about over the past year or so. And so the significance here can't be overstated, because this is really on them to try to bring in some optimism, help the country turn a corner. And it's a tremendous challenge. It's one that Joe Biden knows well because he faced tremendous challenges when he was coming in as vice president in 2008 as well.
So how does
President-elect Biden coming in, I'm sorry,
Go ahead,
Alex.
Tim, go ahead.
With President-elect Biden coming in, you know, he doesn't begin with this full cabinet. I remember, I think it was back with Barack Obama, that he had a few nominees confirmed that first day ready to go. And, you know, usually it's like Department of Defense. Right now, Department of Homeland Security would be very important. HHS with things like COVID. How do those empty spots in his cabinet, how do they impact his agenda?
Yeah, well, if you listen to the Biden campaign or transition team, I got to stop calling it a campaign. It's administration now. But if you listen to them talk, it is a tremendous challenge. And some of that, of course, was because of those two Senate races in Georgia, those runoffs where Democrats were hoping to win and ultimately did win. We know they'll be sworn in later today. So it's not just one person's inauguration. It is, we're seeing a couple inaugurations today. That's part of it. Certainly COVID and sort of the security implications that we saw with the Capitol riots just 2 weeks ago all play into this. But if you listen to the Biden team, the idea of not having Homeland Security, head of the Pentagon, Department of Defense, all these things really play into it. And so for them, it's not a matter of policy as much as it is national security. You guys, we're all in D.C., at least Chance and I, and it's very apparent just the security challenges that have been presented today. And so they view that as a huge problem. And that's why it is one of their top priorities, is getting at least those essential security personnel into place, sworn in, ready to go pretty soon. And that's why that's one of their top priorities. But it's not something that they ran on. They didn't run on getting their cabinet appointed. That's not something that they really think is part of the inspiring message I hope to be talking about today. It's more of a distraction, something that needs to get done in the coming days here, guys.
So in the last 2 weeks, I mean, we've been talking a lot about security and just how they were going to pull this off. Up to 25,000 National Guard members in D.C. That incident that happened, the attack on the Capitol 2 weeks ago today, that really heightened the division that was already happening within the country. And since then, President-elect Joe Biden has really been harping on the need to unite and to reach across the aisle in several different ways in order to bring and restore unity in the divided country. So how exactly does he go about doing that? I mean, to some people, it may feel like it's impossible.
You know, it's interesting. I heard an interview with Pete Buttigieg, who, pending confirmation, is going to be head of the Department of Transportation. And he really is a guy who I've had an opportunity to interview a couple times. Hard to peel back the layers. But he said this morning that a number of presidents, in his words, have been, quote, humbled by the idea of bringing the country together. And I think that was really a tacit kind of acknowledgement of just kind of the difficulty that lies ahead for this new administration. We expect Joe Biden's going to be able to give a speech that praises unity and bringing the country together, hits all the right notes, but how to actually go ahead and govern from there is a much more difficult thing. We know that he's going to start with COVID, start with some of these things that do have a little bit more majority support, that are big ticket items that have seen bipartisan leeway, bipartisan openings to work together. But from there, it only gets more difficult. And certainly my inbox has been filled up this morning with Republican members who are opposing some of the actions that we're going to see later today, whether it is revoking permits for the Keystone Pipeline. There are just so many issues that are not bipartisan, that are not divisive, that are not have room for both parties to work together. And I think that is going to be a huge challenge for Joe Biden because, again, you got a speech, you're going to give the inaugural address, you're going to hear all that stuff about bringing us together. But where you go from there in the much more difficult work of governing is a much taller task than giving a speech.
Andrew, on our screen right now, we're seeing live pictures as the former president and the president-to-be very soon arriving, Mitch McConnell. He's arriving, and, you know, he has run the Senate for the past several years, and he's run it with an iron fist. He's about to lose his control, as you were talking about, but he will still play a pivotal role just as he did before he took power. So as we look at this building, I can't help but be struck by the images here. Mitch McConnell was in that building 2 weeks ago to this very day when the siege happened. Mike Pence, the vice president, he was inside that building at this time. As we see this, and I read through my notes here, who's greeting them at the door as all these dignitaries walk in. It is people like the Sergeant at Arms, the new ones because the other ones were replaced, the acting chief of the U.S. Capitol Police. And so they're there to really symbolize this is secure, this is ready. And so as we see the Amy Klobuchars and Steny Hoyers and all of these others walking into this building where they know they have the work of the people, the work of the government to get done, it seems that they want to send a message. This is secure, and so is our future.
Well, certainly, and I think that's part of the reason why we're going to see, and there was really no doubt that Joe Biden would be sworn in outside. We heard Democrats, members of his own party, saying, listen, this is going to be a pandemic inauguration. It's already going to be different. There's not going to be thousands of people on the mall. Just do it inside, do it in the rotunda. Other presidents have done it there for different reasons. And throughout that process, the Biden team has remained pretty steadfast that they want to do this outside, not just
I think we lost Andrew's audio as we went to the Marine Corps band, but boy, is it worth it on this morning. It's soaring, and I think that lady right there, that looks like Sheila Jackson-Lee. I think she captured it for us. That music is majestic. I think we got Andrew back.
Hey guys, can you hear me now? I mean, there's a lot of reasons that you can lose me, and I think that's a good one. If you're going to lose my audio to the Marine Corps band, I won't lose sleep over that. But no, I mean, I was saying that this is just such an important moment, not just for the Biden team and this new administration, but they certainly, Biden being an institutionalist, having spent 4+ decades in the Senate, having spent 8 years as vice president, he knows just how important these kind of institutional, symbolic rituals are to the nation, and certainly the continuation of having an outdoor celebration, even if it looks different, even if there's a lot less people there. What you're going to see at home is probably not that different than what would normally happen, and that's why he wanted to make sure that this was outside.
And I think this should be President-elect Joe Biden's motorcade here that just arrived. Again, we'll keep an eye on that. I'm not sure if they've made over from the church just yet. So again, it's always a bit of a mystery game. Hey, real quick before we talk to Alex Miller, who is in the grandstands, I just wanted to ask you, Andrew, if we still have you. Maggie Haberman at the New York Times, and I think the White House is now confirming that President Trump did leave a note for President-elect Joe Biden. What does that tell you?
Yeah, well, I think that was a big question. We had our White House reporters asking that same question in the days leading up to this. It does tell us that he at least respects some of the institutions and traditions that he has so often kind of rebuffed. And I think one of the big questions that a lot of us are going to have is what it said in that note. We heard from him today really foreshadow a potential comeback of some sort. And if that is a theme of that note, that'll be really interesting, because that is a relatively recent tradition, but an important one, and one that has caught a lot of people's attention, certainly, Chance.
All right, thank you, Andrew. So here's a bit of a rundown, if you will, for the moments to come. So in just a bit, we're going to have an announcement of House and Senate Sergeant at Arms. Then we are going to see the former members and senators arrive at about 10:17 Eastern. And just a couple minutes after that, former Speaker Ryan is recognized and stands, and he'll be there as well. And we were talking about, all the SUVs pulling up, and I believe I saw Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer there walking out. So we have a lot of big names here coming to this inauguration, including Vice President Mike Pence, not including President Trump. So let's get back to Alex Miller now, who's on Capitol Hill this morning. Alex, where do you start if you're the incoming administration and you're trying to bridge some of these divides? As I mentioned earlier, I mean, things about, racial equality and the pandemic, those have been really divisive topics, and they've turned into really political topics. So how does Biden even try to mend these breaks?
Oh yeah, he's definitely got his work cut out for him. I think one of the things he is going to start with is this COVID relief plan that he put out within the last few days, $1.9 trillion. At the end of this last term, there were plenty of Republicans who were supportive of these $2,000 payments that didn't end up coming to fruition. People ended up getting $600, and the part of Biden's plan is to add another $1,400, up to $1,400 for people. And so he may be able to get some more Republicans on board, since this is something that some had already voiced support. But you're right, this is going to continue to be a controversial issue. And there are many Democrats who want to see the first bill, H.R. 1, become the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. That is something that many Democrats are supportive of. They want to see voting rights overhaul. And this is something that, frankly, Democrats have the power to do because they have a slim majority in the House, and they will have that tie-breaking vote in the Senate. And so if they decide to go their own way, they will be able to have the votes most likely to get things done. But as you said, and as he has projected, President-elect Joe Biden's priority, he has said, is unity. And so he's going to have to walk a fine line, putting forward the policy agendas that he has promised to his voters, but also that larger promise to unity that he promised Americans as a whole throughout his entire campaign.
So what our viewers are looking at right now, Alex, the field of flags symbolizing everyone who couldn't be there at the inauguration today. Again, we're used to seeing those big, huge crowds, people lining the streets, everywhere you can turn. You see people on a day like this, and you can certainly feel the anticipation still. I mean, even if you are watching from home, there is this level of excitement and anticipation of what's to come, because this is a really incredible moment at the Capitol. So we just heard Andrew Rafferty talk about how today is so different from 2 weeks ago, a totally different scene. I mean, if you want to just talk about security alone, that's another almost 25,000 members of National Guard. So today it's supposed to be a peaceful transfer of power. So can you give us a sense for the mood on the ground there today? What is it like?
Yeah, it's an incredibly positive mood. Look, I do think it says something that 2 weeks ago, exactly where I'm standing, there were mobs of people breaking windows, barging into the Capitol, beating people up, having hand-to-hand combat with police officers. And just in 2 weeks' time, we turned around and they put together this huge event to honor the transition of power. Look, it would be tough to say that it was unilaterally peaceful because of what we saw on January 6th, the fact that President Trump himself is not here today. But overall, you can see the continuity of government really showing its face right now. I mean, I've got surround sound of the Marine Band on the ground. There are governors, Republicans and Democrats that are here. I saw a photo of Speaker Ryan talking to Congressman Jim Jordan, people who really were at odds for quite some time. Congressman Jordan obviously not accepting the results of the election, one of the most ardent supporters of President Trump. Even he is here today to show that continuity of government. When you're looking at security today, Alex, there is just an incredible amount of security, not only within these grounds, but also down the streets of Washington, D.C. We've got a red zone where nobody can drive. We've got a green zone where you have to have a pass to even get in. They're really trying to make sure that everything is as safe as possible. We had to go through multiple ID checks, security checks, have our bags searched, COVID screenings, everything to make sure not only that we are safe because of the events of January 6th and in general, really, but also because of the coronavirus. If you can see behind me, I'm not sure how great the vantage point is, but typically the risers behind me are completely filled with members of Congress, dignitaries, important people to the government. It is a much smaller crowd this time around down, each member only allowed to have one guest. Those are all socially distanced, not only behind me, behind where President-elect Biden will take his oath, but also on the ground as well. They are trying to keep this as minimal as possible. Even on the grounds just off where this entire event is happening, it's completely empty. And so they've really kept this a small crowd, which honestly is really symbolic. As someone who has followed President-elect Biden since the beginning of his campaign, since in his primaries, he really didn't have these big crowds. And so this really, frankly, isn't all that different to what he has, done for the last year plus.
Right. So right now we are still waiting for President-elect Biden and his wife Jill Biden to get to the Capitol. And now, as you see on your screen, we see a large motorcade. Not sure if that is him. It could possibly be him. So we're going to expect to see him just in a little bit. But in the meantime, we had a live shot of a lot of the big names right now. So we saw Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. We saw Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi there, kind of like in a holding period, it looked like. And all eyes are on this event today. This is what is happening, and this is what is important. And we've kind of been looking back a little bit and reflecting as we go through our coverage this morning. But I want to look forward now, Alex, and really talk about what President-elect Biden could say in his inaugural address. We know that unity is going to be a huge, huge topic, especially as we just spoke about. Things are pretty divided right now. What else can we expect?
Look, I think that's going to be the crux of this, not just because of what we've seen in the last couple of weeks and even frankly since the election, but this has been really his message for his entire campaign. So we are going to hear a lot about unity. I think he's going to talk about the pandemic, not only from the health and the economic perspective, but also from the emotional perspective. Look, if nothing else, President-elect Biden is an extremely deeply feeling person. He wears his heart on his sleeve. In all of his speeches, he talks about the pain of grief, and I think that he's going to touch on, the grief that Americans are feeling right now, whether they've lost someone, whether they're suffering in some other way. And I think his job and what his plan is likely going to be is to try to lift people up and give them a little hope, considering we really haven't seen, brighter days in quite some time.
Yeah, and it has been a while now, especially if you just think about the coronavirus pandemic in itself. The first case, it's been a year since that was discovered here in the U.S. So that is also something to think about, especially as we just surpassed 400,000 people infected. Just how grave of a number and statistic that is right now. Now, Alex, you mentioned this earlier in the show. You've covered Washington for years. You've been to a couple inaugurations. So my first question is kind of more on a personal note. After what happened 2 weeks ago, seeing the place where you go to work every day, looking a lot different than you've ever seen it in your life, how did that feel to you?
It's interesting. We have a lot of different choices when we come to the Capitol to work, where we're going to enter, what security door we're going to go through. And I think the same thing every time I go through security in the actual Capitol itself, not one of the side office buildings. I think, first of all, how lucky I am to work there. It's so exciting for me. 6+ years in, every single time I walk into the office, every single day. But then I think, wow, it's crazy that I work in a place that is probably a terrorist threat. And then my next thought after that is, but I'm safe because of Capitol Police and all of the security that happens on Capitol Hill. A lot of that security was shattered in the last 2 weeks, not just for me, but for many of the colleagues that I work with. Frankly, staffers, Republican, Democrats, journalists, whatever you do on Capitol Hill, there was a danger on January 6th. And so I think that, all of us going to work the last 2 weeks have been, eagle-eyed, paying attention to our surroundings more than we ever have. And so to come here today, obviously, we're all on very high alert, just because of the amount of security we've had to go through. I mean, it's palpable that there is so much going on. But to come here and to see that we could still put this event together, that there's still the country trying to move forward is at least comforting in some ways, I would say.
Right. So again, we're keeping an eye on this very large motorcade that's making its way to the Capitol. Let's talk about Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. I spoke a little bit earlier about my personal connection to just the significance of this historic moment for her as a woman and a woman of color. And I can relate to that because this is the first time that I've seen anyone that looks like me in this high of a position right now. So kind of talk about the historical significance, and as we're seeing her right now, and there's her husband, Doug Emhoff, right now, and Joe Biden is getting out of his vehicle as well. We'll be expecting to see Joe Biden kind of coming around that corner in just a minute. But Alex, again, just the historical context of Vice President-elect Kamala Harris reaching this point.
Look, I mean, when you think just 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton said that she had, put some cracks in the glass ceiling, but it hadn't been broken yet. You have Senator Harris, soon to be Vice President Harris, cracking the ceiling even further for women. Of course, this is something that we have never seen before, and she knows, she has said over and over again that she may be the first, but she shouldn't be the last. I think that she understands the gravity of the role that she is about to play. And frankly, when I was at election night, the night that they actually declared their victory and they had all of those cars there, and she was talking about how girls, women of color, you can do things that you never thought that you could. I was standing next to a mom and her daughter, and she turned to her daughter and said, "That could be you too." And it was just this incredibly moving experience to see that message really go to somebody. I mean, the girl couldn't have been more than 8 years old. And, I think that for people that are going to get to watch her be sworn in today, no matter, what you look like, you can see that this is going to make another shift in our government.
Definitely. So typically, I mean, we see a lot of excitement and celebration following the inauguration. And the actual swearing in and, taking the oath of office. What are we going to see today? But first, Alex, I want to listen in just to see what's going on here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. President-elect Joe Biden and his wife Joe Biden, as well as Vice President-elect Kamala Harris and her husband, are walking now into the Capitol after walking up those stairs. We've been following that motorcade for some time now, so they have officially made it to the building. And we have Chance back now. Chance, I mean, I know I'm feeling really excited. This is, like I said earlier, my first time covering it in this capacity. We see House Speaker Nancy Pelosi right there. This is something that, people are going to remember for a very long time. We mentioned just how historic it is. Well, the things that have happened are going to be written in history books to come. How are you feeling?
Their Excellencies, the bilateral chiefs.
Well, you know, I always just kind of, I sit in these moments of wonder, honestly. You know, just looking up there at that picture a second ago with President-elect Biden, Vice President-elect Harris, and then next to them, I'm sure people were wondering, did we elect a vice president? No, that was Roy Blunt. And Roy Blunt is a senator from my home state, Missouri. And, you know, as you see these people, you know, he has kind of ascended to this position where he planned this whole event. I think it is so powerful to remember, you know, this is not about aggrandizing D.C. or these people with special titles and fancy, expensive clothes. It's about them representing us, all of us. Let's listen in. What you're looking in right here, that is in the basement of the Capitol. That's called the crypt, and that actually is the scene of where we initially saw the insurrectionists break into the building 2 weeks ago. At that time, melee, disorder. Today, we see armed guards and honor restored to it. And so, as we see the building come back to what it really is more than an edifice and marble. It's really about our country and its structure and where we're going. Christian Bryant is back with us now up here on the balcony with the beautiful music and the sun peeking out of the clouds. And Christian, today's a special day.
It sure is. I was going to ask you, what did I miss? You know, I was gone for like 2 hours, and now we're at the fanciest, you know, band concert I've ever been to. You know, this is a special moment, man, and the weather is holding out as well.
I have to admire these senators and House members. I guess they want to be tough, but some of them are not wearing a coat. Who was it? I don't remember who it was. Maybe JFK, one of them who wanted to do their speech without a coat just to show how strong and vital they are. I say no, put on the thickest coat you can find.
I'm sorry, I moved here from Chicago, and at a certain point you have to give up being cute and just put on the right things. Right? You're still cute, but you know you gotta put on the right things. I mean, it is a chilly day today, but maybe we're all powered by the excitement of what this is. You know, we only see this, you know, every 4 years, you know, and this is a special moment. So kind of watching this procession kind of take place, watching things get geared up, seeing the familiar faces kind of make their way to the stage, you know, it's all of it is really exciting.
Lindsey Graham. And, you know, we're just kind of rotating through a lot of these. These are the two Connecticut senators, Chris Murphy and Blumenthal there. And so, you know, as I look at all this and, you know, you see all the service members and you hear the music and you see these, you know, House leadership members, you know, it's not really about, again, it's not about them. And I think that so many Americans have felt disillusioned, you know, by politicians really, as I said, aggrandizing themselves. And maybe this year it's a refocus of the spotlight on the American people and realizing that it takes each and every one of us to make this nation work. If we haven't seen that in the past few weeks, nothing will demonstrate that.
Yeah, a focus on the American people is a pretty interesting point here, especially considering that so many Americans are not able to actually be here. Mm-hmm. You know, you see them represented in the flags on the National Mall. You know, you see that this is an inauguration tailor-made for a virtual audience. Mm-hmm. You know, maybe that's sending a message as well that like it's not so much about people in high places, but it's about the folks that really kind of power democracy in a way, and the people who are actually watching from home.
Beautiful shots here, though, Alex.
Yeah, definitely. So, you know, we're talking about everyone kind of filing in, the big names that we're, you know, used to seeing, but one person that's not there, President Trump. He is still in the air right now, expected to land in Florida, I believe, in about half an hour, 45 minutes, about that. Is that something that you think will be pretty obvious throughout the morning, just like that hole where he should be?
Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah.
You know, and again, we're not there having conversations with these people, but for instance, you saw former House Speaker Paul Ryan, a rock-ribbed conservative, show up today. Did he have to show up? No, he didn't have to show up. In fact, he's taken pains to stay out of the spotlight, but he said he wanted to be here today because he wanted to show the importance of, again, this transfer of power, whether it was to a Republican or to a Democrat. And so I know there's been a lot of preoccupation with the president being here, but it doesn't seem the people involved are that preoccupied.
I mean, if I could jump in here, really, I feel like everyone else is kind of filling the void right here. You know, people are carrying out this process in the way that it's been done traditionally. You know, we asked the question, will people notice if he's gone? I think the biggest difference for me is kind of knowing what it has looked like during other inaugurations where the outgoing president has had a chance to kind of have those private moments with the incoming president, things like that. You're not going to see any of that, but at the same time, you know, if you're just kind of tuning in and watching things unfold, maybe you won't notice that he's not there because there's so much other stuff kind of going on as you're seeing right now.
And we're seeing a lot of people, too, that were denying the results of the election. So I find that, pretty interesting, too. And the fact that they are there, like Chance, you said, they don't have to be there necessarily. But I think that at the end of the day, what this presidential election has showed, what the Senate runoffs in Georgia showed, is that people care about what's happening. They care about what has happened the last 4 years. They've cared about what has been happening the last 6 months, or even the last 11 months or 12 months since this pandemic began. And so I think that what we're seeing, as Chance, I believe you mentioned, that the people are taking center stage right now. Obviously that's not literally because they can't be there, but I think that is a huge draw for some of those senators, Congress members who maybe weren't as agreeing upon the election results. So, to me, I think that's a good sign of what's to come, and hopefully it stays that way.
So as we look at this right here, we keep kind of flip-flopping back inside the building and outside the building, and again, I cannot help but just flash back briefly to 2 weeks ago when we're seeing these people walk down the hallway in the building. It's right through those red doors there in the middle, and if you march up one set of stairs, you're in the rotunda. That's where our country's most sacred paintings are, artwork who symbolize, who we are as a people. And so, again, 2 weeks to today, so entirely different. And it sounds like we're going to be hearing
Democratic Whip, the Honorable Dick Durbin and Mrs. Rima Doden. Majority Whip, the Honorable John
Leadership
Thune
from the Senate
and Mrs.
coming
Kimberly
in.
Thune. Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles
Chance,
Schumer.
I
and
want to
Mrs.
mention,
Irish
too, 1 week
Lonshaw
ago
Schumer.
today, the Trump impeachment was a huge topic, and that was debated.
Jennifer
So, we've been having a really busy last 14 days, and it is such a difference to see how things have transformed, physically at the Capitol that we're seeing now. Obviously, things are very different than 2 weeks ago, but to kind of see how everyone then came together afterwards and was able to put this on, and in the capacity that they're doing so, I think it could be argued that that is something to say about the American spirit. And Chance, you talked about this earlier, watching all of this unfold, just how proud you are to be an American. And I think that recovery is a part of that as well.
Yeah, you look at this and you almost can't help but feel that burst of pride in your heart. You see these people, not many people see them and think, I agree with every single thing they've ever said or stood behind. But that we live in a country where you can disagree, but still hopefully move forward, which I think is everyone's hope standing on that stage today. At least you have to hope it is their hope. That there's a beauty in that, because that's not only the founding, that's supposed to be our future.
Right. And Christian, you mentioned earlier that you are pretty new to Washington, D.C. So how are you feeling this morning? I mean, obviously very historic in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, I feel like a kid in a candy store. My eyes have been, wide open since the moment I got up today, just kind of taking it all in. It's a very different atmosphere,
right.
Because of the lack of folks that we're seeing. When I stepped out for a moment, I was just kind of walking the streets with some of my other colleagues, and there's nobody out here except for press, a lot of National Guard members, but you can still tell that there's something exciting happening. Where they can, people are still gathered to to watch or discuss kind of what's going on. And I mean, this is most certainly going to be a memorable inauguration. One of the things that I think about, not long ago, I had a chance to interview one of the people who was a part of the Obama-Biden transition team, and he made a pretty spectacular point in saying that inaugurations are special because you are changing over so many employees. It is, and people have to be committed to this transfer of power. This that's not a good business model to just change over like
throw it all in a blender every
right.
4 years.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do here, we're gonna switch all of us out right now. No, but it's pretty spectacular when you think about all the little details like that. You think about how this isn't something that you see every year. It's hard not to be excited about it, and that's kind of how I'm taking it in as a newcomer. I mean, it's a pretty, and the view doesn't hurt either.
No.
I'll say that.
Can I say something real quick that reminded me of is that so many people have discussed, this isn't like years past, this isn't like years past. And progress sometimes involves change, which can be difficult. And as the years march forward, that is progress. And so, we love some of our old traditions. The DNC was different this year. The RNC was different this year. That this year is different and that it is sensitive to the times we're living in, I don't think it necessarily has to be a bad thing.
Right.
Doesn't have to be a bad thing. You can kind of embrace it and say, this is where we are, and where are we going? There's a beauty in that, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this change, this difference that we're seeing today, all of it is very special, and it makes for a very momentous sort of occasion. This is a history-making inauguration as well, and I think all of those things are really kind of painting this entire inauguration in full color, right? You're able to see things and hear things that you haven't quite heard before. So
what?
So I'm not quite sure who this is coming down, but I'm sorry, Alex, you might have more details than me, but I think we're expecting here fairly soon. The former presidents to be coming. Oh, is this Dan Quayle? Yeah, it's Dan Quayle. Sorry, he's about 1.5 inches on my screen here. I couldn't see him.
I want to give you props for being able to point these. You guys have been pointing out like specific people with their masks on. I don't know how you're doing that right now, but y'all are sharp.
Oh my
God. And incoming next is going to be the Clintons, I think, right?
I believe so. We'll see momentarily. I fortunately have a big screen. My contacts are a little dry though this morning, so we'll see if I can see everyone. I know they're a little crunchy, a little bit.
Somebody get her some solution, please, so she can see this.
Somebody, please. So yeah, we are. Oh, go ahead, Chance.
I see. Sonia Sotomayor, the justice. She's the first Latina justice, Sonia Sotomayor, and she happens to also be the one who's going to do the swearing in today of Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, and I think she's doing that intentionally.
I mean, it is one history-making person speaking to another history-making person. If I'm not mistaken, Kamala Harris is going to be sworn in using at least one of the Bibles that will be used will be Thurgood Marshall's Bible. If I'm not mistaken, a lot of history-makingness going on just in that
in that
process.
I think that's also a nod to others to say, I know that I'm not the only one, and I know I stand on the shoulders of others, which is important in those moments.
Yeah.
Yeah. little lovey-dovey moment.
I didn't think I'd see anybody get that close.
I didn't think we were going to see lovebirds, but so that's Bob Menendez. Actually, interesting story, by the way. Remember, he had a trial that he was actually tried for corruption, and it was because, you know, he was pushing for action allegedly on behalf of this eye doctor from Florida. Last night, the eye doctor, pardon.
Pardon. One of the pardon.
Pardon.
Wow.
And so everything comes full circle, and he was also acquitted. So as we see the Clintons arriving, you know, Bill and Hillary Clinton walking down, they've been to this, you know, for almost 3 decades at this point. I think back myself, and 1993, that's the first time I remember really sitting down and watching an inauguration and thinking, this is so cool. You know, I was in the middle of Missouri thinking, you know, I feel like I'm there. And now we really are. But it looks like Air Force One is going to be landing any minute now in Florida. Very short trip. President Trump will land before his successor officially takes the oath of office.
So guys, I want to bring in Kellen Howell right now and switch gears a bit. We're just moments away from the swearing in of the 46th president of the United States. And Kellen, she's been outside the White House for us all morning long, talking about this transition. The president-elect is also entering office with a slight Democratic majority. We've been talking about that slim margin. Now, once the newest senators are sworn in, I mean, it's still going to be pretty slim. So when will those swearings in happen, and just how much of an impact will that slim majority have on what Biden wants to do?
Well, Alex, right now the plan is to swear in those new senators later this afternoon after the inaugural ceremony and after Joe Biden has officially been declared the president, or sworn in as the president, rather. And this does give Democrats a slight majority. One of the biggest impacts of that, especially in the short term, is the switch that will happen in terms of the Senate committees. They had been Republican controlled. They will now be controlled by Democrats. And that is going to have a pretty big impact once we get into cabinet confirmation hearings and votes on that as well. This also gives Democrats a bit more control over sort of the scheduling of what comes to the floor, because that's going to rest ultimately in the hands of Senator Chuck Schumer and not Senator Mitch McConnell. But when we're talking about major pieces of sweeping legislation like immigration reform or health care reform, this majority isn't going to be big enough to give the Democrats sort of unilateral power to pass these things, because there is still this issue of the filibuster. Any sort of major legislation that isn't just a budget issue needs to be passed with 60 votes. So that means not only do you have to get every single Democrat to vote yes, but you also have to convince 10 Republicans to come over too. And so that's going to make passing this kind of immigration bill that we know the Biden administration plans to formally announce later today, passing that is going to be a pretty tough sell for them.
All the way from Texas, George W. Bush and Laura Bush joining the crowd there today in congratulating Joe Biden. He made a big point right after the election of saying this was fair, it was legitimate, and saying he will be our next president. And clearly you can see he's there in person to make that very point. So, Kellen, in any good party, you need someone at the top to tell everybody, here's what you're going to do. Like it or not, this is the vote you're going to take. I mean, almost always they're the ones calling the shots. Who is in charge of the GOP at this point?
That's a great question, Chance. I think in the Senate, a lot of folks would still say that it is Mitch McConnell. He has for years now been really great at leading his party, but it's gotten a little bit trickier lately, and we've seen a bit of splintering with some of these senators, like Missouri Senator Josh Hawley and Texas Senator Ted Cruz, who have been more willing to kind of stray from what Senator McConnell has wanted those senators to do in terms of their support of President Trump. I think time is really going to tell whether or not those kinds of lawmakers end up falling back in line and sort of sticking to their marching orders, or whether they're going to continue to take their cues from President Trump even after he leaves office.
So, Kellen, we've talked a lot about this morning how just 2 weeks ago, insurrectionists were storming the Capitol, breaking in, walking through the halls that have so much history to this country. And we've talked about how there's such a stark difference right now. So in that riot that I'm talking about at the Capitol, that really highlighted the deep divisions in our country that were already there, but it's kind of exacerbated it. So do you think that there is any healing on the horizon of those divisions? And if so, how is that even possible at this point?
I think that is the real hope right now, Alex, with Joe Biden coming in and his sort of main message from the beginning of his campaign really being a message of unity, a message of healing, a message of bringing people together so that we can, as he says, get sort of back to normal and back to better. So that's really the hope. But again, you know, as we were just talking about, there are still these folks, not only in Congress, but many Americans who truly support President Trump and really do believe that there was some sort of fraud that took place in this election, and they're not fully accepting of the election results at this point. So we're gonna have to just see how that plays out. Do these people and do these lawmakers continue to push back on a Biden administration and continue to sort of consider it to be illegitimate, and how does that play out? Or will we see a sort of collective sigh and sort of a willingness to kind of move on and try to do better?
Ellen Howell, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon. But for right now, just to get you in the loop and you know what's coming, here's a look at what's on the schedule today. The ceremony is expected to begin 11:30 a.m. Eastern. There will be an invocation. There will be Lady Gaga performing the national anthem. I'm going to set my VCR and tape it. Vice President-elect Kamala Harris is going to take the oath of office as well right after that. And then, of course, we will also hear President Joe Biden take the oath of office. Finally, we can drop the elect at that point, 46th President of the U.S. Also, there's going to be a collective visit to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Biden's going to be, he's going to be accompanied by the former presidents and their wives, then heading to the White House as president for the first time to sign some executive orders. And he has a whole laundry list of orders that he wants to sign right away. Looking at the stage right now, right outside the Capitol. On the west side of the Capitol, the sun is shining, the wind is blowing. It's not a great hair day if you're one of these officials out there. It's something like 30 to 35 mile per hour winds. It's whipping through here. We have a tent around us, but you might hear it in the background. But again, these are the moments when the really big names arrive, like Chief Justice John Roberts. He's going to be administering the oath to President-elect Joe Biden. So I think that we're going to go big picture right now because, again, it's so easy to get caught up in all the minutia, Alex, but a lot of big stuff is happening here.
It definitely. I mean, and we've seen all morning, just, you know, by the our expansive team that's out there sitting out in the cold mostly, just how far-reaching, you know, this day is. You know, it's not just for Vice President-elect Joe Biden or President-elect Joe Biden or Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. It is so much bigger than that. You can see in the foreground of the shot on your right, the field of flags. That's commemorating all the people that aren't able to be there. And so I think that while that has been kind of the center, the people of this country, that's who this is for. You know, that's why we're having this type of inauguration. Everyone was wondering how different it would be. But the fact that we're still having it and most people are in person, as you see right there, I think that's huge. So right now, I want to bring in Newsy Senior Political Director Andrew Rafferty. Andrew, President Trump isn't there, we know that, but Vice President Mike Pence is. So we're seeing a little bit of a mixed message in the transition from one to the next. What do you say about that?
Yeah, you know, and it caught a lot of people's eye that Mike Pence was not at that event earlier today with the president at Joint Base Andrews before he took off down to Florida. And so we know from our reporting that there has certainly been a rift between Pence and Trump in these final days. But I think looking forward, it sends a message that is important for Mike Pence. So we talk about Joe Biden being an institutionalist, having spent so many years in the Senate. Mike Pence largely is in that same vein. He was a member of the House. He was a governor of Indiana before becoming vice president. He has, by all accounts, a tremendous amount of respect for the institutions of government and the Constitution. And one of the most integral and important parts of the Constitution is that laying out the inauguration today on January 20th. Cut in really
quickly. We're seeing President Trump, Air Force One is landing right now. So that's what our viewers are seeing. But continue, Andrew.
Oh yeah, no, and I mean that's really just, we talk about, we've had these 4 years of President Trump who has really rebuffed a lot of these kind of institutional norms that we've seen so much. Mike Pence is not of that bill. He's very tied to President Trump, but I think he has a level of kind of respect or a level of appreciation for these big events that we haven't necessarily seen. Also of note, we talk about Mitch McConnell being there. His wife, Elaine Chao, also there today. She was a part of the Trump administration. She was really the first high-level cabinet member to resign after the riots just a couple of weeks ago. But she is there today, and that's also significant, guys.
And we see the Biden kids, they're coming in right now, led by Hunter and Ashley. Again, those are Joe Biden's kids.
You know who's not too far behind always? That would be Grandpa. He's going to be there pretty soon. But by the way, I was doing my research, and these grandchildren, they have the best names. I got to read them. Maisie, Finnegan, Naomi, and Natalie.
Love it.
I think they're probably going to capture social media as they suddenly step into this spotlight.
Yeah, Naomi, named after President-elect Joe Biden's his daughter, who passed away when he was much younger. We'll be seeing a lot more of the kids, the Biden kids, going forward.
Let's see. Yeah, some of them, honestly, are going to be thrust into the spotlight, and the family's kind of happy about it. Others, like Hunter Biden, as we walk into this, it looks like everybody is together. They're all a happy family on Capitol Hill. Well, they're not. Many Republicans would like to still investigate Hunter Biden, the son of Joe Biden. And so, again, while this is a day of festivities and plaudits, we also have some realities to contend with on the Hill very soon. And the split screen, it's pretty striking, is it, to have side by side the outgoing and incoming presidential families?
Yeah, I mean, it is a sign of maybe some division that still exists. We talk about how President-elect Biden wants unity, how he has a laundry list of things that he wants to get done, but there are still people that he needs to convince, still people that he needs to bring into the fold, because a lot of folks are still backers of the former president. They're still saying that still questioning the legitimacy of the election. So yeah. I think one of the things that I'm most interested in
Mike Pence here.
Yeah, Mike Pence is coming in. One of the things I'm most interested in is wondering exactly where there might be some common ground on a lot of the things that President-elect Biden is wanting to get done. We know that he has a few pillars that he's wanting to work toward: COVID-19, climate change, racial justice, the economy. It's going to be very interesting to see, especially considering.
But those are not areas of common ground.
Right. So that's what I mean.
Yeah.
The fact that where there might be some common ground on some of these things.
Like something like criminal justice reform, as you say. Sure. That for years, no go. Then suddenly they did find common ground, sentencing reform and things like that. So what do they say? Politics is the science of possibilities, or the art of possibilities. And you do have to find the possibilities. Sometimes you gotta search really hard. But I mean, Joe Biden in the Senate for 36 years, you don't make it 36 years in the United States Senate if you're not smart and tough son of a gun.
That's true.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And we just saw Vice President Mike Pence walking down the hall with his wife. And just to talk about the current kind of splitting and division that we're seeing within the Republican Party right now, as President Trump and Air Force One, they landed just moments ago. He's now in Florida, and Mike Pence is here in the Capitol as this is going on. So it's been interesting to see, especially after the riot at the Capitol, how, Vice President Mike Pence stood apart from President Trump at that moment, and they didn't really have a conversation until a week later. So it's been interesting for me to kind of see how, there was this huge division as far as, is this election, or was this election great? Or, I mean, was this election valid or not? And so then now you're kind of seeing the people that may have said that it wasn't valid. Now they're here at inauguration, still, wanting to commit to that transition of power. And then you see Vice President Mike Pence as well, kind of doing his duty for his position too.
And I'm hearing an announcement. I'm not quite sure over my shoulder who it is, but I think it could be. I think it could be Joe Biden very shortly. I heard Chief Administrative Officer. And so, things will get rolling here pretty quickly. This is the moment when you wonder, Joe Biden, career politician, presidential aspirant for decades. Do you have butterflies, or do you feel, as Barack Obama wrote in his book, I'm ready? I am ready.
I think he feels ready.
I don't know what he's feeling. You ready?
I think so. I think that when you have waited so long and you've worked so hard towards a goal in your life, he probably couldn't sleep much last night, but I think that he is so ready to take on these immense challenges that are coming his way, literally on the first day in office. So I think he's ready, and that made me just wanting to hope that he is, just as we hope for a positive next 4 years. But I think he's ready, Chance. What about you, Christian? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be. I mean, he's been here at least in this a similar situation before. He's been gunning for this role for years and years and years. You said we mentioned him. Maybe he wasn't able to get much sleep last night. It's like President-elect Joe Biden is just like us, not able to get much sleep last night at all.
And how's this for a side-by-side on our screen? Walking out of those doors, Mike Pence at the inauguration of the team that beat them, and walking out of the doors on the right, Air Force One, President Trump.
Yeah, definitely didn't expect this coming into today. Another note that I want to make right now, Eugene Goodman, remember that name? He was a guy who, he was a police officer who led the mob, part of the mob that was inside of the Capitol, away from the chambers, and that's where Vice President Mike Pence was, and he actually reached out to Eugene Goodman. Not sure if they had actually made contact yet, but he's been hailed as a hero for doing what he did. We're just finding out that Eugene Goodman, he is going to be escorting Vice President-elect Kamala Harris this morning, and that, is kind of another, it's echoing what we've been saying all morning, that it is so strange that just 2 weeks ago, what we're seeing now was totally different. And Eugene Goodman, being hailed as a hero that day, this is an opportunity for him, in itself, already being historic. And as he walks down Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, which she's historic in herself as well.
Can I point out one more thing I just noticed on the screen there, Alex? And Goodman, I mean, does he deserve that or what? 3 cheers times 10 for him, and I'm so glad he's getting that recognition. But we see Neil Gorsuch there, Supreme Court Justice. A second ago, we saw Brett Kavanaugh, a Supreme Court Justice, both brought in by President Trump. And these days are not mandatory attendance. You can't be a truant on Inauguration Day. You don't have to show up. It's up to you. Do you want to make that statement? Just like at a State of the Union. And I think it bears pointing out who showed up today, including Paul Ryan, including Vice President Mike Pence, including these 2 justices appointed by President Trump.
I think that's a pretty good point, Chance, because there are so many aspects of the inauguration that is truly just tradition. The only things that really need to happen are, the president-elect puts, the president-elect says the 35 words that are the oath of office, but everything else is just following with tradition. And in this, you can see, who is, maybe subliminally sending a message by saying, like, we're here to support this. We are here to see this transfer of power. The democracy is strong, and so on and so forth. I think that's a pretty good point in seeing who actually decided to show up and who is here for this inauguration.
And you see now on your screen people coming off of Air Force One into black SUVs as President Trump landed in Florida not too long ago. It was a pretty quick flight, He left around shortly after 8 o'clock this morning. And I believe we could see some of his children as well, his 2 sons right there. And then we have
By the way, the
Ivanka.
First Lady looks ready for Florida, doesn't she?
She sure does. She sure does.
I mean, she came dressed for the occasion.
What's the temperature there right now? I'm kind of curious. We've been talking about the wind chill and the wind factor here. I'm curious to know what the temperature is down there right now.
It looks nice and toasty, but it looks like they're ready. You know, which when you see these things visually side by side, it's in my mind, I think, okay, does life go on? You know,
right.
The wheels keep turning in Washington as they always have. The people show up who were there 4 years ago. Some of these people, Patrick Leahy, 40 years ago. Or is this deceptive? Is it that the president really does still hold the keys to and the power in the Republican Party? And while he's not there, part of him being absent tells people, I still retain this control, and I'll only share my power with you if you work with me. You know, we don't know that. We don't know yet.
And that's one of the things that I find most interesting is seeing kind of what happens from here. We were talking about, you know, I almost thought when we asked the question earlier, like, who's the leader of the GOP? You know, I almost, in the back of my head, I almost thought to myself, it's like, okay, well, does the you know, the soon-to-be former president still retain some of that,
absolutely,
of that power?
Absolutely.
You know, we're talking about people who are still like within public office, but you know, I wonder if you know, President Trump, soon-to-be former President Trump, still kind of retains that power in that way. I don't know. Just another thought as we're kind of seeing how things play out and how we will see things play out going forward.
And just to add, you know, some of the big names that we're seeing, we just saw Alex Rodriguez, which obviously he's there for J-Lo. She'll be performing.
Oh, is that?
Well.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Spotted him through the mask.
I sure did. I know that top of face anywhere.
No. I did not.
Okay, Chance. You know what? It's fine. I got you. Don't even worry about it. But now
I know Patrick Leahy.
Yeah. So we're seeing where y'all's strengths are.
Right.
Clearly, I'm still looking at everybody like I think I know who that is. But
Oh, is this
hard to
Goodman?
say.
Possibly. It is so hard to tell with masks on. It really is. I mean, just in daily life.
Another difference.
Yeah.
That's another difference.
Yeah.
You know,
Here's Vice President-elect Kamala Harris.
Pictures. There we are.
Yeah, and her husband Doug Emhoff making their way down.
People are actually cheering outside here for that's the first time I've heard cheering all day back here behind us. So I think they're aware that she's maybe coming down those steps.
Yeah.
Let's see if they announce her. Usually they kind of stand there for a minute before they're announced, but let's just listen. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, but as we see,
accompanying the Vice President-elect, the Chief of Inaugural Ceremonies, Maria Miller-Lohmeyer, the Acting Deputy House Sergeant-at-Arms, Kevin Grubbs, and the Acting Deputy Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, United States Capitol Police Officer Private First Class Eugene O. Goodman. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, Kamala Devi Harris, and Mr. Douglas Emhoff. The Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Staff Representative Alexandria Gordican-DeChico, accompanying the House Republican leader, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy. Staff Representative Bridget Brennan, accompanying House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steny Hoyer and Mrs. Yvette Lewis. Staff Representative Kate Knudsen, accompanying Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi and Mr. Paul Pelosi. Staff Representative Lindsey Kerr, accompanying the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. John Bessler. Staff Representative Stephanie Hager-Mucko, accompanying Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable Mitch McConnell and the Honorable Elaine L. Chao. And Staff Representative Rochelle Graves Schroeder, accompanying the Chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying the President-elect, the Staff Director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Fitzhugh Elder IV, the Acting House Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Tim Blodgett, and the Acting Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Jennifer Hemingway. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., and Dr. Jill Biden. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Vice President Pence, Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect, members of Congress and the judicial branch, former presidents and first ladies, vice presidents, leaders from abroad, and a whole bunch of Bidens. America, welcome to the 59th presidential inauguration, where in just a few moments, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will take their solemn oaths. This ceremony is the culmination of 244 years of a democracy. It is the moment when leaders brought to this stage by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish it and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, guardians of our country. Have we become too jaded, too accustomed to the ritual of the passing of the torch of democracy to truly appreciate what a blessing and a privilege it is to witness this moment? I think not. 2 weeks ago, when an angry, violent mob staged an insurrection and desecrated this temple of our democracy, it awakened us to our responsibilities as Americans. This is the day when our democracy picks itself up, brushes off the dust, and does what America always does: goes forward as a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This conveyance of a sacred trust between our leaders and our people takes place in front of this shining Capitol dome for a reason. When Abraham Lincoln gave his first inaugural address in front of this Capitol, the dome was only partially constructed, braced by ropes of steel. He promised he would finish it. He was criticized for spending funds on it during the Civil War. To those critics, he replied, If the people see the Capitol going on, it is a sign we intend the Union shall go on. And it did, and it will. Generations of Americans gave their lives to preserve our republic in this place. Great legislation to protect civil rights and economic security and lead the world was debated and crafted under this dome. Now it falls on all of us, not just the two leaders we are inaugurating today, to take up the torch of our democracy, not as a weapon of political arson, but as an instrument for good. We pledge today never to take our democracy for granted as we celebrate its remarkable strength. We celebrate its resilience, its grit. We celebrate the ordinary people doing extraordinary things for our nation, the doctors and nurses on the front line of this pandemic, the officers in the Capitol, a new generation never giving up hope for justice. We celebrate a new president, Joe Biden, who vows to restore the soul of America and cross the river of our divides to a higher plane. And we celebrate our first African American, first Asian American, and first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, who stands on the shoulders of so many on this platform who have forged the way to this day. When she takes the oath of office, little girls and boys across the world will know that anything and everything is possible. And in the end, that is America, our democracy, a country of so much good. And today, on these Capitol steps and before this glorious field of flags, we rededicate ourselves to its cause. Thank you. It is now my honor to introduce to you the senator who has worked with me and so many others to make this ceremony possible, my friend and the chair of the inaugural committee, Missouri Senator Roy Blunt.
Well, I should have known when Senator Klobuchar got involved, at least there'd be a touch of snow up here this morning. Of all the things we'd considered, I don't think snow was on my agenda till I walked out the door a moment ago. But thank you, Senator Klobuchar, and thanks to the other members of the Joint Congressional Committee on the Inauguration as we officially began the 59th inaugural ceremony. I also want to thank the Joint Committee staff and our partners, particularly our security partners, for the way they've dealt with unprecedented circumstances. When I chaired the inauguration 4 years ago, I shared President Reagan's 1981 description of this event as commonplace and miraculous. Commonplace because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Miraculous because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Americans have celebrated this moment during war, during depression, and now during pandemic. Once again, all three branches of our government come together as the Constitution envisions. Once again, we renew our commitment to our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union. That theme for this inauguration, our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union, was announced by the Joint Committee before the election with the belief that the United States can only fulfill its promise and set an example for others if we are always working to be better than we have been. The Constitution established that determined democracy with its first three words, declaring the people as the source of the government. The Articles of Confederation hadn't done that. The Magna Carta hadn't done that. Only the Constitution says the government exists because the people are the source of the reason it exists. They immediately followed those first three words with the words to form a more perfect union. The founders did not say to form a perfect union.
They did not claim that in our new country nothing would need to be improved. Fortunately, they understood that always working to be better would be the hallmark of a great democracy. The freedoms we have today, the nation we have today, is not here just because it happened, and they aren't complete. A great democracy working through the successes and failures of our history, striving to be better than it had been. And we are more than we have been, and we are less than we hope to be. The assault on our Capitol at this very place just 2 weeks ago reminds us that a government designed to balance and check itself is both fragile and resilient. During the last year, the pandemic challenged our free and open society and called for extraordinary determination and sacrifice, and still challenges us today. Meeting that challenge head on have been and are healthcare workers, scientists, first responders, essential frontline workers, and so many others we depend on in so many ways. Today we come to this moment. People all over the world, as we're here, are watching and will watch what we do here. Our government comes together. The Congress and the courts join the transition of executive responsibility. One political party more pleased today and on every inaugural day than the other. But this is not a moment of division, it's a moment of unification. A new administration begins and brings with it a new beginning. And with that, our great national debate goes forward, and a determined democracy will continue to be essential in pursuit of a more perfect union and a better future for all Americans. What a privilege for me to join you today. Thank you. I'm pleased to call to the podium a longtime friend of the President-elect and his family, Father Leo O'Donovan, to lead us in an invocation. Please stand if you are able and remain standing for the national anthem and the pledge to our flag. Thank you, Senator. I'll have to step for me. Thank you.
Gracious and merciful God, at this sacred time we come before you in need, indeed on our knees. But we come still more with hope and with our eyes raised anew to the vision of a more perfect union in our land, a union of all our citizens to promote the general welfare and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. We are a people of many races, creeds, and colors, national backgrounds, cultures, and styles, now far more numerous and on land much vaster than when Archbishop John Carroll wrote his prayer for the inauguration of George Washington 232 years ago. Archbishop Carroll prayed that you, O Creator of all, would assist with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude the President of these United States, that his administration may be conducted in righteousness and be eminently useful to your people. Today we confess our past failures to live according to our vision of equality, inclusion, and freedom for all. Yet we resolutely commit still more now to renewing the vision, to caring for one another in word and deed, especially the least fortunate among us, and so becoming a light for the world. There is a power in each and every one of us that lives by turning to every other one of us, a thrust of the Spirit to cherish and care and stand by others, and above all, those most in need. It is called love, and its path is to give ever more of itself. Today, it is called American patriotism, born not of power and privilege, but of care for the common good, with malice toward none and with charity for all. For our new president, we beg of you the wisdom Solomon sought when he knelt before you and prayed for an understanding heart, so that I can govern your people and know the difference between right and wrong. We trust in the counsel of the letter of James. If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. Pope Francis has reminded us how important it is to dream together. By ourselves, he wrote, we risk seeing mirages, things that are not there. Dreams, on the other hand, are built together. Be with us, holy mystery of love, as we dream together. Help us under our new president to reconcile the people of our land, restore our dream and invest it with peace and justice and the joy that is the overflow of love. To the glory of your name, forever, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the presentation of our national colors by the Armed Forces Color Guard, the singing of our national anthem, and for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ladies and gentlemen, here for the singing of our national anthem, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band, please welcome Lady Gaga.
stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Saved us that star-spangled banner yet wave on the land of the free and the
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from the city of South Fulton, Georgia Fire and Rescue Department, President of the International Association of Firefighters, Local 3920, Fire Captain Andrea M. Hall, for the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
What you are all about to be part of, America, is a historic moment of firsts. To administer the oath to our first African American, our first Asian American, and our first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, it is my great privilege to welcome to the inaugural stage the first Latina to ever serve on the Supreme Court of the United States of America, Justice Sonia Sotomayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear
I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully discharge
that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
the duties of the office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome Jennifer Lopez to perform This Land Is Your Land and America the Beautiful, accompanied by members of the President's own United States Marine Band.
This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Islands, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. As I went walking down that ribbon of highway, I saw above me that endless skyway. I saw below me that golden valley. This land was made for you and me. Oh, this land, oh, this land. This land was made for you and me. Oh, this land, oh, this land. This land was made for you and me. You and me. Oh, America, God shed His grace on thee and crowned thy good with brotherhood. From sea to shining sea. Una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. Let's get loud. This land was made for you and me.
Well, that was great. The sun is shining, and Mr. President-elect, this is the first inauguration in the history of America where J-Lo was the warm-up act for Chief Justice Roberts. With that, it is now my distinct honor to introduce the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, John Roberts, to administer the presidential oath to the next President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr., do solemnly swear.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr., do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
Office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
My fellow Americans, a moment we have all been waiting for. It is now my great privilege and high honor to be the first person to officially introduce the 46th President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden, Jr.
Chief Justice Roberts, Vice President Harris, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, Leader McConnell, Vice President Pence, and my distinguished guests, my fellow Americans. This is America's day. This is democracy's day, a day of history and hope, of renewal and resolve. Through a crucible for the ages, America has been tested anew, and America has risen to the challenge. Today, we celebrate the triumph not of a candidate, but of a cause, the cause of democracy. The people, the will of the people has been heard, and the will of the people has been heeded. We've learned again that democracy is precious. Democracy is fragile. And at this hour, my friends, democracy has prevailed. So now, On this hallowed ground where just a few days ago, violence sought to shake the Capitol's very foundation, we come together as one nation, under God, indivisible, to carry out the peaceful transfer of power as we have for more than 2 centuries. As we look ahead in our uniquely American way, restless, bold, optimistic, and set our sights on the nation we know we can be and we must be. I thank my predecessors of both parties for their presence here today. I thank them from the bottom of my heart. And I know the resilience of our Constitution and the strength of our nation, as does President Carter, who I spoke with last night, who cannot be with us today, but whom we salute for his lifetime in service. I've just taken the sacred oath each of those patriots have taken, the oath first sworn by George Washington. But the American story depends not on any one of us, not on some of us, but on all of us, on we the people who seek a more perfect union. This is a great nation. We are good people. And over the centuries, through storm and strife, in peace and in war, we've come so far, but we still have far to go. We'll press forward with speed and urgency, for we have much to do in this winter of peril and significant possibilities. Much to repair, much to restore, much to heal, much to build, and much to gain. Few people in our nation's history have been more challenged or found a time more challenging or difficult than the time we're in now. Once-in-a-century virus that silently stalks the country has taken as many lives in 1 year as America lost in all of World War II. Millions of jobs have been lost. Hundreds of thousands of businesses closed. A cry for racial justice, some 400 years in the making, moves us. The dream of justice for all will be deferred no longer. A cry for survival comes from the planet itself, a cry that can't be any more desperate or any more clear. And now, a rise of political extremism, white supremacy, domestic terrorism, that we must confront and we will defeat. To overcome these challenges, to restore the soul and secure the future of America, requires so much more than words. It requires the most elusive of all things in a democracy: unity. Unity. In another January, on New Year's Day in 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. When he put pen to paper, the president said, and I quote, "If my name ever goes down into history, it'll be for this act, and my whole soul is in it." My whole soul is in it. Today, on this January day, my whole soul is in this. Bringing America together, uniting our people, uniting our nation. And I ask every American to join me in this cause. Uniting to fight the foes we face: anger, resentment and hatred, extremism, lawlessness, violence, disease, joblessness, and hopelessness. With unity, we can do great things, important things. We can right wrongs. We can put people to work in good jobs. We can teach our children in safe schools. We can overcome the deadly virus. We can reward work and rebuild the middle class and make health care secure for all. We can deliver racial justice, and we can make America once again the leading force for good in the world. I know speaking of unity can sound to some like a foolish fantasy these days. I know the forces that divide us are deep and they are real. But I also know they are not new. Our history has been a constant struggle between the American ideal that we're all are created equal and the harsh, ugly reality that racism, nativism, fear, demonization have long torn us apart. The battle is perennial, and victory is never assured. Through Civil War, the Great Depression, World War, 9/11, through struggle, sacrifice, and setbacks, our better angels have always prevailed. In each of these moments, enough of us have come together to carry all of us forward. And we can do that now. History, faith, and reason show the way of unity. We can see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. We can treat each other with dignity and respect. We can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury. No progress, only exhausting outrage. No nation, only a state of chaos. This is our historic moment of crisis and challenge, and unity is the path forward. And we must meet this moment as the United States of America. If we do that, I guarantee you we will not fail. We have never, ever, ever, ever failed in America when we've acted together. And so today, at this time, in this place, let's start afresh, all of us. Let's begin to listen to one another again, hear one another, see one another, show respect to one another. Politics doesn't have to be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. Every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for total war. And we must reject the culture in which facts themselves are manipulated and even manufactured. My fellow Americans, we have to be different than this. America has to be better than this. And I believe America is so much better than this. Just look around. Here we stand in the shadow of the Capitol Dome, as was mentioned earlier, completed amid the Civil War, when the Union itself was literally hanging in the balance. Yet we endured. We prevailed. Here we stand, looking out on the great mall where Dr. King spoke of his dream. Here we stand where 108 years ago, at another inaugural, thousands of protesters tried to block brave women marching for the right to vote. And today, we mark the swearing in of the first woman in American history elected to national office, Vice President Kamala Harris. Don't tell me things can't change. Here we stand, across the Potomac from Arlington Cemetery, where heroes who gave the last full measure of devotion rest in eternal peace. And here we stand, just days after a riotous mob thought they could use violence to silence the will of the people, to stop the work of our democracy, to drive us from this sacred ground. It did not happen. It will never happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Not ever. To all those who supported our campaign, I'm humbled by the faith you've placed in us. To all those who did not support us, let me say this. Hear me out as we move forward. Take a measure of me and my heart. And if you still disagree, so be it. That's democracy. That's America. The right to dissent peaceably, within the guardrails of our republic is perhaps this nation's greatest strength. Yet hear me clearly. Disagreement must not lead to disunion. And I pledge this to you. I will be a president for all Americans. All Americans. And I promise you, I will fight as hard for those who did not support me as for those who did. Many centuries ago, St. Augustine, a saint of my church, wrote that a people was a multitude defined by the common objects of their love. Defined by the common objects of their love. What are the common objects we as Americans love that define us as Americans? I think we know. Opportunity, security, liberty, dignity, respect, honor, and yes, the truth. Recent weeks and months have taught us a painful lesson. There is truth and there are lies. Lies told for power and for profit. And each of us has a duty and a responsibility as citizens, as Americans, and especially as leaders. Leaders who have pledged to honor our Constitution and protect our nation, to defend the truth and defeat the lies. Look, I understand that many of my fellow Americans view the future with fear and trepidation. I understand they worry about their jobs. I understand, like my dad, they lay at bed at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering, can I keep my health care? Can I pay my mortgage? Thinking about their families, about what comes next. I promise you, I get it. But the answer is not to turn inward, to retreat into competing factions, distrusting those who don't look like you, or worship the way you do, or don't get their news from the same sources you do. We must end this uncivil war that pits red against blue, rural versus urban, conservative versus liberal. We can do this if we open our souls instead of hardening our hearts, if we show a little tolerance and humility, and if we're willing to stand in the other person's shoes, as my mom would say, just for a moment, stand in their shoes. Because here's the thing about life. There's no accounting for what fate will deal you. Some days, when you need a hand. There are other days when we're called to lend a hand. That's how it has to be. That's what we do for one another. And if we are this way, our country will be stronger, more prosperous, more ready for the future. And we can still disagree. My fellow Americans, we're going to need each other. We need all our strength to persevere through this dark winter. We're entering what may be the toughest and deadliest period of the virus. We must set aside politics and finally face this pandemic as one nation. One nation. And I promise you this, as the Bible says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. We will get through this together. Together. Look, folks, all my colleagues I serve with in the House and the Senate up here, we all understand the world is watching all of us today. So here's my message to those beyond our borders. America has been tested, and we've come out stronger for it. We will repair our alliances and engage with the world once again. Not to meet yesterday's challenges, but today's and tomorrow's challenges. And we'll lead not merely by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. We'll be a strong and trusted partner for peace, progress, and security. Look, you all know we've been through so much in this nation. And in my first act as president, I'd like to ask you to join me in a moment of silent prayer. Remember all those who we lost in this past year to the pandemic. Those 400,000 fellow Americans, moms, dads, husbands, wives, sons, daughters, friends, neighbors, and coworkers. We'll honor them by becoming the people and the nation we know we can and should be. So I ask you, let's say a silent prayer for those who've lost their lives and those left behind, and for our country. Amen. Folks, this is a time of testing. We face an attack on our democracy and on truth, a raging virus, growing inequity, the sting of systemic racism, a climate in crisis, America's role in the world. Any one of these would be enough to challenge us in profound ways. But the fact is, we face them all at once, presenting this nation with one of the gravest responsibilities we've had. Now we're going to be tested. Are we going to step up, all of us? It's time for boldness, for there's so much to do. And this is certain. I promise you, we will be judged, you and I, by how we resolve these cascading crises of our era. We will rise to the occasion is the question. Will we master this rare and difficult hour? Will we meet our obligations and pass along a new and better world to our children? I believe we must. I'm sure you do as well. I believe we will. And when we do, we'll write the next great chapter in the history of the United States of America, the American story. A story that might sound something like a song that means a lot to me. It's called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, at least for me, and it goes like this. The work and prayers of century have brought us to this day. What shall be our legacy? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you. Let's us add our own work and prayers to the unfolding story of our great nation. If we do this, then when our days are through, our children and our children's children will say of us, they gave their best, they did their duty, they healed a broken land. My fellow Americans, I close the day where I began, with the sacred oath. Before God and all of you, I give you my word. I will always level with you. I will defend the Constitution. I'll defend our democracy. I'll defend America. And I'll give all of you, keep everything I do in your service, thinking not of power, but of possibilities, not of personal interest, but the public good. And together, we shall write an American story of hope, not fear, of unity, not division, of light, not darkness, a story of decency and dignity, love and healing, greatness and goodness. May this be the story that guides us, the story that inspires us, and the story that tells ages yet to come that we answered the call of history. We met the moment. Democracy and hope, truth and justice did not die on our watch, but thrived. That America secured liberty at home and stood once again as a beacon to the world. That is what we owe our forebears, one another, and generation to follow. So, with purpose and resolve, we turn to those tasks of our time, sustained by faith, driven by conviction, and devoted to one another and the country we love with all our hearts. May God bless America. and may God protect our troops. Thank you, America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Garth Brooks to perform Amazing Grace.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. Now, if I can ask you to sing this last verse with me, not just the people here, but the people at home, at work, as one, united. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
Amen. Hard not to be reminded of President Obama's singing that same song at the Mother Emanuel Church. A song that in our culture is as close to both poetry and prayer as you could possibly come. And we're going to finish with those two things. Let me introduce Amanda Gorman, our nation's first ever National Poet Laureate.
Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, Americans, and the world. When day comes, we ask ourselves, where can we find light in this never-ending shade? The loss we carry, a sea we must wade. We've braved the belly of the beast. We've learned that quiet isn't always peace, and the norms and notions of what just isn't always just is. And yet the dawn is ours before we knew it. Somehow we do it. Somehow we've weathered and witnessed a nation that isn't broken, but simply unfinished. We, the successors of a country and a time where a skinny black girl descended from slaves and raised by a single mother can dream of becoming president, only to find herself reciting for one. And yes, we are far from polished, far from pristine, but that doesn't mean we are striving to form a union that is perfect. We are striving to forge our union with purpose, to compose a country committed to all cultures, colors, characters, and conditions of man. And so we lift our gazes not to what stands between us, but what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first, we must first put our differences aside. We lay down our arms so we can reach out our arms to one another. We seek harm to none and harmony for all. Let the globe, if nothing else, say this is true. That even as we grieved, we grew, that even as we hurt, we hoped, that even as we tired, we tried, that we'll forever be tied together, victorious, not because we will never again know defeat, but because we will never again sow division. Scripture tells us to envision that everyone shall sit under their own vine and fig tree, and no one shall make them afraid. If we're to live up to our own time, then victory won't lie in the blade, but in all the bridges we've made. That is the promised glade, the hill we climb, if only we dare it, because being American is more than a pride we inherit. It's the past we step into and how we repair it. We've seen a force that would shatter our nation rather than share it, would destroy our country if it meant delaying democracy. And this effort very nearly succeeded. But while democracy can be periodically delayed, it can never be permanently defeated. In this truth, in this faith we trust, for while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. This is the era of just redemption. We feared it at its inception. We did not feel prepared to be the heirs of such a terrifying hour, but within it we found the power to author a new chapter, to offer hope and laughter to ourselves. So, while once we asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could catastrophe possibly prevail over us? We will not march back to what was, but move to what shall be, a country that is bruised but whole, benevolent but bold, fierce and free. We will not be turned around or interrupted by intimidation, because we know our inaction and inertia will be the inheritance of the next generation. Our blunders become their burdens. But one thing is certain: if we merge mercy with might and might with right, then love becomes our legacy and change our children's birthright. So let us leave behind a country better than the one we were left. With every breath from my bronze-pounded chest, we will raise this wounded world into a wondrous one. We will rise from the gold-limbed hills of the West. We will rise from the windswept Northeast, where our forefathers first realized revolution. We will rise from the lake-rimmed cities of the Midwestern states. We will rise from the sun-baked South. We will rebuild, reconcile, and recover in every known nook of our nation, in every corner called our country. Our people, diverse and beautiful, will emerge battered and beautiful. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it.
Thank you, Amanda Gorman. Now for our benediction, I'm pleased to introduce Reverend Dr. Sylvester Beeman, the pastor of the Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Wilmington, Delaware, a friend of President Biden for 30 years.
As a nation and people of faith gathered in this historical moment, let us unite in prayer. God, we gather under the beauty of your holiness and the holiness of your beauty. We seek your face, your smile, your warm embrace. We petition you once more in this celebration. We pray for divine favor upon our President, Joseph R. Biden, and our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and their family. We further ask that you would extend the same favor upon our Vice President, Kamala D. Harris, and our second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and their family. More than ever, they and our nation need you. We need you, for in you we discover our common humanity. In our common humanity, we will seek out the wounded and bind their wounds. We will seek healing for those who are sick and diseased. We will mourn our dead. We will befriend the lonely, the least, and the left out. We will share our abundance with those who are hungry. We will do justly to the oppressed, acknowledge sin, and seek forgiveness, thus grasping reconciliation. In discovering our humanity, we will seek the good in and for all our neighbors. We will love the unlovable, remove the stigma of the so-called untouchables. We will care for our most vulnerable, our children, the elderly, emotionally challenged, and the poor. We will seek rehabilitation beyond correction. We will extend opportunity to those locked out of opportunity. We will make friends of our enemies. We will make friends of our enemies. People, your people, shall no longer raise up weapons against one another. We will rather use our resources for the national good and become a beacon of life and goodwill to the world. And neither shall we learn hatred anymore. We will lie down in peace and not make our neighbors afraid. In you, O God, we discover our humanity. In our humanity, we discover our commonness. Beyond the difference of color, creed, origin, political party, ideology, geography, and personal preferences. We'll become greater stewards of your environment, preserving the land, reaping from it a sustainable harvest, and securing its wonder and miracle-giving power for generations to come. This is our benediction, that from these hallowed grounds, where slaves labored to build this shrine and citadel to liberty and democracy, let us all acknowledge, from the indigenous Native American to those who recently received their citizenship, from the African American to those whose foreparents came from Europe and every corner of the globe, from the wealthy to those struggling to make it, from every human being, regardless of their choices, that this is our country. As such, teach us, O God. As such, teach us, O God, to live in it, love in it, be healed in it, and reconcile to one another in it, lest we miss kingdom's goal. To your glory, majesty, dominion, and power forever. Hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. In the strong name of our collective faith, amen.
Please remain standing as the Armed Forces Color Guard retires our national colors. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated and remain in your seats while the President and official party depart the platform. For safety reasons, your ushers will release your section in an organized manner, following the playing of our national march, The Stars and Stripes Forever.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
A lot of work for you. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations, sir. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great speech. You got up here.
Okay. All right, well, there you have it. President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, now official. Right now, we're just watching as everyone exits the area that they were in. You see former First Family, the Bushes there. And then you see Mike Pence as well, now former vice president. I want to bring in Chance Seales and James Packard. We just watched history, you guys, and now it is officially official.
Hey, Alex. Yeah, looking at these pictures here, you know, usually what they would do is, of course, doing the shaking of hands, and then they would walk right up those stairs and have a luncheon together. And it's kind of the one time every 4 years where everyone gets together. That is not happening today, but we know that they have some sort of a plan so they can speak to each other and kind of say their piece. We don't know exactly how that's going to play out. That's why we're watching it so closely. You know, as Joe Biden got up and spoke today, and knowing that, you know, maybe 100 million people are watching him, he was solemn, but he also said, I'm hopeful. I want to bring in Newsy's political director, Andrew Rafferty, to join us on this conversation. Because, Andrew, the word that came to mind listening to him was sincere. He seemed sincere about this, every word he was saying. He said, my whole heart is in this, what we're doing today and where we're going. What from today goes into history books?
Yeah, well, Chance, I think you're right. And one of the big things that Joe Biden and his team have talked about for so much during the campaign up until today is his empathy. And we saw some of that today. The other things that really stuck out to me Chance, were that we knew going into today that there was going to be a big theme of unity, this idea of bringing people together. But what we heard from Biden today was really, in some ways, a plea. It was at times even kind of desperate, asking the country to come together for truth, come together and just give him a chance. He said, quote, "Hear me out," at one point. That's not exactly the type of lofty language that we're used to hearing in inaugurations, but it just shows how direct he felt he needed to be today in order to reach over to those other supporters on the other side of the aisle who did not vote for him. We knew that was going to be a huge, huge priority. I don't think they have any illusions that one speech is going to do it, but you got to start somewhere. And this is where they decided to start. This was the most important speech of Joe Biden's life, and he focused most of it as much as talking to the people who did not support him as those who did, guys.
And what was so interesting, too, is throughout this speech, you know, he did reflect on the past, obviously, and what kind of has coincided these last couple of weeks, especially. But now we're looking ahead, and he is going to get right to work today. He's expected to sign multiple executive orders. So what will they do exactly?
Yeah, I mean, they have a slew of orders that are going to come out today, executive actions. Some of them will go into effect right away. Some of them will need to have some sort of buffer or congressional action, including, we heard about so much about a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants in the country, reversing that travel ban from several majority Muslim nations, rescinding Keystone Pipeline permits, rejoining the Paris Climate Accord. Those are some of the big ticket items. Of course, overshadowing it all is this action on COVID, which will require congressional passage if he wants to do some more in terms of adding more economic help to Americans. One of the big things, though, and the clock has started ticking on this, is those 100 million vaccines to Americans in the first 100 days. So that puts it at April 30th, 2021. It's a goal that Dr. Fauci, others have said is achievable. The stopwatch has started, and it's something that is very measurable. If we're not at that point, then it is no doubt a failure. And so this is a new administration that is coming under lofty circumstances, and you're right to say that they have a lot of work to do.
Hey, Andrew, it's James Packard. I wonder what your thoughts are on the legislative act of this, sort of reflecting the unity that the president called for in his inaugural address. I heard Doris Kearns Goodwin say the best inaugural addresses are those that ask for a response from the American people, and he did that. His major theme throughout this speech was, we've been in dark places before, we will get through this one, but we have to do that together. He asked all Americans to join me in this cause. He said the cause of democracy. I wonder, in your view, Andrew, how that lands for people on that stage like Ted Cruz, who objected to the electoral votes for this president. And the way that plays out on Capitol Hill, do they buy into this? Does the Republican Party of the last 5 years leave on a plane to Florida, or will it remain the same?
Yeah, you know, I think that some of the language we heard was just so strikingly different than what we heard from 4 years ago when President Trump said, "I alone can fix it." We heard so much of we and us and America, and that was definitely an acknowledgement by this administration that, look, Joe Biden alone cannot fix this. He cannot fix the fact that significant majority of, or significant numbers of the country don't believe that the election was free and fair. He cannot fix some of these issues that we're seeing up on Capitol Hill. And so you do need, with 50 senators that are Democrats and 50 that are Republicans, you do need some sort of bipartisanship and some sort of working across the aisle. And that is going to be a huge, huge challenge. But I think their top priority right now is just establishing a baseline of facts, a baseline of truth, because we've seen in the last 2 weeks that there's immensely distorted versions of truth that people are buying into. And I think that today was a very much of an acknowledgement of just how much of a problem that could potentially be going forward for this country if people just don't agree on a basic set of facts.
See former President Barack Obama there saying his goodbyes up on the stage. I wonder, is Alex Miller plugged in? She's actually, I think, on that stage. She's not there yet, but we'll get to Alex Miller in just a bit because she witnessed this from a really unique vantage point. And obviously, Chance, I wonder for your reflections, too, on the presence on that stage, because you had a lot of these, establishment GOP figures who showed up. Former Speaker Paul Ryan recognized earlier in the morning. That's significant as we watch now the former vice president having some type of formal
Clear
send-off.
for now.
Yeah, today it was in some ways unexpected and in some ways expected in the way things were different. But you did see this unified presence from the old guard, the establishmentarians, if you will, of the Republican Party, and clearly they wanted to make a statement. Right now, we are seeing some of those names, some of those formers, like Vice President Mike Pence, leaving right now, and then walking right behind him, the person who will soon fill his office, Vice President, you got to get used to saying it, Vice President Kamala Harris. They are going to do that clearly at the White House, and that's where I actually want to go, because soon the 46th President of the United States is going to be arriving at his new home, and Willie James Inman, who covers the White House here at Newsy, is there. Willie, do we have an idea of how soon we expect President Joe Biden to arrive and get to work?
Well, we expect the president and the vice president, we really have to get used to saying that, Chance, as a very interesting and historic day here in D.C. We expect them to arrive sometime around 3 p.m. There's going to be some type of parade and events, but before that, they're going to go to Arlington Cemetery for a ceremony. We do know that things here at the White House are busy. We know that there's some cleaning going on, some deep cleaning going on. That typically does happen after the outgoing first family leaves the White House, but we know that, of course, moving things in and things such as that, that's happening behind the scenes at the White House here, and they will arrive sometime after 3 p.m. And of course, they'll be taking in all of the festivities along with this route just behind me. This is the pathway they're going to follow to come into the White House here on 15th Street, just outside of the Treasury Department. But we expect them in a couple of hours, Chance, and you can just tell the mood here is quite exciting. As I was walking in, people excited, waving Biden-Harris flags as you come into downtown D.C., looking forward to try to get a sight of the new president and vice president.
So as we've been following the Senate runoffs in Georgia, the huge question was, where will the balance fall, the balance of power in the Senate fall? And so the Democrats and President Biden has a slight Democratic majority in the Senate once the newest senators are sworn just later this afternoon. So the big question now is, how much of an impact will that slim majority have on what the Biden administration can get done as we move forward?
Well, Alex, it will have a significant impact because as the incoming majority leader, Chuck Schumer of New York, he is able to control the agenda of the Senate, what goes on the Senate floor. We know that him and the minority leader, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, have worked out a deal basically where they have a power sharing agreement, but the Democrats are in control based on Vice President Kamala Harris casting the tie-breaking vote. But it's going to be really interesting because any senator, their vote is in play now. If they drop their vote, if it's a Democrat or a Republican, they really need those votes with the 50-50 split because the filibuster is still in place. So either way, President Biden, with his incoming administration, with all the things that he wants to get done, he'll need some Republicans to just come on his side, and he'll need every single Democrat to be on his side as well, Alex.
And Willie, we're watching these live pictures now of the former Vice President Mike Pence and former Second Lady Karen Pence being driven away from the east front of the U.S. Capitol building. Now the former vice president and the only top-tier representative of this administration to have attended the inauguration today. And there you see now a history-making woman, the first woman to serve as vice president of the United States. And as you mentioned, Willie, she is going to be at that building a lot, likely in the next couple of years, as they try to push through some of these legislative initiatives. But I want to just acknowledge for a moment, Willie, the history and the significance of this, having a woman in this office. No longer can we say that the United States has never had a woman vice president. What does that mean for folks who are watching this today, from those who have served in elected office, those who currently serve in elected office, down to those little boys and girls at home who are watching this, dreaming someday of the possibilities of their career? Willie, that hits home. That's a significant image.
It really does, James, and I think you have it spot on. For Kamala Harris to be elected Vice President of the United States, the first South Asian person to hold that office, the first African American woman, the first black woman to hold that office as well, the first woman to be elected to federal office in the United States. This is a key moment for our country because for so long, the highest offices in the land have not been held by diverse office holders. Of course, Vice President, there has been a person of color to hold that office, but President of the United States, that is still a ceiling that we haven't been able to break quite yet. It's, for the most part, has been only white men to serve in that role, and Vice President Kamala Harris being elected to the vice presidency really just shows that we are moving towards that more diverse coalition, that more diverse America that a lot of folks, and especially a lot of folks of color, have wanted to see and waited to see for so long. Of course, having, I should note Barack Obama as the first, African-American, first black president of the United States. Don't want to forget him there. But people around the country are watching this significant moment where Kamala Harris takes the helm as the vice president. And clearly, a lot of folks that I've spoken to, especially women, are happy to see this moment, James.
And it was a really special moment, too, when we saw former President Barack Obama and Vice President Kamala Harris fist bumping each other. I think we're going to have that a little bit later to show you guys. But overall, the theme of today has been unity. That's what we suspected would be the theme in Biden's first speech. And we heard members of Congress from both sides of the aisle speak at the inauguration. And they also spoke about resilience and this new beginning and kind of a hope for a new beginning. So how do you expect the president to go about ushering in this new beginning this time, for healing and unity that's so desperately needed as we just kind of have seen the country become more and more divided as time has gone on?
Well, it certainly started with his remarks today, a stark contrast, as Andrew Rafferty noted just moments ago, from what we heard 4 years ago from President Trump, almost a dark image of America. President Biden, in his remarks, wanted to appeal to people, not only those who voted for him, but those who didn't vote for him. He wants to be the president for all Americans, as he noted in his speech. And one of the ways that he can do that, we know that he's been in the Senate for some nearly 40 years. He's going to work with those members of Congress on the other side of the aisle to get his agenda done. Of course, one of those things that he did today, putting out the olive branch to reach across the aisle, was inviting members of Congress, bipartisan members of Congress, to attend church service with him. That is something that we can expect of this president. He is often someone who empathizes with people, who talks directly to people. He can't always get there and reach out and touch folks because of the COVID-19 pandemic, but I've seen Joe Biden on the campaign trail, and that's certainly something that he isn't afraid to do, and we certainly can expect more of that coming from him in terms of his remarks and events in the next 4 years, Alex.
All right, Willie, thank you. We'll get back to you in just a bit. Well, I want to get back to Alex Miller now. She's reporting from Capitol Hill for us, and she's been there all morning. Alex, hours and hours of being out in the cold. You were right there for all of the action. So what was it like from your vantage point?
Well, look, obviously it's a momentous day, and you could feel the emotion. It was palpable in the air, not only for President Biden, but also for Vice President Harris. I would almost say that the applause and the cheers were more for her at points than others. But being on the ground here, you can see just the little movements of members of our government, past and present. I saw former President Bush elbow bumping Supreme Court justices, people saying hello to each other that usually would be considered political rivals. It's really a time where the continuity of government really is so important, and it is important for Americans to see members of both parties mingling and talking to each other in order to see that government can work, that they can work together. And I think for President Biden, this was a big moment for him, one that he has been working towards for decades. He's run for president 3 times, obviously took 3 times to win, and you could feel the emotion with his family specifically. I mean, as soon as he took the oath, the whole family hugging and staying close for a couple of extra moments just to have some time just for them. And then once he sat down and he was officially announced to make his speech, I'm not sure if it was visible to everyone else, but the new First Lady reached behind him and squeezed his shoulders, and it was you could just see how proud proud a lot of the people that were there were of our new president.
Alex, it's James. I'm just going to give our viewers a note on what we're seeing here. Lots of elected officials milling about in the Capitol, a lot of faces that folks may not recognize, but these are the folks who are working in Congress ostensibly for you. We see, I think, Senator Cory Booker there, Chris Coons beyond him, and the former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton there. Alex, I wondered, you know, when you were standing on the stage listening to this speech and watching the faces and the moods of folks around you, or up above the stage, I suppose. What was the mood sort of like? Because President Biden is not someone who possesses the golden tongue of the man he served with for 8 years, or Bill Clinton before him, or Ronald Reagan before him. I mean, he's someone who people sort of expect him to speak simply and stumble sometimes. There was some gusto to this speech, as we saw at the DNC as well, but I just sort of wonder what the mood was like there and how it was landing for people around you, especially that message of unity.
Yeah, I think it landed well. I mean, people were definitely on the edge of their seats to some degree listening to what he has to say. As you said, you know, he's not the orator of his predecessors, but he clearly practiced the speech, a person who grew up with a stutter. This is something that takes a lot of effort for him. And so, you know, I think the message of unity is one that, frankly, most people in the audience were hoping to hear as we sit in the exact same place where the attacks happened just 2 weeks ago. There was a need to kind of turn the page, especially in this specific location. And you could see from all the people, the members, the people from the campaign, and their guests, frankly, that wanted to hear that kind of message from him, Republicans and Democrats.
Hey, Alex, it's Chance. I want to talk about the to-do list in just a second, but first, because you were so close, tell me about Gaga. I mean, that was a powerful national anthem.
Oh yeah, we heard her practicing yesterday as we were setting up. She was really like excited and nervous and so gracious to all of the Marine Band players that were there, and thanking everyone for their participation yesterday when we heard her warming up and getting a couple of rounds of practice. She's incredible. It was an incredible performance, as was J-Lo and Garth Brooks. It's just nice. I think that they wanted to make sure that they had, you know, from different music varieties. But yeah, Gaga's performance was incredible.
You know what I was struck by, guys?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Chance, I don't know what you were feeling in that moment, but that spoken poem.
Oh my goodness.
Was incredible,
Yeah.
and her oration of it was just, I mean, divine.
I had chills the whole time.
Dare I say it. She is, by the way, Amanda Gorman is her name. She is the youngest inaugural poet in memory. And she was the country's first national youth poet laureate. I thought that was just an incredible moment.
Yeah.
You know,
it absolutely
the thing that she said that caught my attention when she said, history has its eyes on us. And it kind of, it resembled some things that President Biden was saying, that, you know, this is a challenge for all of us. And it's not just a party challenge. It is for each and every one of us. So, Alex, as promised, challenges. This was the exciting part. This is the day when you get elbow bumps.
Yeah.
Now, you know, we have the time when people can start throwing their elbows at each other, right? So we have this pandemic, we have economic strife, we have divisions among us. What is the first thing on President Biden's to-do list?
Yeah, this is kind of the day where everyone sings Kumbaya, and then in a couple of minutes they're going to be pushing each other to the side. But I think that there's a lot of things that he wants to take care of. He has about a dozen executive orders that he's going to issue today, ranging from immigration to a mask mandate on federal property. He's going to continue the eviction moratorium, work on student loans possibly. There's a lot that he believes he needs to get done. And as we've been talking about, he has to walk this very fine line. He spoke a lot about unity today, but he also has a lot of people to answer to. He had a lot of Democrats turn out to support him in November, and so he has this ambitious, more progressive agenda, but he also is going to have to reconcile that while Democrats are in control, they still have slim majorities across the board. And so I think there's a big push legislatively, obviously, to tackle his COVID relief plan that he just put out a couple of days ago, but also the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. That is a big push for Democrats across the board, something that they want to see worked on and passed and on his desk relatively quickly.
All right, Alex Miller, thank you. Well, now President Biden is on his way to the White House for his first signing ceremony as the country's leader. The new president will be signing several executive orders, some of them reversing his predecessor's actions on the world stage. President Biden wants the U.S. back in the Paris Climate Accord and the World Health Organization. And keep this in mind, we aren't the only ones focused on Inauguration Day. Our allies and our adversaries, too, they're watching today's events unfold. For international reaction, I want to go to Luke Hanrahan, who is in London right now. So, Luke, let's start with two close allies of the U.S., the UK and the EU. What have they been saying about Joe Biden taking over as commander-in-chief?
Well, Boris Johnson has said looking forward to strengthening the relationship between the States. It's worth pointing out that unreserved Donald Trump's involvement, like the or not.
Oh dear. We're having a bit of an audio issue with Luke, it sounds like. Maybe we can try and get that secured. In the meantime, let's just give people an update of the schedule right now. 1:40 p.m. is when we're expecting that President Biden, Vice President Harris are going to review military troops. They'll do that from the east front of the Capitol. That's where we just saw Harris and Pence mingle for a while and then say goodbye. And then after that, President Biden and Harris and the former presidents and their spouses are all going to be going to Arlington National Cemetery, and they'll lay a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. So a few items are lined up right now before we expect them to head off to the White House and get down to business. And clearly, they feel these are priorities that, are priorities to them and to the country to do things like to honor our fallen troops.
And I think right now, I'm not sure that as you see the former President Bush leaving the Capitol, I think what's happening right now inside, we don't appear to have camera coverage of it. But there is a retreat to what's called the President's Room inside the U.S. Capitol for a signing of various documents. The President could be proclamations, could be some executive orders, though we expect those in the evening. That room, there's actually kind of an interesting history story there on why that room exists and why they go back to it after the inaugural ceremonies. It's a tradition that dates back to Ronald Reagan in 1981. But that room was actually added to the Capitol in the 1850s expansion. And it was there because it used to be that Congress and the President ended their term on the same day on March 4th. And so that would end up meaning that there was sort of this, as you see the Clintons emerging from the Capitol and on their way out, there used to be sort of this rush to pass last-minute legislation on March 3rd, and it would end up in these all-night binges, sort of, and the president would be on the Hill signing these last-minute bills into law before his term ended and the congressional term ended, and the result being that there was this room sort of created for that purpose. It still exists there today, largely for ceremonial purposes. The Obamas now leaving the Capitol building.
Let's try to bounce back to Luke Hanrahan, who we have on the ground right now in the UK. Luke, I think we got your audio issue straightened out here. So, one ding on President Trump, at least from his critics, has been that he kind of was go it alone, America first and sometimes only America. And Joe Biden said, no, I'm going to re-engage our allies abroad. I want to rally them around us. We're going to take on people like China, but we have to do it together. How are other world leaders receiving, this new presidency, other than saying, congratulations, I look forward to working with you?
Well, it's gone down extremely well, is the short answer, Chance. Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister here, saying he was looking forward to a strengthening of the relationship between the United States and the United Kingdom. And it's also worth noting he unreservedly condemned Donald Trump, a former close ally of his, saying what he did was completely wrong, though it is worth mentioning that is, of course, the first time Boris Johnson has criticised Donald Trump in 4 years. In terms of the European Union, the German president, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, said he was relieved that Joe Biden was being sworn in today. He said, we look forward to having the USA by our side again. And Ursula von der Leyen, president of the European Commission, went a step further, saying this was a new dawn for the United States of America.
So, Luke, let's look on the other hand now. U.S. adversary, Iran. What is Iran saying about the Biden administration now?
Well, the Iranian president, Hassan Rouhani, has said today he's hopeful that Biden will reverse Trump's withdrawal from the nuclear deal, referring to Donald Trump as a tyrant and saying the ball was now in America's court. We know President-elect Biden is eager to rejoin the Iran nuclear deal, offering, as he put it, Tehran a credible path back to diplomacy, which of course is in stark contrast to Donald Trump, who took a wrecking ball to what was already a very strained and fragile international relationship. So allies and adversaries echoing each other, looking forward to smoother international relations with the United States under President Joe Biden.
All right, Luke, thank you. Well, let's look forward now to the first 100 days Joe Biden is in office. He wants to enact a nationwide mask mandate on federal property and for interstate travel. There's also a $1.9 trillion relief package that includes reopening schools, $1,400 stimulus checks, which a lot of people have been really waiting for, especially because they're struggling so much during this pandemic, and grants for small businesses, which we have also seen struggle as well. Biden says he'll instruct FEMA to set up vaccine centers across the U.S. Now, his goal is to administer 100 million COVID vaccinations in those first 100 days. Biden will also enact his Buy American policy aimed at using $700 billion taxpayer dollars to bolster the U.S. economy.
Right now, we're just waiting on President Biden. He is going to be doing a signing ceremony, we believe. And these are the types of things that they kind of go at their own pace. And Joe Biden, as we saw him walking through the hallways, he stops to talk to people. You know, he takes a picture, he gives a hug. And so we don't know exactly the timing of that, but right now we are awaiting him signing some proclamations as his first active president, really, after addressing the nation.
He knows absolutely everyone in that building, Chance, and so he's going to take his... It reminds me of, like, growing up, my mom leaving church.
Oh, gosh, and it takes forever to leave.
Plan another 45 minutes because mom's going to say hi to everyone.
Yeah.
I want to go home and play outside.
You know, that is exactly how if we ran into one of my mom's friends at the grocery store, then it's like, okay, we might as well go look for stuff that we want right now. Something kind of cool that I noticed as we were watching everything that was kind of unfolding throughout today were all of the Congress members and senators and all these officials there taking selfies with each other. That was such an interesting thing, I guess, because we have seen such division when it comes to, you know, whether or not you believe that the election was valid and free and fair or not. And, you know, so it was kind of nice to see, you know, some physical appearance of unifying. And I know that it's, you know, it's a simple selfie. That's not that big of a deal. But to actually see people kind of happy to see each other, I think that has been is a stark contrast from what we've seen, especially in this last year.
And you've got to wonder what's going through the head of someone like a Ted Cruz as he's sitting up there on the stage and watching from a distance this new president call for unity and talk about the critical nature of coming together with one unified purpose, of not undercutting ourselves by questioning the legitimacy of our elections and by, in some cases, literally making things up to support those accusations or taking grains of truth and, you know, expanding them into misinformation. You know, you've got to wonder, walking away from that stage, if the mood really changes,
right?
Especially now that the former president has left town.
Online, I don't know if you guys were monitoring online like I was during the whole thing, but what really got people's attention, the fashion. People were talking, and this may seem minute compared to, you know, the enormity of the day, but honestly, that's what a lot of Americans see this, and that's what we're going to remember is things like the fashion. And it seemed as if people came ready to be on TV. The former First Lady Michelle Obama, the poet laureate, the youth poet laureate, you know, in the shock of yellow there, the brooch on Lady Gaga. I mean, I sound like I'm on E! Doing, you know, fashion police, but honestly, people came decked out.
I blame this on the fact that we haven't really had award shows in person, and we've all kind of had to be in sweatpants and hoodies and messy buns and all that. I think they were looking for a reason, you know, to get dressed up. I know I would do.
At some point, a reporter asked this question because we actually got details from the press pool ahead of the events today, knowing that the president is wearing a navy blue suit and an overcoat by Ralph Lauren. and that the First Lady is wearing an ocean blue wool tweed coat and dress by emerging American designer Alexandra O'Neill.
There we go.
There you go.
Really?
Yep.
You're in dire straits when you're asking Bernie Sanders, who are you wearing?
Oh, man.
But that's where we were today, you know. Hey, but guys, on a more serious note here, Amazing Grace by Garth Brooks. I grew up in Missouri. Country music is our thing, and he's a legend, you know, in country music. And the song he sang predates him so far, you know. And the part of the song that resonated with me is, it says, you know, needing grace for a wretch like me. And honestly, I think if all of us introspected today while listening to this and hearing the themes, that we have to admit to ourselves at some point over the last few years as this division has grown that each and every one of us has been a wretch at times, not seeing the best in others, not looking for the best in others. And perhaps today can be a reset for everybody.
And maybe this next event, Chance, will be a reminder of the weight of this promise we make to try to uphold democracy as we look out over Arlington National Cemetery. That's where the president is headed, along with several of the men who have preceded him in that office. And they're going to lay a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, which is actually there's a tomb and then 3 crypts to those who were lost but could not be identified from World War I, World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. The Vietnam crypt is empty because it ended up that we were able to identify that soldier and then exhume him, and he was buried then in St. Louis. But perhaps that moment will again be a reminder of when we yell at each other, when we call each other names on Twitter, when we storm the Capitol violently, we are self-inflicting wounds upon a great experiment for which all of these men and women have given their lives.
Right. And, you know, we spent a lot of time ahead of today, you know, talking about just how different today was going to be and how different the feel was going to be and how different the optics were going to be. And, you know, those are all very true and obvious points, you know, but this is one thing that I am so glad that all of that didn't kind of come to interfere with. You know, there are still traditions that we have in what we do, and this being one of them. And it is such an important one. I mean, I know that President Joe Biden, he visits the gravesite of his family members that have passed several times throughout, you know, his campaign and even in recent weeks. And so it's something that I think that, you know, you have to nod to history, especially as we're living in these times now through a pandemic and such divisiveness. And it is a way to pay respects to people that have fought for our traditions that we are so lucky and so grateful, in all honesty, to see kind of play out today.
And again, on timing, just to remind people where we are right now, the former presidents are arriving at Arlington National Cemetery. That's not going to be on camera, so we won't be able to show that to you. They are waiting, just like we are, for the new president, joined by the new vice president, doing this signing ceremony. And it looks like Mitch McConnell will be a part of that, because for right now, until the new senators are sworn in, I believe later on today or tomorrow, Mitch McConnell is still in charge of the Senate, so he'll be taking part in that in some fashion.
And I guess we're going to hear from him at a gift presentation here shortly, Mitch McConnell, as we await the signing ceremony and the arrival at Arlington National Cemetery. Obviously, the formers getting to Arlington well ahead of the new president, who will still have a participation in the signing ceremony, a pass and review on the east front of the Capitol. I think we saw some shots a few minutes ago of them readying for that pass and review to sort of, it's a ceremonial acknowledgement that these troops now report to this new commander-in-chief, and for him to sort of examine the readiness of those troops. So we await all those things, and again, the east front of the Capitol here, where that pass and review will happen, and where inside, at any moment, I expect we will hear from Mitch McConnell, and we will see a signing ceremony for the president's first actions in office.
Hey, Alex.
Hi.
You know, something you and I have been talking about since 7 a.m. is the history making that Kamala Harris would be doing today, and you talked about you know, what that moment means to so many, especially little girls in this country watching TV. And I couldn't help but notice it wasn't only Kamala Harris making a statement, even though she didn't even have to say a word to do it. President Biden he talked about race and ethnicity a lot. I'd say that was his probably most common recurring theme today.
Right, and he even mentioned during his speech that equality, that's a dream that will be deferred no longer, I believe he said. And, that really struck a chord because although this, civil rights and all that time period seems so far behind us, it truly isn't, and the fact that it's 2021 and we are still talking about Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech and it will no longer be a dream deferred, I think that says a lot, and it is a huge topic, especially when we're talking about the division in this country, just over this last summer, the unrest that we saw and how that movement was once again awakened. And that's not long ago. You know what I mean? And I think that, living through this time, you're kind of like, wait a minute, have we taken a step back in history? And to me, it was soothing to hear President Joe Biden talk about that, because that is such a huge issue. When we talk about the pandemic and we talk about who, is more disproportionately affected by that, we're talking about minority communities. We're talking about people that are kind of left behind. And so when you talk about racial equity in the way that he was talking about it today, I think that was really trying to stress that there's hope for the future when it comes to that, hey, listen, we see you, we hear you, and this is what we're gonna do to change that.
And I think if I can just sort of piggyback off that, Alex, I think there was a tone of the government responding to the people in his speech too. Yeah. And that, he said, don't tell me change is impossible. We can carry this change forward. And he also said some things about the people who didn't vote for him in acknowledging the changes that are coming. In saying, if you disagree with me, if you disagree with what I laid out in the campaign and what you know about my policies now, at least give me a moment. I think he said, take a measure of me and my heart. And if you still disagree with me, so be it. And I think those are words, say what you will about actions, but I think those are words that we have not heard from the president in the last few years. And that could be a very important shift for a lot of people who were losing faith that their government would respond or would even hear their dissent. Right.
And I think people have felt ignored
to me like
for
we're
a
taking
while. Go ahead, Chance. Yeah.
Real quick, I was just going to tell people, it looks like what we're looking at here is, I believe that's the floor to go into the Senate chamber, if I'm identifying it correctly. And we see a few, important people walking by, and Nancy Pelosi was there. That might be Kevin McCarthy by the looks at the back of his head. And we do expect now that Nancy Pelosi is going to be involved in this gift ceremony when we see Mitch McConnell present a gift as well. And so I think maybe they're assembling right now, just as the former presidents are assembling in another location. And, when the clock struck 12 noon, the most important man in Washington now, President Biden, everyone's running on his watch. And right now he's running a few minutes behind.
Chance Seales, the master of identifying elected leaders by the backs of their heads.
I was going to say,
whose
that
bouffant
is
this? Let me see.
Bouffant, that is hilarious.
So that's what we're waiting on right now.
Yeah.
I do want to just acknowledge, when you said, Chance, this just jogged my memory, my short memory, when you said when the clock struck noon, that incredibly powerful moment when the president was taking the oath of office, that is the thing that makes him the president of the United States. And as soon as he finishes those words of that oath, he becomes the president. And for him to be standing on that stage taking that oath while the sitting president, until he finished the oath, was 1,000 miles away in Florida, it is really an incredible narrative on where we are in history, where we are with our divisions, and the kind of work that Joe Biden has to do. It's not going to be a snapback. It's not going to be overnight everyone feels jolly and good. It's going to take a lot of patching and repairing to get those fissures a little closer together.
And we can talk about the division, all day. But what was really interesting was when we actually saw that split screen moment where former Vice President Mike Pence was walking down the stairs, and former President Trump was also doing the same, getting off of Air Force One down in Florida. And it's just a tale of two people, you know, where like one is reacting to the situation totally differently than the other, you know?
Well, the center of gravity shifts, I think is what we saw there is, you know, former President Trump, you know, was walking off Air Force One. But as soon as there's another chief executive, that becomes Air Force Two, and they loan it out to who they want to. And suddenly you realize, not only in the executive mansion, but also in Congress, in lobbying, and that trickles down to state houses in our communities. You know, this is not hermetically sealed in Washington, D.C. That this center of gravity, it matters, and it impacts all of our lives individually. I think we're maybe going to see here very soon, Biden is walking into, alongside Vice President Kamala Harris. They are walking into that ceremony, I believe. I could hear a few claps there, and then they waltzed right by. They were pretty quick, though, so they got right by the cameras. But that means we should see them in action pretty soon.
And again, we expect that the signing ceremony will be a series of proclamations. And again, this is the traditional sort of ceremonial signing of the president's first actions in office. It's something that Ronald Reagan first did back in 1981, and in a room that until those two terms of Congress and president were delinked by the 20th Amendment, it was sort of like a cram room for the president on the night before those two terms ended on March 4th.
So as we're talking about what, you know, the Biden administration is planning on doing in its first 100 days, we also have to think about the looming impeachment that is on the horizon and what exactly that means. I want to head out to Nate Reed right now because he's been following this for us for quite some time now, and just talking about what are the chances of it happening in the first place? What is the timing like? And I know that is a huge question. So Nate, let's start there. What is the timing like when it comes to this impeachment starting?
Well, the impeachment, we really don't know when it's slated to start. So the one thing we've been asking Nancy Pelosi for weeks, the Speaker of the House, is when is she going to send that single article of impeachment into former President Trump? It's still odd to say, over to the Senate. So as soon as she sends that article of impeachment over to the Senate, that means the trial has to start. And so certainly there'll be a day of work to determine what the trial looks like, determining the rules of the trial. And then after that, the trial will begin with, of course, all 100 senators serving as jurors in that trial. And so what was interesting was I was actually sitting in yesterday on the session of the Senate, which was happening just a couple moments. It was the first session of the Senate since January 6th, the events that night when Joe Biden was certified as the next president of the United States. Of course, he's since taken that oath. The first thing that they said on the floor was the Senate had received a message that the House had moved forward on impeachment, but without that article, they cannot start the trial. And so therefore, it's up to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to determine when to send that over to the Senate. She's indicated she knows that will distract from Biden's first 100-day agenda, so it appears likely they're willing to hold off, at least for a short period of time, to send that article over.
Nate, since we don't know the timing on that, let's talk about the immediate, like in the next few minutes. We know Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell are supposed to be participating in this gift ceremony, signing ceremony with the new president and vice president. What do we expect someone like a Mitch McConnell to say? Because behind the scenes, you know, the very first week of President Obama, he said, you know, my success would be if he's a one-term president. But Mitch McConnell and Joe Biden know each other. They serve together. They have cut deals together. What do you expect there?
Well, they do, and I must say that it was particularly striking, that first action yesterday when we learned that Mitch McConnell would be attending a prayer service with Joe Biden. And so certainly, as soon as we learned that clearly is setting the stage. The two have known each other an incredibly long time. They served in the Senate together. Now Joe Biden is the president of the United States. Mitch McConnell still for a couple more hours the majority leader. So what's going to happen is Mitch McConnell, of course, he's been a majority leader for the past 6 years. Before that was the Democrat Harry Reid of Nevada. So Mitch McConnell, really, it's interesting. He's been in power much longer than President Trump.
I want to interrupt you because we're watching the president now in the president's room of the U.S. Capitol signing several documents. We believe these are several proclamations. And And we do expect that there will be some kind of gift ceremony as well. We expect that Mitch McConnell will gift a flag to the vice president, that Nancy Pelosi will gift a flag to the president. But this is a big moment now. Joe Biden taking his first actions as the 46th president of the United States.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
A signature difference I've noticed, Chance and Alex and Nate, if you're still with us, that we no longer have the lifting of the document thereafter to show proof of signature, but we believe it is there.
So this is a look down right now from the top of the rotunda. Starkly different sight than it was 2 weeks ago, and usually right down the hallway from there, that's where everyone would be gathering to eat lunch and have a convivial hour together before really and sometimes start going at each other's throats and sometimes cut a deal with each other. So, Nate, are you still with us? If you are, I mean, let's be real for a moment here, because we all, bathe in and bask in a moment of unity, but many of these things being proposed by President Biden, despite people considering him a moderate, if you look at his slate of proposals, they're the most liberal or progressive any president has ever come into office with. Mitch McConnell, again, may be friendly with each other. That doesn't mean you necessarily will agree or allow it to go through.
That's exactly right, and frankly, Biden's aggressive 100-day agenda, of course, it's going to have the cloud of a Senate trial over it, for one thing. Additionally, the other thing that he's going to have to contend with is the fact that legislation still needs 60 votes to pass the Senate. It cannot pass with a simple 50-vote majority, even though Chuck Schumer, the incoming Senate Majority Leader, the Democrat from New York, and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have the votes in order to pass. They can only really confirm judges with that 51-vote margin, or judges to either the Supreme Court or various federal courts, but they still cannot pass legislation. Now, there is a way around that. It's called invoking the nuclear option. That's changing the threshold from 60 votes to 51 votes. Now, that's been done with, of course, Supreme Court nominees and judicial court nominees at various levels of the federal judiciary, but at the same time, it has not been done for legislation. And so that is certainly an option that's on the table. Mitch McConnell, his staff went public with reporters yesterday, making clear as they determine a power sharing agreement with, of course, 50 Democratic senators, 50 Republican senators. They're trying to figure out a power sharing agreement in the Senate, despite the fact that Democrats are in the majority. And so Mitch McConnell's team made very clear they do not want Joe Biden to eliminate the legislative filibuster, to lower that threshold from 60 votes to 51 votes. Of course, Chuck Schumer will not play his hand on that, but there isn't necessarily the support to change that threshold, because it still requires a 51-vote margin to change the threshold from 60 votes to 50 votes.
Nate, I wonder if the momentum is shifting quickly enough for that kind of cooperation with the now Biden administration. I mean, you had a lot of fixtures of GOP politics up there on the Hill. It sounds like we're having some audio problems with Nate, so we'll let him go for now. But, there were a lot of fixtures of GOP politics up there on the Hill. Paul Ryan among them today, the former Speaker of the House, who are acknowledging in symbol, in word, that Joe Biden is the legitimately elected and now sworn in president of the United States, and that he gets to set the path of his administration's policy for the next 4 years. He has been elected to do so anyway. That is a significant shift in tone, guys. Whether or not it actually translates to cooperation, we will see, because as you mentioned, Chance, Mitch McConnell is known for not exactly cooperating with Democratic presidents.
No, he likes to throw down those road spikes to make sure that he can flatten your tires. But as soon as he wants to make something work, he will. And honestly, he works brilliantly. And he's been extremely successful in doing that. So it looks like, if I'm looking at the schedule right, that we are going to be seeing, again, McConnell speaking soon, presenting a flag, then Pelosi. And then, this is Washington, so all of leadership gets to talk. Then we're going to hear from Steny Hoyer on the Democratic side in the House, and then also from Kevin McCarthy on the Republican side in the House. So, their sentiments will be shared. Usually these tend to be, Alex, they tend to be pretty generic.
Yeah, and it seems like, this is just kind of the ceremonial aspect of everything where, you do it because it's what has been done for so long. And I'm glad that in a lot of ways they are sticking to tradition since so much has been so different. And so I think that is, it's a good feeling to have something kind of normal happen. And that might be kind of dramatic to hear or to say, but I know a lot of people have been looking for a sense of normalcy for so long. And this is kind of symbolizing not only that, but the new beginning. And people are hopeful. And as you could tell, the overall mood was excitement that we saw earlier today as President Biden was giving his speech and, leading up to that moment. So I think that overall, this is really nice to see.
And we're going to see the president, vice president on these steps, the east front of the U.S. Capitol here shortly. But I think before we get there, we're going to see some activity in the rotunda where we had that beautiful sort of aerial shot a few moments ago. And to see that and a gift ceremony between the Speaker of the House, the Majority Leader of the Senate, and the party leaders, majority and minority leaders in the House, speaking with the new president and vice president in the same rotunda where there was a violent insurrection just 2 weeks ago to the day, is a remarkable marker of the resilience of this democracy and the strength of the institutions and the traditions, as you note, Alex, that we have put in place. And for all the pomp and circumstance that we see here today and all the formality, perhaps it's a reminder of the reason for that and the importance of these symbols and of these formalities in a moment like this, a reset, if you will.
And Biden mentioned that in his speech, talking about how democracy won and democracy will continue to win. And as we've been talking about just throughout the morning, Chance has mentioned, this is for the will of the people, to know that we will always say, every vote counts, but this year, this election, that is when I think it finally clicked for a lot of people, thousands of people. When you come down to certain counties and certain swing states, and it's just, it's so close where really every single vote does matter. I think that seeing this is a true marker, as you mentioned, James, that we, the people, we do have a say in what happens, and our democracy is strong because there probably were some thoughts where it was like, wait a minute, how strong is our democracy if we can allow our capital to be breached? The safest place should be. And so this is, just another sign towards that.
And, it doesn't necessarily mean that if more people vote, it's not going to be closer.
Right.
Because we had more Americans voting in this election than ever before. Joe Biden got more than 80 million votes, the first time that's ever happened. And yet, it was still close in a lot of those really key states. A decisive win for the president, but it was still close enough, especially with those number of votes, to your point.
Yeah.
Bring that point home that every vote counts.
And 74 million Americans still voted for Trump. He didn't win, but they still voted for him. So now the question becomes, what is his base? What are voters going to do from here? We have to think, too, what is the Republican Party going to look like after this? Because we see those kind of splintering effects, even today as we see former Vice President Mike Pence at the inauguration, not, sending off former President Trump. So those are questions I think that now are kind of hovering over President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris now, is where does everything go from here?
To the conversation, I believe we have with us Brian Darling. I believe he's standing by with us. He is a Republican strategist from Liberty Government Affairs. And if we can bring him into the conversation, let me address that question to you, Brian. 74 million people in this country voted for President Trump. You look at the Republican Party, overwhelmingly, they support Trump over any other of the Republican figures. Where does the party go?
Well, that is the million-dollar question, and I think that a lot will be resolved over the next few months to see what happens with the Trump coalition. I think there are two big issues there. There's a question of which person is going to take up the mantle of Trump, and will the Trump group, the Trump coalition, stick together, or will it splinter and support different elements, different individuals who want to lead the party? I mean, we're looking at, a situation where the Senate's not going to be controlled by Republicans, the House is not controlled by Republicans, and there's no Republican president. So the party is basically leaderless right now, awaiting to see what happens going forward and what happens in the next 2 years going into the 2022 House and Senate elections. And then the second issue, it's going to come down to an agenda. What is a Republican agenda going to be going forward? Is it going to be focusing on the debt? Is it going to be focusing on helping people out in this time of crisis? What are we going to look at in foreign policy? Are there going to be big differences between the Biden and the foreign policy of the members of Congress who are Republicans? So there are many issues that need to be resolved, but I think going forward, the Republican Party is looking inward, and we're going to have to see what happens over the next few months and over the next 2 years going into 2022 in those midterm elections.
So we saw in the Senate runoffs in Georgia, obviously the balance of power was at stake there. We saw two Democrats take over those two seats that were previously Republican. So now that it's split with a slim majority towards Democrats. Do you think, or how many Republicans do you think will remain allegiant to former President Trump, or will they revert back to the Republican standard values?
Well, nothing focuses the mind of an elected official like a loss, and that was a devastating loss for Republicans. Two incumbent senators losing in Georgia, a state that had two Republican senators, has a Republican governor, was seen as a pretty safe Republican state right up until President Trump lost that state. So I think what's going to happen is Republicans are going to look at that effort, look what happened in Georgia, and say, we need to change a little bit. We need to change things up. We need to come up with an agenda, and we need to look at the Biden agenda to see where we can oppose him, maybe where we can support him here and there. But it's going to have to be a vision for the future. They're going to have to promote something different than we saw from the past, which is more so just supporting the Trump agenda. The Republican Party is going to have to come up with a discernible new agenda that the American people can look at to see if they like it or not.
Hey, Brian, it's James Packard. I wonder, we've watched the congressional delegation just now walk into the rotunda of the Capitol, and we're going to see a gift-giving ceremony here momentarily, so I may have to cut you off as soon as I ask you this question, as we see the president and the vice president now, too. But I wonder, there was a lot of faith interwoven into this inaugural ceremony. Traditionally, in years past, the Republican Party has sort of defined itself as the party of faith. Given that we just had a president for 4 years who acted in many ways counter to what a lot of faithful people would consider decent behavior, do you think the Republican Party will be eager to reclaim that? Are the people of faith in that party most focused on policy, or does rhetoric matter?
Well, I think both. I think that obviously Joe Biden is somebody who went to church this morning, somebody who's a man of faith, a strong Catholic, and somebody who talks about his faith quite a bit. So I think that's important to the American people, to have a good moral leader, somebody that the kids can look up to. But also, if you're an evangelical, or if you're somebody who's religiously based, somebody who's a Catholic who's very strong in their faith, or Jewish, you're going to look at the issues, and you're going to look at also how politicians will implement the issues that they care about, whether it be abortion, whether it be nominations to the court. So faith is going to matter in both leadership and in.
So sorry to cut
happens.
you off, Ryan, but I think the ceremony is beginning. Let's jump in there right now.
Lunches than President Biden has. It's an important moment where it's bipartisan. It's the time to bond between the executive and the legislative branch of the government. We probably don't need as much bonding because we already have that natural bonding with you and the traditions here. By those traditions, usually there's a painting at the front of that event that the chairman picks. This time, not knowing we were going to have an event until what we were going to do about an event until late, I asked Dr. Biden to help pick the painting, and this is the one that she recommended. The painting is landscape with rainbow. Rainbow, always a good sign. It's loaned to us for today from the Smithsonian American Art Museum. The artist, Dr. Robert Sheldon Duncanson, he was the best-known African-American painter in the years surrounding the Civil War. He was based in Cincinnati, encouraged by abolitionists who, among other things, sponsored a trip for him to do some study in Europe. This is a painting that he painted in 1859, and I think maybe it's sort of the classic America as a paradise painting that a lot of painters were doing then. But for him, a black artist painting this painting that's so much like an American utopia on the verge of a war that we would fight over slavery, makes all of that, I think, even more interesting in that while he faced lots of challenges, obviously was optimistic even in 1859 about America. And so, Dr. Biden, thanks for helping select this painting, and glad to have all four of you here as we move on to my good friend Senator Klobuchar.
I like the rainbow.
The rainbow is always a good sign. Let's hope so.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Door number 2. There we are. Good. Mr. President, First Lady, Madam Vice President, and our very first second gentleman, on behalf of the American people, it is our honor to present these custom-made crystal vases commemorating your historic inauguration. Lennox, which you know is a great company, American company, has handcrafted these gifts for the past 9 presidential inaugurations. It is a good thing I don't have to hand them to you personally. They each weigh, with the base, 32 pounds, but combined 64. But Jill, I know, is very strong and could take them both. Exactly. But the Lennox company is actually based in Bristol, Pennsylvania, which you know, Mr. President, is a mere 132 miles from Scranton, since we know today all roads lead to Scranton. The team at Lennox has worked for months to capture the spirit of this inauguration and your incoming administration. Mr. President, your vase features the White House, and Vice President Harris's features the U.S. Capitol. The gifts represent the hope and the faith the American people have placed in you to move our country forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, while the pandemic has sadly limited our usual hospitality, as others have mentioned, I'm very glad we still carry on some of our favorite inaugural traditions. It's my honor and privilege to help present these flags of our nation that were flown over today's event here at the Capitol. Now, I have to make one point of personal privilege on behalf of the Senate. With all due respect to our distinguished Speaker and our colleagues from the House, I have to note, not only did we just swear in a son and daughter of the Senate to these high offices, but indeed both these former senators skipped the House altogether. The Star-Spangled Banner is our greatest symbol of our endurance of the American idea. It flies over this building on triumphant days and on tragic ones, over all factions and all parties. And today this flag flew over our former colleague's inauguration as the very first female Vice President of the United States. So to our very distinguished former colleague, Madam Vice President, please accept this flag with the highest compliments and congratulations of the United States Senate.
The distinguished leader of the Senate pointed out that he has hosted this lunch for members of the Senate who have become president and vice president. But I have the privilege of giving the flag to the President of the United States, the flag that was flown when you were sworn in, Mr. President. This flag reflects all that is said about your inauguration. America united. May it be a symbol of the hope, the healing, and the just all of the enthusiasm that you have for our country. And as we heard the beautiful national anthem, when we're at the stadium and they say, is our flag still there? Then you say, play ball, right there, play ball. So we're going to get ready to play ball. We're ready to go with the inspiration of our flag flying. But again, on behalf of the House of Representatives, it is my privilege to extend to you the flag that was flown the early moment that you were sworn in as President of the United States. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Dr. Biden. Thank you. If we had the lunch, we would have had California wine. Is that not right? Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, congratulations. With liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Hey, man. Long time no see.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Modern technology, right? It's a good picture, too. Well, President Biden, Vice President Harris, Dr. Biden, and Mr. Imhoff, on behalf of Republicans in Congress, congratulations. Very proud of you both. When President Washington was sworn in as the first president of the United States, only a handful of people saw the ceremony or heard the famous first inaugural address. Today, the inauguration is seen around the nation and indeed around the world. Yet the task facing the nation is no less momentous than it was in Washington's time. I listened to your speech today. You talked among the tension and division. Our task as leaders is to bind this nation's wounds and dedicate ourselves to the values of all Americans share together. With modern technology, just a few minutes ago, it captured in these pictures. History in the making for all the world to see. This picture should serve as a reminder of that task that we have before us. As a very proud son of California, it is my honor to present to a very proud daughter of California as well. Today, Vice President Harris made history, and all of America should celebrate that. But we should also remember that this is not the end, but just the beginning. As leaders, we are judged not by our words, but by our actions. So let's go forth from here together, accomplish great things for the American people, and every time you look at this photo, remember the beginning of the job we have to do. Congratulations.
Madam Vice President, Mr. Imhoff, Dr. Biden, Mr. President. No, Joe, you're Mr. President. And we are so proud of that. Dr. Biden, he makes you call him Mr. President? Marriage is about to get rocky, I can tell. On behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on the Inaugural Ceremonies, I too am proud. More than that, I'm ecstatic to present the two of you this picture. A testament to technology. and a testament to history. Mr. President, in your speech, you talked about faith. You talked about tribulations, but you talked about victory. The Johnson brothers wrote a great hymn. You know it well, Mr. President. Today, we have a new day. And that hymn came out of faith and out of deep trouble into hope. And they said, facing the rising sun of our new day begun, let us march on till victory's won. That's what your speech was about. And that's why we are so proud and ready to march with you, President Biden. God bless.
And they're both different. Yeah. Get the whole family in there. Put your head in there.
Oh, God. Well, thanks.
President.
Thank you. Really mean.
I don't know what this must be.
Nice. Yes, there's not. Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, everyone.
Gift-giving ceremony in the Capitol Rotunda for the new president and vice president. They were gifted several things, 2 vases commemorating their inauguration, a painting, 2 flags that flew over the ceremonies today at the U.S. Capitol, and then you saw those 2 pictures of the moments that they each were sworn in as the 49th and 46th vice president and president, respectively. Alex Miller is with us now. Alex, I wonder what you make of some of the comments we just heard, especially from Mitch McConnell, who may end up being the primary political adversary of the new president on that Capitol Hill complex. It seemed sort of traditional, didn't make any huge overtures to the new president, but certainly isn't making an enemy of him right out the gate.
Yeah, I mean, Mitch McConnell is going to have the entire Republican Party on his shoulders come, a couple of hours from now. For lack of a better word, this didn't trump partisanship. He was extending the olive branch only to some degree, but he was saying that he was proud that both the president and vice president were members of the Senate, proud of the history that Senator Harris, now Vice President Harris, made becoming the first woman of color to take this position. And you heard that from, frankly, all of the leaders, including the Republican leaders. I think when you listen to somebody like a Minority Leader McCarthy, somebody who opposed the certification of this election in Congress just 2 weeks ago, kind of trying to turn the page a little bit and encourage that unity and saying that they need to show that unity with action. You can tell that this is kind of a tough line for them to walk because they know what they have done in the last month or so in terms of discounting the election results, and yet this is the path that they are faced with. They're faced with 2 Democratic-led houses, and they know that they need to work with them. They know that in order to get anything done, the Democrats are going to need to work with the Republicans, but the Republicans are also going to need to hold the line to some degree because they want to make sure that the very progressive parts of the Biden agenda don't actually go through.
How important will McConnell's role be in the party now that Democrats do have control of the White House in both chambers of Congress?
It's going to be very important. I mean, when you think about some of the meetings that happen when there's big negotiations about shutdowns and the like, you think of the people in the room. They're the heads of the majority, the minority, and the president. And it's likely that Vice President Harris will also be able to be in these meetings, given the relationship that she and the president have. But both of the Republicans are frankly in the lower position, and so they are going to have to fight tooth and nail for every inch that they get because the Democrats are going to be able to run with it if they are able to get the votes. Now, there are some moderate Democrats like West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin that will make it tough for Democrats on some of the more progressive agenda items. But overall, on big issues that they know they need to get done, they will be able to do it with or without Republican support.
And on screen live right now, we're seeing the heads of Congress file out along with the new president and vice president. They're going to be there when they review the troops, which is done every 4 years or between any administration, just to show the peaceful transfer of power. And again, our troops led by a civilian in the U.S. Can I just ask a very simple question to you, Alex? 2 words stuck in my ears after they were said by Nancy Pelosi. Play ball. And to me, that means I'm ready to play hardball.
Oh, yeah. When she said that, I thought, game on. She's ready to pass some agenda items. Look, she has had a lot going on, especially in the last 2 months, in terms of her own safety, in terms of making sure that these results are certified, making sure the House stays together. There's a lot of divisive things that are about to come down the pike, frankly. I mean, she has talked about members of Congress, members of the House of Representatives possibly being involved in the January 6th insurrection. So there are a number of members that want to see their fellow members investigated, whether it's by the Ethics Committee or outside of Congress. So she is going to have to play the leader in this situation. And so while she's dealing with getting legislation passed, making sure that the Biden-Harris agenda moves forward, or the majority of her caucus is on board with it, she's also going to be dealing with a lot of internal politics, making sure that her members feel safe, making sure that they believe that the due diligence is done to make sure that an insurrection obviously doesn't happen again, make sure that the Capitol Police have what they need to make sure that this does not happen again from their end. And so she knows that she can have the power to get a lot of the things she wants accomplished, but that there is definitely going to be some push and pull. And that unity message, while it was beautiful today, and I think people on both sides of the aisle can take something away from it, it is going to be hard, especially in the coming weeks and months as we are confirming judges, as we have an impeachment trial, as we have these investigations going forward.
Alex, as we wait for the president and vice president to appear on the East Front steps for the pass and review, I just wonder what you read about the relationship between Nancy Pelosi and President Biden. There was perhaps some criticism for former President Obama in not playing ball enough, perhaps, being too idealist in trying to get things through that he wanted, but not being practical about the logistics of how that chamber works. Do you suppose there's going to be more of a, I don't know, game-playing relationship between President Biden and Nancy Pelosi?
Yeah, I mean, she tends to try to take the high road in a lot of aspects. I mean, if you just look at the first impeachment alone, she didn't want to draft articles of impeachment until push came to shove. But I think that this is a different chapter, frankly, after the Trump administration. And I think that Democrats understand that they could lose seats, and they lost seats, frankly, in this election. They have a very narrow majority, not just because of November's election, but because members are now going to the Biden administration. So they have a thin margin. So she needs to make sure that all of her members are doing what they need to do for their own districts so that they can get reelected in 2 years. Because like we've talked about, the House is always running for election because, frankly, they have another election in, barely 2 years. And so she has a lot to pay attention to. Even if she's not the speaker going forward, she wants to make sure to keep that Democratic majority in 2022, 2023, and beyond.
And as we see this pass and review about to pick up here, just a historical fact for you, just to put this in perspective. Again, we have mentioned that Kamala Harris, the first female vice president, but also the first minority vice president, coming from black and also Asian ancestry. And actually, it was 1865, during Abraham Lincoln's second inauguration, that the first black soldier marched in this. We are, 150 years past that now, but again, still making history in this very moment. And this is the first time that a black vice president, that an Asian vice president is going to be reviewing this passage of the troops there.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I think that some of the weight of this day has almost more to do with her than it does with President Biden himself. You know, he has said that he is the bridge now to the future, that he isn't necessarily the change maker that people were hoping for with then candidate Obama, for instance. But you could hear in the crowd today the cheers almost more for her anytime her name was mentioned, obviously when she got up to take the oath, when she came in, just how important her presence is on this ticket, now administration. And you could see how much the Biden camp appreciates the significance as well. They did not try to play it down that she's the vice president and he's the president. They let that be a positive moment in the event.
All right, Alex, thank you. Well, right now what we're watching, this is the east front steps of the Capitol, and they're reviewing the military troops before they lead a procession of ceremonial military regiments. Citizens groups, marching bands, and floats. That's going to go down Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House. Now, this is something that's been celebrated and really anticipated for millions of Americans across the country. And seeing it, as we've been talking about, you know, in this pandemic, some sense of normalcy and tradition right now. And this tradition, it was actually, it started back in 1789 when George Washington took the oath of office. That was April 30th, 1789 in New York City. So it's a long-standing tradition, obviously. The first organized parade occurred in 1809. And that was the inauguration of James Madison. So that's what we're watching right now. And then they're going to head to Pennsylvania Avenue, as I mentioned, in the White House after that.
I'm just enjoying the show for a minute here, guys.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really pretty grand, and it's amazing to see how they do this with such uniformity. There you see a sort of a hearkening back to the origins of this, the journey in 1789 from Mount Vernon to New York City when George Washington first took the reins of the presidency. And these local militias sort of globbed on to this procession to New York City. And by the time he got there, there was this long line of people, including dignitaries and other officials. And that sort of set the stage for this pass and review and for the inaugural parade.
And you know, guys, while this may feel ceremonial, every single president ends up saying ultimately, the heaviest responsibility that I had on my shoulders was thinking of how to engage our troops overseas. Biden's sons have been in the service. President Barack Obama has said many times whenever I was considering a maneuver overseas, it was Joe Biden who would stop me and say, really think about this, or you don't have to be shoved into it, or is there another way? And as he reviews these troops and is now their commander, the gravity of this is not lost on him at all.
And it's what we were talking about earlier, Chance, when we were looking at those visuals of Arlington National Cemetery, where we will move next, by the way, when they go to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. There is a great sacrifice that comes with defending this experiment of democracy that Joe Biden has now been tasked with shepherding. And so to sort of feel this moment out for him is probably a bit of the weight starting to rest on his shoulders as he now proceeds to the motorcade that will take him to Arlington National Cemetery.
By the way, if you're keeping time, and every single official in Washington has an official scheduler who's the keeper of the keys of what they're going, you know, when they're doing it, he's running about 25 or 30 minutes behind today.
And I think all those former presidents over at Arlington National Cemetery are starting to tap their feet and go, man, remember the luxury of making everyone else wait?
Yeah. Clinton was good at that.
And you see the vice president and the second gentleman there. They'll wave goodbye as the president and first lady's car pulls away.
And this is now the official vehicle of Joe Biden. He's the president. This is the beast. It has reinforced windows. It can survive, you know, a blast, gunshots, and now I can tell you, having looked over this balcony when he came by, I mean, we tried to count. There were probably 70 or 80 cars in this motorcade. Now, that's not typical, but today that is certainly the case. And as Biden and Harris get in their cars, they're going to head right over the bridge here, right over the Potomac, and that gets you right into Arlington National Cemetery. So it's really not a long way at all.
And I don't know if you've ever seen a cross-section of one of those doors, but man, it is like the hull of a ship. I mean, you can see how thick they are.
Right.
Can we just clear the camera really quick?
Yeah, we just saw Eugene Goodman escorting Harris again. That was a Capitol Police officer who led a mob away from the Senate chambers 2 weeks ago. And he also escorted her down the stairs as they were getting into the speeches and swearing in and those types of ceremonies.
I can tell you, just peeking over my shoulder here, the roads are completely clear, and to get to Arlington, I'd say maybe 5-10 minutes. You know, it's probably not even a mile from where we are right now, because DC is only 10 square miles, and we happen to be right on the edge at this moment. And you can tell. I think here they wanted to tell everyone, we have priorities, and after we've done this pass and review, we are going to the place where those who gave the ultimate sacrifice, where they're buried now, because we want to pay tribute to them before we go to the White House and pick up all of our official duties. And there's a certain somberness to that, and also just a reflection on, again, how big this job is and the responsibilities. It's not just, we won an election. No, it's that now you must govern.
And again, as we look at this aerial shot of Washington, D.C., remembering how different this moment feels from the moments that have preceded it in these ceremonies. There's not the throngs of people who were there for the ceremonies or who will try to catch a glimpse of a motorcade at some point in the day today. That city is the city you're sitting in, Chance, shut down, and I imagine sort of bleak to be sitting in the middle of it.
There's not much happening. It certainly feels secure. It feels fortified, but it doesn't necessarily feel celebratory. You know, the drums that are being pounded for the pass and review. I'm a few blocks away. I can hear them clear as a bell, and that's because there's no other sound interfering at this point. There are no blaring sirens. There are no cheering crowds. It is literally just the people you see on your screen, and then the armed troops lining the streets.
And it was really interesting to see the field of flags, which, you know, represented all the people that weren't able to be there that we're typically used to seeing. And to kind of flash back and think of those times, it feels like so long ago, because this last year has just been so hard and so rough, and it's felt so long. It's, you know, for me anyway, that when I look back, it's like, okay, when was that? Actually, when was life normal, and when did we see those types of crowds? So, Chance, typically then, where you are, I mean, people would be all over the city then, right? You'd be able to hear them.
Absolutely, absolutely. They'd be overrunning, you know, this entire field right now, which, as I look over it, I see maybe, I'm going to say 24 National Guardsmen who are taking a rest between their shifts right now, sitting, you know, in the field on the National Mall that would typically be occupied by maybe hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
I don't want to get into crowd size, but usually you would see maybe hundreds of thousands of people showing up.
Right.
It almost seems like maybe this year that social media has become the National Mall. That is the place where people are sharing this experience. Yep. And, you know, on TVs, you might be watching us on your phone or your iPad. This is our National Mall this year.
And I think we're going to see more of that in the sort of virtual nature of the parade later tonight. There's some primetime programming planned. In the meantime,
yeah, say who's in it, by the way.
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm looking most forward to Mr. Tom Hanks, America's darling and everyman, who will be sort of the center of the action. I don't have the list in front of me right now of who else is in it, but
Katy Perry.
Katy Perry. There you go. There's going to be several musical performances, and it's going to follow not only the wreath laying at National Cemetery, but also a presidential escort, and we'll see sort of a procession into the White House for the president and the vice president. I believe the vice president's then going to head back to the Capitol. She has 3 new senators to swear in today, including Georgia's first black and Jewish senators, and the man who replaces her in her Senate seat, Alex Padilla, California's first Latino senator. I think they are all set to be sworn in around about 4 or 4:30 today.
Cool. All right. So we're going to go to Nate right now. He's going to join us. So, you know, we've been talking about this all morning. This is an inauguration that's been unlike one that we have ever seen. And it's not just with the masks and the social distancing that we've been seeing, but the closing of the National Mall and the sheer number of National Guard troops following the riot 2 weeks ago. So, Nate, what are you seeing on the ground? I know this is a lot different than what we've seen in years past.
Well, it's interesting, when the inauguration was actually happening, when it was actively, President Biden was being sworn in and delivering his inaugural address, a couple groups of people kind of here and there watching on a lone iPhone, really, you know, kind of gathering around a lone iPhone. A couple of cheers rang out here when Joe Biden actually took the oath of office at around 11:50 this morning Eastern. I just want to give you a sense of the street behind me. I mean, it still is completely empty here. These roads are blocked off. The one exception to that was in the moments after the dignitaries started leaving the stage, we saw a couple of motorcades quickly come through here. But otherwise, really, no one is allowed in the street. A couple of folks have tried to duck the caution tape behind me, and they've been yelled at by Capitol Police officers who are kind of on the outside of this 7-foot perimeter fence. And then once you get to the other side of that fence, you have all of the National Guardsmen wearing things that say military police, other ballistic vests possibly, a lot of gear. And so it's still a fortress Capitol, despite the fact that the inauguration is over. A lot of these dignitaries presumably are on their way home, but certainly expected to be locked down here, you know, for a while, just because some of these fortifications are going to take a while to break down. Just as a statement of fact, the 7-foot non-scalable fencing all the way around the Capitol, the razor wire on the top, and then several Jersey barricades as you look in the streets behind me. And so certainly this is the infrastructure that's going to take time to bring down. They say they're going to take it down tomorrow, but certainly it's expected that some of the fortifications here around the Capitol are probably going to remain past January 21st.
Hey, Nate, I had been talking about the 3 senators who are set to be sworn in today. The vice president headed back to the Capitol at some point, I assume, to swear them in. Do you know details of timing and how that's gonna happen? And then can you just sort of get us caught up to speed on what that means?
For sure. So that it's going to be interesting to see Kamala Harris swear in her successor in the Senate, Alex Padilla, of California, the former Secretary of State. Additionally, the two others who will be sworn in will be Raphael Warnock of Georgia, filling the 2 remaining years of former Senator Johnny Isakson's term, who resigned in December of 2019. And then, of course, Jon Ossoff taking the term he was able to beat incumbent Senator David Perdue, taking his full 6-year term. Of course, Raphael Warnock and Padilla will both need to campaign again in 2 years for another term in the U.S. Senate. And so they're going to be sworn in on the Senate floor just seconds after the Senate comes into session, and that will be what cements the Democratic majority. So you can expect speeches likely from Mitch McConnell, likely from Chuck Schumer, the new Senate Majority Leader, both laying out how they expect the future to go. And so we're expecting that, of course, right as the Senate gavels in, likely around 4:15, 4:30 p.m. this afternoon.
So, Nate, the president, he is entering office, and, they always want to have a full cadre around them so they can start implementing, number one, things like national security measures, but also, number two, things like policy measures they want to just slam through right at the beginning while they have momentum, and right now while they have a majority, in the Senate and in the House. As far as confirmation, it seems like some of these appointees, nominees, they're going to be more fast-tracked than others.
Certainly, and Alejandro Mayorkas, who is Biden's nominee for the Department of Homeland Security, a lot of these nominees could face a quick confirmation just because they can approve them by unanimous consent, which basically means all 100 senators agree to not object to the appointment of someone to a specific role. Now, yesterday we learned that, of course, Josh Hawley, the U.S. Senator from Missouri, who also challenged some election results back on January 6th, he said he will be objecting to Mayorkas for that speedy confirmation. Some other members of the cabinet, though, Janet Yellen for Secretary of the Treasury, she's expected to have a somewhat speedy confirmation. And I must say, the Democratic majority really helps them here because Democrats have that 50 seats in the Senate, and they have Kamala Harris as their tiebreaker. They can really confirm whoever they want, provided they have all the Democrats' votes in the Senate. So that is a very narrow margin. We saw a couple of cabinet appointees who went through by a very narrow margin in the Trump administration. At the same time, Biden has made very clear he wants his cabinet nominees to have bipartisan support. But certainly, if they wanted to at this point, it could take some time in terms of delays, because in the minority, Republicans can still delay things a little bit. But it could take time, but at the same time, they can really confirm whoever they want to their cabinet, given these numbers, if every Democratic senator and Kamala Harris are on board.
So, Nate, what our viewers are seeing right now, the empty streets in downtown Washington, D.C., I mean, such a difference compared to what we're used to seeing in any inaugurations in the years past. I mean, you see the barricades up, you see fencing up, but besides that, I mean, there are literally maybe 12 people that I just saw in the span that we had this shot up. And it's, again, just... it's so crazy to see. I mean, just on a normal day, even if it wasn't Inauguration Day, you're used to seeing the streets of Washington, D.C. just packed with people. Nate, thank you. So right now, what we're waiting for is President Biden, the First Lady, the Vice President, and the Second Gentleman. They're making their way to Arlington.
Thank you, sir. Sorry about that miscommunication.
National Cemetery. They will be laying the wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier there. And they'll also be joined by former presidents. So I want to bring in Willie James Inman now to explain to us why the Bidens wanted to do this, especially, before making their way to the White House.
Yeah, hey, Alex. Part of the reason why the incoming Biden administration wanted to do this, they wanted to show a united front. You have former presidents, including Democrats and Republicans, mentioning George W. Bush attending this ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery. They want to show a united front. They want to show a bipartisan nature, perhaps alluding to the way that this president will govern. We know that President Trump oftentimes got into arguments or Twitter fights with people from the opposing party, including Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. I'm thinking about that image of Pelosi standing up and pointing at the president. So it really just goes to show you how President Biden wants to lead. He wants to bring the country together, as he alluded to in his remarks earlier today, and having those former presidents. And of course, I should note, President Trump being in Florida, not attending the inauguration, it really just shows a contrasting image between the now president of the United States and the former president, President Trump.
Willie, it is no secret we're in the midst of this horrible pandemic right now. The president took a moment during his address to say a prayer for those lost. Ask everyone, just take a moment of silence. So he says he's looking forward. He's already unveiled his plans for vaccinations. And honestly, today his speech seemed to say, hold me accountable. If in 100 days I don't have these 100 million vaccinations, if we don't speed this up, if we don't fund the things that we say we're going to fund, it's on me. So where does the rollout stand right now? And does Biden seem poised to be able to get that done? Because he's making big promises.
Yeah, he certainly is making a large promise there, a chance, 100 million doses or 100 million vaccines, people vaccinated, I should say, in the first 100 days. And people like Dr. Anthony Fauci say that's certainly possible. So, of course, the outgoing administration it had a different tone, I should say. The president, then President Trump, oftentimes ignored the pandemic, didn't talk about it in the sense, didn't level with the American people. And President Biden is perhaps leveling with the American people and saying that, you can hold me accountable if things don't indeed get done. Oftentimes, former President Trump would talk about an uplifting message and perhaps try to paint things in a different light when that really wasn't the case. So President Biden has a large task at hand fighting the coronavirus pandemic. And of course, he's going to be leading in terms of with the vaccine rollout, which thus far hasn't really come about the way that folks thought it would. So President Biden is looking to take leadership of that and to get that vaccine rolling and shots into arms, so to speak, across the nation as we get into his first day in office in those first 100 days, which will be extremely pivotal to fighting not only the coronavirus pandemic chance, but setting the tone for his 4 years in office.
Willie, we're watching the motorcade pass across Arlington Memorial Bridge and through those barricades at the far end of it that had closed it down to traffic prior to the inauguration. I know that we expect, Willie, at some point this evening, I think about 7 o'clock Eastern time, we're going to get our first White House press briefing from the incoming administration, the incoming White House press secretary. What do you expect we're going to hear? What kind of questions are going to be asked? And what do you think is their primary objective in terms of messaging tonight?
Well, it's really interesting, James. Jen Psaki, she's a well-known person here with their White House press corps. I've asked her questions before when she served as press secretary for the State Department during the Obama administration. So we know that they want to start these press briefings back up. They want to have a good rapport with the press. We saw that didn't indeed happen in the last final years of the Trump administration, I should say. But I anticipate that they'll talk about those executive orders that they're rolling out. The president signing executive orders from everything like a mask mandate on federal property, rolling out immigration issues that he wants to see at the forefront of his administration, also rolling back certain environmental policies that the Trump administration has put in place. So clearly they're going to get out in front, talk to the media tonight, and perhaps talk up those first policy goals, and especially when the first 100 days that they have are for the country.
Willie, today as we watch this, and by the way, we are awaiting a 21-gun salute as the president and vice president do make their way over that bridge and toward Arlington Memorial, so we'll try to stop to listen to that when it happens. But, I like to slip on my realist glasses sometimes and think of, what would I be thinking in my heart of hearts while I'm watching some of these proceedings. And many people in this country, they're not doing so well right now. Tens of millions did not vote for this president. And when they hear, let's get back to normal, many of them don't like that idea, of getting back to normal. Many people see them presenting each other with crystal vases and do not like the backslapping and chumminess. Does the Biden administration realize that a lot of Americans, that they are fed up with that and that they have to find a way to maybe do both things?
I think they do, in a sense, Chance. I've covered both Biden and I also covered President Trump and his campaign in the latter part of the presidential election cycle. I think the incoming president, President Biden and his team are acutely aware of that, but they're also aware of that massive coalition that they were able to gather together to elect Joe Biden as the 46th president of the United States. So clearly, one of the things that Joe Biden mentioned in his remarks was bringing the country together, uniting the country, and he certainly wants to do that. And perhaps the way he could do that is to reach out to Republicans, to reach out to those folks on the other side of the aisle. We know with his nearly 40 years in the Senate that he certainly will be able to do that, and his counterpart, Vice President Kamala Harris, will be able to perhaps do that as well. But the president, he has a pretty liberal agenda coming in, a lot of things that he wants to get done. Of course, things like joining the Paris Climate Agreement and things such as that probably won't sit well with a lot of folks who voted for the president.
I'm going to cut you off, Willie, because I want to listen into this. This is the 21-gun salute at Arlington National Cemetery as the president and vice president approach the tomb of the unknown soldier.
Right now you're watching President Joe Biden arriving at Arlington National Cemetery along with Vice President Kamala Harris. And as they do, 21-gun salute. Every 9 seconds they are shooting these off. And again, in memory of fallen troops. And they are at the tomb of the unknown soldier. And when they're there, I think you can see them here, they're going to be joined by former presidents who are still living. Clinton, Obama, Bush. Jimmy Carter can't make it because he was ill, but James, you have to imagine if he were at all physically able, he would be there.
I imagine he absolutely would. I'm sure he's there in spirit and watching these events from his home. And this moment is significant. This 21-gun salute, this carries a lot of significance at this place. Obviously, it's among the highest honors in the military to receive a 21-gun salute. And 21 is a number that carries throughout the guarding of this tomb there at Arlington National Cemetery. Each guard marches 21 steps down that black mat, turns and faces east for 21 seconds, turns and faces north for 21 seconds, and then takes 21 steps down the other direction on the mat when they do these sort of guard changes. And it's guarded 24/7. A monument to those who were lost and never identified in some of our worst wars, World War I, World War II, Korea. There is a crypt for the unknown soldier in Vietnam that is empty because the soldier who was buried there was actually thereafter identified, exhumed, and then buried in St. Louis. but nonetheless, they're the spirit of those who we've lost and never able to identify remains there at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. We're seeing the motorcade now sort of winding through the cemetery, and you see just gravestone after gravestone of fallen service members. Again, a solemn reminder of the weight of defending the kind of government, the kind of liberty that our government stands for on the world stage.
It's also a reminder that the U.S. is not completely extricated from wars and other involvements overseas that still carry dangers to many troops, their families back here at home, every single day hoping and praying that they're going to be okay. And Joe Biden knows very well. He was the foreign relations chairman for years in the Senate. He knows the world, he knows the world's leaders, and he knows where our troops are. And I think a lot of military families watch and wait to wonder, what will he do? And then, of course, in those moments that the unexpected arrives.
Durham Aguilera, Executive Director, Army National Cemeteries Program. Mr. Charles.
And it sounds like they're now beginning to announce some of the people who will participate in this ceremony arriving.
Omar J. Jones IV, Commanding General of the United States Army Military District of Washington, and Mrs. Tracy Jones. The Armed Forces Honor Guard and the United States Army Band are formed and awaiting the President and Vice President to move to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier to place the wreath.
Again, you're looking at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier at Arlington National Cemetery. We await President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, as well as former Presidents Obama, Bush, and Clinton, who will be present for this ceremony, this wreath laying at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Chan Seales, you and I were talking about the significance of this space right now, not just a reminder of the cost of what we defend overseas, but also the cost of what we do here at home. Our service members are sworn to protect enemies, both foreign and domestic, and at this moment, you have tens of thousands of troops deployed within the District of Columbia. You have some troops at other state capitals around the country trying to keep things peaceful today, a day in which many of our intelligence arms worried there would be violence here during the transfer of power. And again, a reminder of how important and how precious our armed forces are and the sacrifice that they make in the name of democracy.
And you'll remember at home, Jill Biden, Michelle Obama, they made it their mission. It was their joint mission during their time in the White House to really take care of military families, because when they were out there on the campaign trail, they were told again and again, we can't make it, but we're scared. We're not financially secure. And they made it their mission. And And you'd have to guess that, again, Dr. Biden will make that part of her mission, and she'll probably be joined by the second gentleman, I would suppose. You know, when I look at this, whoever's holding the title of Commander-in-Chief at this moment, today it's President Joe Biden, they might be the most powerful person at that site, but I think he knows the most important people are the ones marked, you know, by those white markers. It's the people who gave their lives for their country so that we might have a day like today. And so Joe Biden, that concept of power versus importance is a certain duality that, that this draws into contrast.
It was, I think, almost 40 countries that Dr. Jill Biden traveled to as second lady to visit military bases and hospitals and refugee camps. She wants to, that is a centerpiece of what she wants to continue doing as first lady, advocating for military families, for their spouses. Because of course we remember that for all of these headstones that we see, there are dozens of people who are without a family member, who are without a husband, a wife, a mother, a father, an aunt, a cousin, a brother, a sister, a daughter, a son. And those people face tremendous hardships, not just psychologically, going forward and getting the benefits that they're supposed to get as a product of having been in or having had their family members in the armed forces, as we see 3 former presidents now approaching the tomb of the unknown.
There always is an order to these things, and that's that the most senior goes first. So you see the Clintons, and then the Bushes, and then the Obamas. And the striking thing to me is that it doesn't seem like that long ago that any of these men took the oath of office. And it shows you that any president is but a brief occupant of the Oval Office in the grand scheme of things, and you really have to make it worth it.
And that one inherits what another does. You know, the decision by George Bush to go into Iraq was something that has defined our foreign policy ever since. And it's something that created one of the greatest challenges for the man now standing to his right when he entered office in 2009. When Barack Obama, I know that Chance, you and I just finished his book, he talks about what he was thinking when he authorized movement in Libya, that he feared, and Joe Biden, as you mentioned earlier, had counseled him that the cost would be that we may end up in another messy war. Thankfully, that's not quite what bore out, but these are the things that go through their minds when they send these men and women into battle, not just that lives may be lost, but that for years to come and for presidents to come, there may be very, very costly consequences.
We know that President Biden and Vice President Harris, they are in a holding. So once they arrive, they typically take a moment, get them set, everyone's in place, and then they will walk out and join everybody. We expect that to be just about any second now. They do have a lot on their agenda, but this is something they wanted to make sure was the first on their agenda after they left the Capitol today.
These are usually very, very solemn ceremonies, but not exactly rare. We see these fairly frequently when there's a moment that a president or other sort of dignitary would like to draw the nation's attention to the cost of war and the cost of defending freedom. And certainly, as we've been discussing with the likes of Willie James Inman and Andrew Rafferty earlier today, these are very real costs that we can't treat lightly. And I think, as you say, Chance, that's part of the reason why it's so early on the agenda, and something that they knew they could do and they could highlight, even in this sort of adapted world that we're seeing this inauguration in.
Would be able to do, like James just said, and when you think about the parade and all the other festivities that kind of surround this day, not really doable necessarily, like the lunch that they would typically have. And so this was one of those things that they can do and stay safe at a safe distance and all that. And you can see the Bidens behind the former presidents and first ladies on those steps right there. Just kind of soaking it all in. It is a very solemn moment right now.
You do often hear the presidents, after they leave office, talk about the comfort of the President's Club, which at any one time maybe have 4 or 5 members max. And these men and the women standing next to them, some who have held office, like Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State, these are the people who really have carried the weight of the world many times on their shoulders. They're the actual people who have gotten that 3 a.m. call people talk about. They're the ones who have received it and have had to decide, what do we do? Do we engage? Do we go the diplomatic route? Do we show strength? And if anybody understands the next 4 years, at least, for Joe Biden, it is the people standing right there.
And perhaps because there is sort of a through line here for all of these administrations, all of that is sort of peppered in the back of Joe Biden's mind because he was in the room for so much of that. He was in the Senate during the administrations of both Bill Clinton and George Bush, and of course he was chief counsel, really, to President Obama during his 8 years, and talked over so many of those decisions. So they understand it, and in many ways, their experience has left lessons on the table for the now 46th president.
The good thing is, it's not raining today. It was raining this morning around 6 a.m.
And there was a little bit of snow, right?
And just a tiny few flakes of snow. And, out there right now, the sun is up, it's shining. There are a few clouds in the sky, but overall, it's a really beautiful day. Mind you that it's, getting into be late January, the coldest month in the year. And so, if you are going to be outside on a January day, this really is the day to do it. And it looks like I just saw the president and First Lady walk through the frame there. It looks like they're arriving. Actually, I misidentified that. No. Yes, I believe that is First Lady Jill Biden.
First Lady Jill Biden and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff there beside her, and there you see the president.
Order, guard. Attention.
So if you're just joining us here on Newsy, we're watching the new President and Vice President Joe Biden and Kamala Harris at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier at Arlington National Cemetery, where they will lay a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. We expect the national anthem here.
Present arms!
The national anthem from the U.S. Army Band, and now you'll see the President and Vice President lay a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier.
President, I ask you to please join Vice President. Can we have steps into this podium, please?
The president and vice president, followed by the former presidents and their wives, are all proceeding into the building right now. We do not expect there to be any sort of ceremony televised from inside. And at this point, after having done the wreath laying at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, they will be heading back across the Potomac River, and they'll be headed to their respective locations. We do expect that President Joe Biden, he's going to be heading to the White House, and Vice President Kamala Harris will be headed to her other place of work, and that's the U.S. Capitol. She now will serve not only as the Vice President, but as the President of the Senate, and that's where she will have the duty and the honor of swearing in 3 new Democratic senators, which will put them at 50-50 and put her as a tie-breaking vote. Outside of Arlington Cemetery, we do see the motorcade lined up. It is a motorcade unlike you see very often, even here in Washington. Probably 70 to 80 vehicles involved in this, including ambulances, but mostly black SUVs and police escorts. And so that is the area right there that you see on your screen. They'll just trek right over that bridge, usually full of congestion at this time. On a day like today, you would think in the middle afternoon, nothing. Usually it is bumper to bumper traffic. Today, it is not. At this point, as we review the schedule, we're about 15 minutes behind. They made up a little bit of time, and so now we're just about 15 minutes behind. As we were mentioning, there is this big virtual parade, and it's going to be happening tonight, hosted by Tom Hanks, which we'll carry, of course, here on Newsy. And that kind of has to stay on time because as TV channels commit to breaking in for a certain length of time, they don't flex that very much. And so we do expect that to begin, I believe it's 8:30 p.m. And at the very end of it, we'll see Joe Biden, the new president, at the White House, his new home. In the interim, there's going to be a flurry of activity. We expect that President Biden will be signing some executive orders, his highest priorities, and also signals to both domestic audiences and international audiences, things like re-entering the Paris Climate Accord. He might take action on things like climate. And then we'll hear from the White House in a press briefing. Press briefings have become extremely uncommon at the White House the past few years, and especially the last year or so. Sometimes you can go a month or more without seeing the press secretary. But her first day on duty, Jen Psaki, she's going to be giving a press briefing. Now, if that sounds familiar to you, it's because she was actually the communications director. She ran the operation for then President Obama. So this isn't really a come down. It's a role that's competitive, and it's one that she wanted to have because this is a pivotal time for us in the country, obviously, but also she wants to speak for Joe Biden and his agenda as he becomes president. So that's what we're expecting to see in the next hour, 2 hours, as all of this, rolls from Arlington back into the District of Columbia. And I think this shot, it puts it into perspective really nicely, where we are from the Lincoln Memorial, the reflecting pool, where the president and vice president were just last night, memorializing 400,000 Americans who have died from COVID. And again, they'll cross that bridge to come back to a mountain of challenges, legislatively, culturally, and they've acknowledged many of those today, and they say they are up for the challenge. They know it's not going to be easy. In the White House grounds, this is the executive mansion. It's really rare that you see this from above. Airspace in D.C. is extremely restricted. You don't get to be up above it. But this shows just how big the compound is. You see here some of the colonnades to go back and forth between the residences, those famous pillars. You know, the residence is there, obviously in the middle. It occupies floors that are above the second floor. And then the West Wing is connected by the hallways there. The East Wing, that's where the First Lady typically works out of. And then the EEOB, it's called, is right across this little alleyway, and that's where the Vice President and others work. So again, that is where they're headed physically. They've spent much of the day really talking about where we're headed as a nation, though, because they know that their priorities are big. They know that they are ambitious, and they know they're not backed by all Americans, Republican leaders in Congress. But as we see this again on the cemetery, this is a moment where there is a coming together, and there is an acknowledgement of our time, our deeds, our honor, and understanding the sacrifices of man. Sometimes party ideology is to be set aside. It looks like one lone kayak on the Potomac River, and I would say that it's all because right now, or waterway or sidewalk, they're lined and finished right now. Right now, the city kind of it waits and holds its breath, just like every city around the country right now. That has been anticipating today, but also a little cautious. I've been told that there could be risks. Here's the really good part. Today has been completely safe. It has been a non-event as far as disruptions here in D.C. Capitals, we've been checking on, because you know, here at Newsy, we have 60 local sister stations spread out across the country. So we tell them, keep us apprised of what's happening in your state capital. Not everything. The good news, a few people at state capitals, as is the right to do. There have been no major incursions and no major scares. And so that advisement of staying at home and staying peaceful, which we heard from both parties at this point, is being heeded. Waiting then the motorcade to take off and head back to the White House with Willie James, who covers the White House for us here at really quite a sight to see the current president, vice president, while the former presidents who were able to make it physically or decided to make it here in D.C. Joe Biden, first order of business when he arrives back at the White House, is it housekeeping? Is it ceremonial? What's he going to do?
Well, a little bit of housekeeping is going on behind the scenes at the White House. That typically happens, you know, somewhat of a cleaning and shuffling of items from the incoming family goes in, outgoing family. A lot of their things have already been moved out for the most part right now. So a little bit of course, the president, he's indicated, and his team indicated that he's going to sign a flurry of executive orders, as you mentioned earlier, today, everything from, of course, you know, he's going to rejoin the Paris Climate Agreement. He's talking about immigration, other issues the president is going to talk about or sign an executive order on. And he's going to take the festivity. You can't see it, but over to my right, they're lining up. Police and authorities are lining up. There's a marching band lining up. So that's part of some of what the president, his family, and of course, Vice President Harris will take in here at the White House today. So a little bit of business, a little bit of watching the festivities, and a little bit of housekeeping as well, Chance.
This might seem like a minor or silly question, Willie, but does President Biden get a moment to sit down? I mean, anybody would be exhausted by what we've seen today and just the force and energy around you. And at this point, he's been going for hours and hours. Will he get to just relax a moment before emerging again to, meet the public?
He will. It'll perhaps be in front of cameras a little bit. There's a viewing stand that is lined up just outside the north lawn of the White House, so he'll perhaps get to sit down a little bit, but there's still cameras, of course, everywhere around him. I anticipate he will get a little bit of time to himself, him and the new First Lady. I recall that iconic image of President Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama then in the elevator heading up to the White House residence. I recall that image. It was very, very iconic, and that personal moment, although they had security guards, the Secret Service, and others surrounding them, they had somewhat of a private moment there. So I anticipate that will indeed perhaps happen some time away from the cameras, but a very busy day, and the president, he really certainly wants to get to work. But on top of that, he wants to be out there and be seen in the public as the new president of the United States. Chance.
And rest assured at home, by the way, we will be getting into any executive orders and everything like that he's going to be signing. But one more question on a personal front, Willie. When he walks in there for the first time as President of the United States, what is it like? I think the resident staff, who he might know some of them, my understanding is they line the halls. They welcome their new boss. Their belongings will already have been put away in their rooms on the third floor residence?
Yeah, that's basically how it works. I was talking with my videographer, Andrew Schaefer here. We wish that we could certainly walk into a new house and have everything unpacked for us. That's typically how it works for the incoming first family. And so they'll be greeted by the chief usher, who was actually a Trump appointee, someone who worked at the Trump Hotel. They'll likely perhaps replace that person, but he'll greet them here at the White House today. We know that didn't happen with Melania Trump and former President Trump greeting the new incoming first family. That didn't happen today, but the transfer of power has already taken place, and they will perhaps be getting used to their new digs. But they're familiar with the White House, of course. President Biden having served as vice president, but this time around, they're the ones living in the White House residence, so perhaps their things are already unpacked and ready for them when they get here home later today.
Wouldn't that be nice? Home sweet home, everything's ready to go. All right. Oh, Willie James Inman, I know you're staying put there near the White House as the new first family arrives. And I'm going to be back with you at 7.
Well, Inauguration Day is here with Joe Biden looking at the next 4 years as the 46th President of the United States. I'm Gates Jackson with these headlines. It's history-making for Kamala Harris as the nation's first female vice president. But tensions are still high in Washington. Security is ramped up, and about 25,000 National Guard troops have been vetted to support local law enforcement. And checkpoints are set up all throughout the city to keep anyone out who shouldn't be there. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump did not attend the inauguration, but instead gave a farewell speech before heading to his private Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida.
You are amazing people. This is a great, great country. It is my greatest honor and privilege to have been your president.
While he didn't follow the customary transition of power on the White House steps, he did keep one tradition going by leaving his successor a note. In his final hours, he also granted clemency to more than 140 people, including his former White House aide, Steve Bannon. However, he did not pardon himself, his family, or his private attorney, Rudy Giuliani. And some of music's biggest stars are in D.C. to witness the official swearing in. Lady Gaga handling the national anthem, plus performances from Justin Timberlake, J-Lo, and John Bon Jovi, among others. We'll have in-depth coverage of the presidential inauguration throughout the day, so stay tuned. I'm Gates Jackson, and this is Newsy.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi paid tribute to Americans who have died from COVID-19. She joined other House members on the Capitol steps yesterday, just hours after the death toll officially hit 400,000. In a statement, Pelosi called the deaths an unfathomable loss and criticized President Trump's virus response as a failure.
President Trump is using his final hours in office to grant clemency to more than 140 people, including former White House aide Steve Bannon. Notably, President Trump did not move to pardon himself, his family, or Rudy Giuliani, his private lawyer. Bannon, who co-founded the right-wing website Breitbart, helped craft the Trump campaign in 2016. He was charged last year with swindling thousands of people out of money to pay for the president's border wall. In a statement this morning, the White House called Bannon an important leader in the conservative movement. Others receiving pardons and commutations today include rapper Lil Wayne and former Detroit Mayor Kwame Kilpatrick.
With President Trump leaving office and losing support among a lot of GOP lawmakers, who is leading the GOP right now?
It's a great question, Christian, and I think it really depends who you ask at this point. I think a lot of people would still say that Mitch McConnell is definitely a big player in the Republican Party right now. Certainly on the Senate side, he's still very good at kind of keeping, the ducks in the row, so to speak. You look to the House side, and there's, Kevin McCarthy, the House now minority leader. But the two of them are very different from each other, and I think that sort of demonstrates this kind of splinter effect that we're seeing happening in the Republican Party. Something that's very telling is Representative Liz Cheney, who is the head of the GOP caucus in the House. There are now calls for her removal from that position ever since she supported President Trump's second impeachment. So again, that's very telling. I think time will really tell in terms of, who is going to be the uniting force behind the Republican Party, because there are still many lawmakers who are very loyal to President Trump, and I think will continue to take their cues from him even after he leaves.
A Canadian official pressured President-elect Biden Monday to not withdraw from a controversial oil pipeline project. Alberta's leader Jason Kenney called for Biden to hear their case for the Keystone XL pipeline before taking action. Reports say Biden plans to forego the project on day one of his presidency as a response to climate change. Now, his team hasn't confirmed this. Kenney said that he would pursue legal action if it was abandoned. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and other Canadian officials are also pushing against abandoning the multi-billion-dollar project.
The UK is taking more steps to try to slow the spread of the virus. It's requiring anyone coming into the country to have a negative COVID test and to quarantine.